Good morning. If I got to ask everybody to just take their seats, please, so we can start today's event. So thank you very much for everybody that's here in person, here in Washington, D.C. at Georgetown University to attend the third AI in Action conference series. We welcome all those that are here in person that come from intergovernmental organizations, that come from academia, that come from governmental organizations, that come from think tanks. For those that are students, we welcome you for a very active and engaging conference on AI. I'd also like to welcome the multitude of people that are joining us here this morning online. Our last check was that we have people from 5 continents participating in this event from a multitude of backgrounds, mostly policy, academia, and industry. So the objective of these conferences is to really create a platform where how we've defined the key stakeholders of AI can come together and share knowledge at the frontier. And those are academics, industry experts, and policymakers. The title of today's theme is Jobs in the Future of AI. And we think that that topic is quite poignant, given the interest in this topic. I think all one person needs to do is take a quick tertiary look at their media platform and realize that it is awash with articles, people concerned about where their jobs will be today and where their kids' jobs will be tomorrow. So the objective of this event is really to take a close, up-front look at these questions. And to do so, we're joined with academics that are researching these questions, very recent papers that have been published. Most of them are working papers and haven't been published. We also are joined with academics, industry experts that are currently working at leading global companies that are implementing AI, and they have a real upfront look at how this is impacting jobs and skills. And finally, we're joined with policy experts that have an understanding regarding the types of regulatory environments that are beginning to pop up around the world in terms of how we think about regulating artificial intelligence. We're very happy to have everybody here in person, and we look forward to having a very eager and active discussion, both with people in person, but also online. We're going to kick off the conference today with a keynote from Professor Karl Frey. Professor Karl Frey is from the University of Oxford, and in my mind, and as well as many others around the world, he's one of the leading experts on AI and jobs. I remember first reading Karl's work back when I was a policy analyst at the OECD. He had a very early paper that came out in 2013, which looked at the economic implications of computerization and automation on jobs. I have since cited that work many times, but I'm sure Karl has not realized that whatsoever. But I'm not surprised, because that paper's been cited 16,000 times and has actually become a method of trying to predict what types of jobs are going to be susceptible for, at that time was computerization and automation, but now it's AI. And when I was at the OECD, I saw people considering that methodology. I've seen it considered and implemented at the World Bank and the IMF, as well as within our own government here in the United States. So we're really lucky to have Karl Frey. Today, he's going to give a very exciting presentation, which looks at AI and the future of work, lessons from history. So without further ado, I'd really like to welcome Karl Frey to the stage, so please give him a hand.
Thank you very much, Tim, for that very generous introduction. It's a real pleasure to be here with you today and having the opportunity to share with you some of the research that we are doing at Oxford Internet Institute, where we try to understand how artificial intelligence is reshaping the world of work and draw some lessons from history as well, because we've been through many technological revolutions before, from steam to electricity to computers. Some things rhyme better, some things rhyme better than others, but I think that we can learn something by picking the right analogies, and that's something I will try to convince you of during my talk today. Many refer to artificial intelligence as the new electricity. And if that is true, we certainly have many things to look forward to, because electricity made our cities brighter and safer. It made our factories, offices, and workplaces less polluted and much more comfortable. And it essentially allowed people at lower incomes who didn't have servants to do the most tedious things for them to get their own electric servants, as vacuum cleaners, washing machines, refrigerators, toasters, etc., proliferated across our homes. But that doesn't mean that everybody benefited from electrification. If you were a lamplighter, chances are that you didn't welcome the arrival of electric streetlights. And indeed, here in Washington, D.C. and in many other cities, lamplighters were the ones who lit our streets at night and made it possible for us to reach our homes safely. They were walking the street with torches and ladders, and they were able to support themselves and their families that way. And so in the city of Brussels, when electric streetlights was introduced, lamplighters naturally went on strike. The city council then enrolled another group of lamplighters who then clashed with their own lamplighters. The situation escalated, ended with the lamplighters raiding police headquarters, and the army was sent in to resolve the situation. And so we should remember that the force of technology, although it has brought much good, is a disruptive force as well. And as economists, to some degree rightly, we tend to take a very long-run view of technological change, right? And you've probably seen this graph many times before, the hockey stick of economic growth and well-being, etc., which sort of turns upright around 1800, when the first industrial revolution takes root in Britain and then proliferates across the world. And many feel that we're in this new technological revolution with artificial intelligence, and we're in for one of these other accelerations. But I think we can learn something from looking at the actual period of industrialization, which was not just a story of rising incomes, but also significant disruption. Much like today, people have very different views of it. So Benjamin Disraeli, before he became Prime Minister of Britain, in this book called Coningsby, in which one character remarks that I see cities peopled with machines, certainly Manchester must be the most wonderful place of modern times. The very same year that Coningsby was published, Frederick Engels published his work on the condition of the working class in England, which was written during a stay in precisely Manchester. And needless to say, Engels had a very different view on what machinery was doing to the workforce. He first of all argued that the mechanized factory put people in the repetitive motions of machinery, which he deemed to be unnatural. After all, previously people had worked surrounded by their families at their home, at their own pace, not at the pace of the factory clock. And he also, along with many contemporary economists, didn't believe that it would improve living standards. He argued that mechanization would, if anything, drive down wages and lead to the immiseration of the working class. And it's not hard to understand why he thought that. All he had to do was look around the fate of the handloom weaver, who disappeared as steam power was adopted and weaving was mechanized. And what you see here is the earnings of a handloom weaver relative to a construction worker who would have been unaffected by mechanization, and incomes just collapse as the factory system proliferates. And this is not an isolated example. During the period, sort of the classic period of the Industrial Revolution, as the British economy takes off and grows by some 50% between 1770 and 1840, wages are basically stagnant. They grow by 12% over this period, and they probably fall at the lower end end of the income distribution. So the wage data is not great here, but if you look at biological indicators of well-being, such as heights, you see that the cohorts born in 1850 are actually shorter than the cohorts born in 1850. If you look on data on consumption, you find a similar trend. People have less resources available for non-essentials, for example, right? And so this is also the period of a lot of not just technological revolution, but political revolutionary activities. The famous Luddite riots were actually not an isolated situation, but part of a long wave of riots that swept across Britain, that swept across continental Europe, that swept across China as well. And one reason, as I argue in my book, that the first industrial revolution happened in Britain and not on the continent, or indeed not in China, is that the Luddites were actually relatively weak, and they were crushed by the British Army, who vehemently resisted anything that they felt threatened Britain's position in trade, whereas the political clout of the craft guilds persisted much longer on the continent and indeed in China. And so there's nothing inevitable about technological progress advancing, especially when large groups in the population stand to lose out to technological change and progress. Now, the key takeaway from this is not that we are about to relive the same episode all over again. But I think it's noteworthy that just as income inequality increased quite dramatically in both Britain and the United States during the early stages of industrialization, it's been increasing again since the 1980s. And I'm certainly not suggesting that the only factor that has driven income inequality over the past 2 centuries is technology, but it's a key part of the story. And over the long run, it is essentially what drives patterns of income and wage growth. But there's not a monotonic relationship, right? There are different types of technologies. Some are more replacing, some are more enabling. So if you think of a technology like the automatic elevator, all it did was getting rid of the operator. If you take a technology like the telescope, it's hard to think of a single person it would have replaced, right? It allowed us to do new and previously inconceivable things, like looking at the moons of Jupiter. And obviously, there's a host of examples that are somewhere in between. If you take the automobile, for example, it did replace horse carriages, but it created the largest manufacturing industry in the United States. It created a host of supplier industries for the components needed to go into a car. It created a host of industries needed to produce the machine tools to make those components. It gave rise to personalized transportation for the first time for the masses of the population. That way it gave rise to road commerce, travel, tourism, etc. It's probably hard to think of a technology that will have created more new tasks and activities for labor. And of course, in the early 20th century, it was not the only game in town. Electrical industries were proliferating as well. And unlike the first industrial revolution, which primarily centered on the factory system replacing the domestic system in textile production and essentially automated an existing industry, electrification created a host of new electrical industries, which in turn absorbed more labor. And that is, again, quite different from the sort of post-1980s experience. The growth of the second industrial revolution industry essentially petered out in the 1970s, and after that, computers have been sort of a chief driver of productivity growth. And of course, the process of computerization goes back much further, right? So you can date it, in the 17th century if you like, but I think it's more common to date it around the invention of the ENIAC, which was the first electronic computer invented at the University of Pennsylvania, not too far from here. But it consisted of 18,000 vacuum tubes, could not have been fitted into this room, and as a result, it did not have much impact on the world of work. It really took the microprocessor and a personal computer for computers to begin to have an impact on the labor market. And that is something we see around the 1980s, when productivity and wages begin to decouple, again, much like the first industrial revolution, suggesting that we have these automation technologies putting downward pressure on wages and decoupling from economic growth. And more importantly, I would argue, because most people earn their income through wages, it led to very significant reshufflings in the labor market as well, right? So up until roughly 1970 in the United States, you see wages grow at all ranks of the income distribution, whether you're a high school dropout, whether you're a college graduate, whether you're a man, whether you're a woman, your wages grow. Around 1970, wages stagnate for everybody, and then around 1980, you see this gap emerging, particularly among prime-age men and those who had no more than a high school degree, who would have flocked into the factories before automation began. And obviously, there are a variety of explanations for this trend, and I don't mean to suggest that we can pin this down to one single factor, but I think that sort of two key drivers both have something to do with technology, and that's globalization and automation, right? Because it would be completely unfeasible for firms around the world to manage complex supply chains and offshore production to places like China without information technology and computers that allow us to coordinate these activities at distance. But even if you look at China, we're actually seeing peak manufacturing there, right? So manufacturing employment has fallen significantly since 2017. And if you look at the United States, we're still producing a lot of stuff here. What's been declining is not the manufacturing share of output, but the manufacturing share of employment. And of course, we now have more direct evidence of the impact of automation technologies on jobs to look to as well. And I suspect that many of you will be familiar with some of these studies, but let me highlight some points that some might be less familiar with, which is that when a job is automated, it doesn't just impact the person who loses his or her job. It impacts that entire family, and it impacts the future prospects of the children in that family and in that community as well, because it means that there are fewer future employment opportunities, and it means that that family has fewer resources to actually invest in their children. And so what you're getting is quite long-lasting impacts on these communities where automation has proliferated. And what work by Berger and Excel shows, for example, is that social mobility is significantly lower in places where robots have proliferated. And I think that helps us understand some of the political events that we've been seeing recently as well, not unlike the first industrial revolution with the Luddites. If you want to understand the outcome of the 2016 election, again, you can't put it on one factor, but Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, all part of the Democratic Blue Belt, won by Trump in 2016, had one thing in common: they were heavily exposed to automation technologies. And this is not just something we're seeing in the United States, it is something that we're seeing across Europe as well. Even in my home country, Sweden, where we have perhaps a bit more generous welfare systems, we see that the Swedish Democrats are doing particularly well in communities more exposed to automation. So a key question for us then going forward is artificial intelligence likely to be a continuation of this trajectory, or could it potentially constitute a reversal of it? And broadly speaking, we have sort of two strands of literature to point to here. One set of studies, which I'm sure we'll hear more about later, because one of the authors is here today, and they very nicely show that it's high-income jobs that are most exposed to technologies like ChatGPT, which is intuitive, right? If you do writing, if you do coding, if you do this kind of activities that are relatively high skill, you're more exposed to these type of technologies, but it doesn't necessarily tell us whether those activities are automated or augmented. Then second strand of studies are more experimental in nature and essentially consist of randomly assigning generative AI technologies to people. And what you find there is that whether in repetitive customer service, whether in coding or writing, it's actually novices and low-skill workers that benefit the most from the use of these technologies. And that seems to me intuitive, right? If you're Dostoevsky, you're not going to benefit a huge amount from ChatGPT, whereas if you're not a very good writer like myself, then you benefit a lot more. And so, arguably, this means that people with lower levels of skill will find it easier to enter these types of occupations. And I think one way of thinking about this is similar to what happened with taxi services as Uber proliferated, right? So, before GPS technology in Uber, it was a valuable skill to know the name of every street here in Georgetown. I managed to find this venue quite easily from my hotel with the help of GPS technology, although I got intentionally lost on the way because it's so nice here, so I had a little walk around. But those skills are generally not as valuable today. And with the Uber platform, essentially anybody who wants to drive and earn a little bit of income on the side can get into his and her car. And what that obviously means is lower barriers to entry into taxi services, more competition, which has, in the case of taxi services, driven down wages for incumbents. And a key question going forward is, what's the elasticity of demand, which is to say how much more will we consume of these goods as they get cheaper with regard to generative AI? My hunch is that there's probably not going to be that much, because think of it this way: how much more Netflix would you consume if the subscription fee is halved and the content becomes much better? Well, probably not that much, because like in my case, your day is capped by 24 hours and you can't sit around watching Netflix all day, although that's probably a bit overstating it, because with generative AI you can potentially also consume more content, right? You can ask it to read through more reports and synthesize and summarize the key findings for you. But I strongly suspect that incumbents in content creating professions will feel the force of competition quite keenly. And I think the effect is likely to be more significant than in Uber, because obviously taxi services are non-traded, and most activities aided by generative AI are traded. And there are some very significant income disparities across space. So if you're an accountant in New York City, you are making a 6-digit salary. If you're in Manila, you're making around 3,000 per year. And part of these differentials reflect differences in productivity. If you now throw generative AI into the equation and it diminishes some of those productivity differentials, then you might think that that is providing some quite compelling incentives for offshoring, and that would not be a huge departure from what we've seen over the past decade, where trade in goods has slowed down and trade in services has surged ahead. And as I usually tell my students, the future of growth is likely to look more like India than in China, being based more on services than on manufactured goods, which peaked a long time ago. At the same time, though, if you look at online platforms and online labor, you do find some interesting patterns, and I think we ought to ask ourselves why very few countries have actually, reached anything near middle-income status through trading services. And so, if you look at where vacancies are in online platforms, they're primarily in places like the United States, United Kingdom, Canada, Australia, India. If you look at where the workers are, it's in India, Bangladesh, Pakistan, United Kingdom. I think you see what all of these countries have in common. It's the English language, right? And obviously, language matters a lot more if you're trading services rather than goods. But here too, I think AI can be helpful. Something that we see in work in progress is that already technologies like Google Translate has reduced the demand for language skills, and as we're getting more real-time translation capabilities, I think it's likely that trade in services will become available to a growing set of countries. Of course, AI going forward is not just going to lead to offshoring, it's going to have some impacts, I think, through automation as well. What you see in many of these exposure studies is that there's a lot of tasks that are exposed but very few occupations. But if you took the task-based analysis and applied it to a lot of occupations historically, you would have concluded that they were non-automatable, right? And so we didn't automate the jobs of lamplighters by building robots capable of climbing lampposts. We did that by rolling out electricity and controlling them from substation. We didn't automate away the jobs of laundresses by building robots that will walk down to a well, perform the motions of hand washing, and then walk back to the house and hang the clothes to dry. We did that by inventing the electric washing machine. We didn't automate away the jobs of medieval craftsmen by building robots doing the exact same motions. We did that by simplifying that work in a factory setting and then applying specialized machinery to those particular simplified tasks, right? So task simplification is absolutely key to automation, and I can assure you that when autonomous vehicles arrive, nobody will be holding the steering wheel, so finger dexterity will not be needed. When you apply that intuition, I think you will find that it's quite a different set of occupations that are exposed, and it's also quite hard to actually assess which those jobs are. Back in 2013, the paper that Tim kindly mentioned, we tried to get at this in an admittedly imperfect way by saying that there are basically sort of three key bottlenecks to automation that cannot be alleviated through task simplification, that are hard to alleviate through task simplification. So two of them being creativity and social intelligence, where actually we've seen considerable progress over the past decade in ways that we did not anticipate, but broadly speaking, I still think sort of those intuitions hold, right? So think about it this way. Generative AI is very good at virtual communication or text communication. But in such a world, how do you distinguish yourself? The only way to distinguish yourself is through in-person communication. If everybody has their generative AI to sell products, for example, they're likely to be quite equally matched. And so I would predict that in-person social skills, the value of those skills, are likely to increase as a consequence of that. Creativity is obviously a harder one because it's hard to define what creativity is, and obviously, generative AI can be creative in some ways. But the reason that it can write a letter in the style of William Shakespeare is that Shakespeare existed in the first place, right? And that provides you with some benchmark of what a letter written by Shakespeare should look like. And if you don't have Shakespeare, what is the reward function? What are you trying to optimize for? Figuring that out is where much creativity resides. In similar fashion, I think if you think about a technology like aviation, right? If you had asked ChatGPT or another LLM in 1900, based on all information that was available, are humans likely to be able to fly? We'd probably have looked at past attempts to fly. It might have looked to data on birds and concluded that there is no bird that weighs more than 50 pounds that is capable of flying, and so any airplane that weighs more than 50 pounds is doomed not to be able to fly, which suggests to me that theory might still be important, that entrepreneurs and innovators, what they do is like a talk in itself, but it's definitely more than just extrapolating from the past. Now, to some degree, though, we've seen inroads in both creativity and complex social interactions. And I'm totally open to the possibility that if I'm invited back here in 10 years' time, which is very much an open question, I might be looking very silly in hindsight. And it's possible that we've seen extraordinary progress and that these bottlenecks around creativity and complex social interactions have been overcome. But there are a number of reasons why I think that is not likely, at least, to be the case. Or if it is the case, I think it's unlikely to be because of the systems that we currently have, right? So I think one concern is Moore's law. So the models that we currently have are essentially based on bigger compute and bigger data. And I think there are some concerns about Moore's law petering out. There are further concerns around the availability of training data, which we can discuss later as well. But many of these foundational models have essentially already been trained on the bulk of the internet, and there are questions around how much more data will be around to scale up these models going forward. And it's actually quite likely that the internet will deteriorate as a training source of data because it's likely to be flooded by AI-generated content. Some of that might be alleviated by synthetic data, but obviously synthetic data can only be as good as the sort of simulations that we do. And the question is how capable we are of simulating the real world. If that was easy, I suspect we would have had driverless cars a long time ago. But finally, and I think more fundamentally, and there is certainly a lot of disagreement about this, but I think there's quite compelling evidence to suggest that what these systems that we have today are doing is more memorizing rather than generalizing, right? So to give an example, it's much more impressive if AI system is able to pass an exam and it hasn't had access to the right answer as during training. And one way of testing this is sort of introducing new questions that it would not have been exposed to prior to training or sort of after the cutoff date up until which it will have been trained. And what those studies show is that performance declines very significantly when you do that, and it's often no better than chance. And so what that means is that we can never really be certain with the current state of the technology on how it will actually perform when it encounters novel circumstances, right? So take the example of the game of Go. I suspect most people in this room will have heard of 2016, AlphaGo beats the world champion. I suspect fewer people will have heard that last year, actually, amateurs with the help of standard computers beat the best Go algorithm by quite easily by exposing it to positions it would never have encountered in training. And I think what this tells us is that we can never be quite sure how these systems respond when novel circumstances emerge. And a key feature of human intelligence is our ability to actually deal with novel circumstances quite resiliently on the basis of a few examples. Right? So I think it is quite unlikely that we will entrust very significant tasks to AI unless we have a better handle on those challenges. Now, 10 years ago, when we wrote our study, our key conclusion was that AI is predominantly an automation technology that focuses on increasing efficiency in tasks that humans already do. And very little of what we've seen over the past 10 years had led me to change my mind on that particular point. Even the poster child of AI in science, AlphaFold, is essentially about automation. It is about folding proteins, which humans were doing before, but at much greater speed. Now, I don't want to diminish the accomplishment. It's a very, very useful technology, but it's not about doing completely new things. And one of the key themes of my latest book is that when you have periods of labor replacing technical change, you also tend to have more unrest and resistance. And I think Leontief was onto something when he suggested that if horses could have voted and joined the Democratic Party, what happened on the farms might have been different. They might have used their political voice to bring the introduction of the tractor to a halt. But I think more significantly, if all we do is automation, then we're actually not even making the pie that much bigger, right? If all we had done since 1800 was just automation, we would have cheap textiles and productive agriculture, but not much else, right? We wouldn't have vaccines, antibiotics, airplanes, cars, computers, etc., etc. Most growth actually comes from enabling technologies. So I think a key task for policymakers going forward is thinking about how we can make technological change more enabling. I'm not going to pretend to have the answer, but I think there are at least a number of things that can be done, right? So we do have quite compelling evidence about our ability to shift the trajectory of technological change, not least in climate technology, where we see that, when fossil fuels become more expensive, we tend to invest more in less fossil fuel intensive technologies. When data becomes more expensive, we tend to invest less in data-intensive technologies. And using similar intuition, people like Darren Acemoglu and Pascal Restrepo have shown that the tax code has aided automation over the past couple of decades. Taxes on payroll have been increasing, taxes on capital have generally been falling. That means that businesses are more likely to invest in automation technologies as a consequence of that, and we can use the tax code to shape those incentives. Finally, I think just through competition dynamics, a lot can be achieved, right? Different firms tend to invest in different technologies, right? If you're a large company, you tend to have scale, and you tend to focus on producing what you're already doing to as many people as possible, and you're more likely to invest in automation and process technology. smaller firms which don't have scale are more likely to bring in new products that are more likely to create new tasks and new type of industries for labor to move into. And a key challenge, I think, is that business dynamism has been in decline. It used to be the case that profits predicted entry in an industry. If you go back to the 1970s, that has essentially broken down since the 1990s, which suggests that there are quite significant barriers to entry across a host of industries for these startups to come in. And what you're then left with is more focus on automation rather than enabling technological change. So with that said, I look forward to your questions and the later conversation. And thank you very much for having me. It's been a real pleasure. Thank you very much.
So we're now going to have Q&A for about 15 minutes or so. That was an excellent talk. Thank you very much. So we've had several questions coming through from our online audience, and when people registered, I'm sure you've also got questions here. So to try and be fair to everyone, I'll first take a couple from our online audience, and then I'll go and take a couple in-house. So when we get to that, if you just raise your hand, we'll get a microphone to you, and then you can ask your question. So if we start with the people online, so this question has come through from many, many people. We've had Rizkyemi Rimbani from Indonesia, Mori Kogid from Malaysia, Usanine Rethong from Thailand. Sorry about my pronunciation for these names. And they're all worried about job losses, as Tim sort of mentioned in his introduction. And particularly as AI starts to improve. And they're asking what types of tasks and jobs are likely to be replaced in the short term, and as AI improves and gets better over time, how do you see that changing? Is higher unemployment inevitable?
So as mentioned in my talk, I think actually the location of some of the people you mentioned means that they are actually more likely to benefit from the AI revolution, in the sense that if we have a technology like generative AI reducing productivity differentials across space, people in places where lower incomes are more likely to see economic activity shift there. But that shift is no longer going to be around manufacturing. It's more likely to be around services. So I'm sort of cautiously optimistic in that regard. That is not to suggest that there are not going to be labor market disruptions in emerging economies. But I think when you look at sort of outright automation and job displacement, rather than changes in the task content of work or sort of the automation of individual tasks on online platform, it's more jobs in warehouses, in transportation logistics, in some sort of in-person services like work of cashiers, for example, where we're seeing and receptionists, where we're seeing that outright automation is more likely. What I think has been concerning in places like India, which have sort of grown through service-led growth, is that youth unemployment is still extraordinarily high. And so I don't know enough about India in particular to sort of decompose to why that is. But at the same time, I think that ICT services can provide an escalator for the expansion of employment also in occupations which are not related to that directly, right? And one thing that we see very clearly in the United States is that the labor multiplier is quite large for ICT in particular. So one new tech job created tends to create 5 new jobs in the local service economy. And that multiplier effect is even larger in emerging economies where wage differential between low income and high income are even greater. So I'm cautiously optimistic for those places, actually.
Great. So one related question. is about the skills needed to productively work with AI. And particularly people are asking about education and training systems, how do you see they may need to adapt? And are there some skills that become maybe less important and some that become more important?
Oh, absolutely. So I think, a lot of educational reform in a number of OECD countries have focused on coding, right? And right now it's, far from clear whether that was a wise decision or not, because, generative AI, it turns out, is actually quite a helpful tool for coding. In particular, maybe what we should invest more in is statistics, which is a transferable skill set in the sense that it allows you to make also more informed decisions in life broadly, in addition to understanding how some of these systems function at least a bit better. But I also think that soft skills do really matter. As I mentioned earlier, if most of the interaction you do or that we automate in the virtual space, what that's likely to mean is that it's going to increase the value of in-person communication, right? So if AI writes all your love letters and everybody else's, right? The first date becomes more important. How do you distinguish yourself? And I do think that's likely to be the case.
Great. So I'll take a couple of questions from the audience. If you want to raise your hand, there's someone at the back. If we could get a microphone.
Hi, my name is Mark McCarthy. I'm here at Georgetown with the CCT program and associated with the Center for Business and Public Policy. Thank you for a great talk. That was a super overview of these issues. I want to go back to the comment you made about the limitations on artificial intelligence. And one that you mentioned was its difficulty in dealing with novel circumstances. And I want to pose the question of what that means for work. If that limitation really is intrinsic to the machine learning approach, that's the dominant form of AI these days, then the implications for something like self-driving cars are enormous, because they can recognize a truck, but if a truck has fallen over on its side, that hasn't been part of their training data. So there are limitations on self-driving cars replacing human drivers. And that may be intrinsic to a large number of these applications. If you try to do the symbolic approach, which is the other way of doing it, that's not so much better in novel circumstances either. So how do you see these technologies really being integrated into the economy in the context where they aren't that useful in those circumstances where unanticipated, unexpected new things arise, and human beings can deal with that, but the machines we've trained don't have the capacity to do that?
Yeah, I think that's an excellent question first of all. So I think a key reason why we don't have driverless cars but we have generative AI is that we are just more risk averse when it comes to driverless cars, right? And so, accidents are irreversible in the physical space. If generative AI produces content that's flawed, that can have consequences as well, but in most instances you can correct for that, right? So we're just much more risk averse in those domains, and rightly so. And I think when it comes to things like managing supply chains and managing inventory, for example, AI performs very well under normal circumstances, and that's most of the time. But then when you have a supply shock, like COVID, for example, firms that use those kind of technologies are likely to struggle more. And so you have to make a sort of cost-benefit calculation. What is the productivity gains you get from this during normal periods versus the costs that you incur during these very specific situations. I mean, it's not situations that are completely unfamiliar to economists, right? If we, key reason why we have agriculture subsidies is that, we are telling ourselves that we need to have some food supply domestically in the case of, outbreak of a war or something like that. And so we're taxing ourselves every year where we can, probably get cheaper food from somewhere else for that, possibility. And so, you can make a back on the envelope calculation, how much are you paying for that each year, and what is the likelihood that you actually encounter those sort of, terrible scenarios.
Do we have any more questions from the audience? Yeah, there's another one.
Hi, Jeffrey Frank. I'm a student at the McDonough School of Business in the Flex program, and I am also an attorney at the Department of Transportation, but my views and my question here are my own. I'm curious if you have any thoughts or if of any research that's been done that sort of connects back sort of the experience being on the other side of generative AI in terms of responding to it with the experience of working with it. So, for example, could a government agency that has experience working with AI decision support systems be better at handling the regulation of similar systems out in the world? Or is there any sort of evidence or information out there to the effect that sort of just having the experience with it, these systems allows people to sort of better respond when other people are using the same ones?
I'm not aware of particular studies to that end, but it sounds intuitive to me, and I think it's one of the reasons why you have to often have this revolving door between business and government, although it leads to some concerns around cronyism, etc. But the knowledge sharing is very important, and I think there is a reason that European Union, for example, has taken lead in AI regulation, which is that they have a lot of experience with regulation for sort of from the development of the GDPR and other things. So clearly you have learning by doing in regulation and policy as well. And when it comes to the regulation of technology, clearly knowledge of the technology itself helps. So I do buy the premise of your question.
I think there was one more, yes.
Hi, good morning. Ana Gusolito from the World Bank. As a Mobile on Restrepo, I have many papers where they help us sort of to rationalize the impact of technological change on jobs. And they talk originally about the displacement effect, which is something that you mentioned, but they show in general equilibrium models that actually wages will go down and the economy eventually dynamically will sort of reallocate resources and foster the creation of new activities where these workers that were originally displaced were somehow reincorporated into the labor force. And the second effect is sort of called the reinstatement effect. So I am wondering if you have evidence for developing countries about the role of AI in sort of helping economies speed up the transition from the displacement to the reinstatement effect, and if you have any thoughts on that as well.
It's a very interesting question. So I'm aware of a number of startups that try to support the process, relocation process you describe, using AI. And so Eightfold and Retrain AI are two examples of that. In the context of developing countries, I'm not too familiar with the proliferation of that kind of services. And I also haven't seen much in terms of evidence in how far it actually supports successful relocations. And so, many instances of obviously, information is one hurdle, but there are also cost of moving, cost of housing, different regulatory regimes around occupational licensing, etc., which makes it hard to move. That matters too, right? And so, AI and the help of matching can only take you so far. I do think, though, that remote work in particular is likely to mean that you get better matches and less friction. And so I think when it comes to services in particular, where most of the action is likely to be going forward, that is an encouraging part of the story. But I don't have any success stories to point you towards, unfortunately.
Great. So I think that brings us to the end of this session. Thank you so much, Carl. I know you're around all morning, so people can grab him later in a coffee break if you have more questions. So we're going to go straight into the next session, which is a series of academic presentations on how AI is affecting existing jobs, some already referred to by Carl in his presentation. We're going to have Lee Brandstetter, Manuel Hoffman, and Sam Manning. Each presenter will present for up to 20 minutes, and then at the end of all three presentations, we're going to get all the presenters up for Q&A at the end. So hold your questions until the end of the three presentations. So it's Lee Brandstetter first up. Thank you, Carl.
Thanks.
All right. Now that I'm all mic'd up, I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting me to participate in this really interesting conference. And I want to acknowledge my somewhat large and multi-organizational and interdisciplinary co-authorship team. It takes a village to do this kind of research. Okay, so I'm going to press this button. Oh, there we go. Okay. This is an exciting time to be working on AI. Even as AI technology advances, our ability to measure its economic impact at the firm level is also advancing rapidly thanks to creative and informative research efforts led by many in this room and many outside of it. A valuable effort to directly survey AI use by U.S. firms has been co-authored by some of my own census-based co-authors. The exciting and influential work of Tanya Babina and her co-authors have used data on the hiring of AI workers as reflected in online job data to gain new empirical measures of the impact of investment in and use of AI. And we've learned much from both efforts, but unfortunately neither of these papers has provided strong evidence of the kind of productivity boost we're hoping to eventually receive from the AI revolution. Now, more recent experimental evidence provided by Eric Brynjolfsson, Daniel Lee, Lindsay Raymond, and others provides compelling evidence of AI-generated productivity gains, but we don't yet know whether and how these productivity results generalize beyond the very specific work contexts in which they're documented. So we think that this paper provides a useful complement to these existing streams of literature. We build on and extend recent efforts to identify AI-related patents, and then we match these data to the inventing firms in the U.S. Census Bureau microdata, and we find evidence consistent with positive and significant effects of AI invention on productivity, especially labor productivity, within the AI inventing firms, and also positive impacts on employment with those AI inventing firms. And this comes from a sample of firms that it's distributed across industries, technologies, and geographies, giving us the kind of broad-based productivity boost that we've been looking for in the data. Right? We also, in this paper, examine ongoing efforts to quantify the impact of elite academic scientists on AI-related invention through direct collaboration with firms and through the employment of their doctoral students in these firms. This work is more preliminary, but we'd love to get the reaction of this audience to that work. All right. So, given our time constraints, I don't really have the time to delve too deeply into our somewhat complicated methodology for identifying AI-related patents. The details are in the paper. I'll just say this: we use AI to find AI-related patents granted by the USPTO. So like many of these exercises, we start with a previously identified hand-curated set of AI patents, and then we train a support vector machine to identify more AI and non-AI patents with some human input, so we have human experts confirm the high confidence cases and manually label the borderline cases. And then we train several different ML models on the expanded training data set. And then we compare the outputs of these different models and we identify high discrepancy patents, and we use that as a challenge data set on which to train our models. And we bring all these models together into an ensemble, and we essentially predict the AI-ness of every US patent granted between 1990 and 2018. And over the summer, we've been working to update these data all the way to mid-year 2024. Okay? Now, we're not the first researchers to attempt this. Ian Coburn and his co-authors and Mike Webb and his group have done this, focusing on a small set of keywords and phrases and particular patent classes, right? Because our method uses the entire text of the patent and doesn't rely on a small set of keywords and phrases. We find far, far more AI-related patents than this previous work does. However, we have to concede that the USPTO has also tried to use machine learning methods to identify AI patents, and they find even more patents than we do. Now, if you look at our paper, we do a number of statistical horse races, and we use the evidence from these horse races to make the argument that we do a slightly better job than the USPTO. But I think what I have to concede is that even though we believe we strike a better balance than other papers in the literature, AI patents are challenging to identify from patent text. Ex-ante reasonable approaches can yield very different definitional boundaries, and all approaches are likely to generate some degree of noise. So our ongoing efforts to update our AI patent data through 2024 are leveraging recent advances in LLMs to try and produce an even more precise definition of AI patents, and I'm happy to talk about that ongoing work in the Q&A. Having settled for now on a definition of AI patents, we can use our data to map the flow of AI-related invention over time, and our methodology suggests that AI in patenting has grown very rapidly over time. It's also widely distributed across patent classes, so the USPTO actually has a designated AI patent class, but you can see that the vast majority of AI patents are actually filed in the classes associated with the domain of application, rather than the upstream technology. We also observe that there are a very diverse range of firms that are significantly engaged in AI-related patenting. So there's some concentration in big tech, but you can see that lots more patents collectively are coming out of firms in traditional manufacturing, services, banking. It's really a very, very broad range of firms that are engaging in this kind of invention. Finally, we can use the data in patent documents to locate AI invention in geographic space, and this is the map that results. And so we see some predictable, perhaps, concentration of AI invention in the tech hubs in Seattle, Northern California, Southern California, and New York, but there's also a lot of activity outside of those hubs. But we want to do more than just create cute pictures with patent data. We want to see what impact AI invention is having on the AI inventing firms, and thankfully we can use the USPTO patent to census entity crosswalk to link patents to firm and establishment level measures of employment, revenue, revenue per worker, TFP, value added, production worker shares, and even data on the complete distribution of income within the firm from the LEHD. Okay? So to measure the impact of AI invention, we can use firm fixed effects models to measure the within-firm changes that are associated with AI inventions. And we can examine both the extension margin, that is the transition into AI patenting, the extensive margin, and the intensive margin, which is captured by growth and a firm stock of AI patents. But we can also create groups of non-AI inventing firms to which we can compare the AI inventing firms. And this can be done through the usual propensity score matching techniques at the firm level using firm characteristics such as size, age, 4-digit NAICS code, multinational status, whether the firm has any patents or not, etc. And then we can perform an event study centered around the timing of the first AI patent with a treatment group and a control group to measure whether there are benefits to employment or productivity resulting from AI inventing activity. Okay? Now, this is at the point where I have to say that if there are any labor economists in the room, right, our work is primarily descriptive, and we are not advancing strong claims about causal identification, at least not yet, but we still think these results are interesting and encouraging. So, using our fixed effects models, we find strong evidence that the transition into AI patenting yields an increase in measured labor productivity of 23 to 27%, and an increase of more than 8% in total factor productivity. Now here we're just focusing on manufacturing firms because that's the subset of firms for which we can measure total factor productivity reasonably well. These are large effects, and they're not limited to the extensive margin, that is the transition into patenting and AI. We also find that as the stock of AI patents rises, labor productivity and TFP increase even more. The elasticity for the former is between 10 to 15%, and for the latter, nearly 6%. So again, these are effects that are not just statistically significant, but also quite sizable. Okay? When we use propensity score matching techniques to match AI inventing firms with their closest same industry peer firms that don't generate AI patents, and take an event study approach with this matched sample, we still get strong results, suggesting that the transition into AI patenting is associated with a 14% increase in employment and a 16% increase in labor productivity. Now, the event study approach necessarily focuses only on the extensive margin, but it allows us some additional empirical leverage around omitted variable bias and other inference challenges. So far we see evidence that AI invention boosts revenue per employee and it boosts employment. And the overall, but might AI invention also widen income inequality, right? There was a lot of discussion in the keynote about the effects on income distribution. Now, with our methods, we can only look at the impact of AI invention on the wage distribution within AI inventing firms, so that's a limitation, right? But of course, we know that earlier generations of IT innovation dramatically expanded income inequality, right? The keynote speaker referred to that. Right? And there's real concern about whether AI will continue or even worsen this long-standing trend. So again, focusing only on the impact on the AI inventing firms, not on the impact on AI using firms, we can examine the impact of the transition into AI invention on demand for production workers, right? Which is one way at getting at the high-skill, low-skill dichotomy. But we can also link data on our AI inventing firms to the LEHD, which is a database that allows us to measure essentially the entire income distribution within these firms over time. Okay? And so we can measure earnings inequality and its evolution within the AI inventing firms by looking at the familiar 90th percentile to 10th percentile, 90th to 50th, and 50th to 10th income ratios, right? And in principle, we could look at other ratios, we could look at other measures of earnings dispersion. This is what we're doing in this paper, okay? So our bottom line is that in our most stringent regression specifications, we do not see statistically significant effects of AI invention on earnings inequality within the AI inventing firms. The effects on production worker share are generally not robust to the inclusion of firm fixed effects, and the effects on the earnings ratios don't survive in our event study specifications. Right? So if you're an AI booster, right, an AI proponent, like my friend Eric Brynjolfsson, these results are really quite positive, right? We find significant positive effects on productivity and employment that are economically large and no statistically adverse effects on wage inequality. Okay? But we're also trying to go beyond what patent data alone can teach us, because we're well aware that not all AI inventions are patented. For example, the quantitative hedge fund industry that hires a lot of CMU computer science graduates, right, has been hiring large numbers of elite AI experts from many sources, but that industry generates very few patents. So in contexts like this, how do we find the data trail that reflects firm investment in the use of AI to re-engineer firm products or services or create new ones? So in pursuing these questions, we're inspired by Tanya Babina's work and that of her colleagues, but we take a somewhat different tack. Our aim is to follow the finite number of experts with frontier AI knowledge, right? So maybe this is a somewhat elitist approach, but this is Georgetown University after all. All right, so the basic idea here is that any firm seeking to apply frontier AI technology to a particular problem is going to require a pyramid of AI talent within the firm, right? And you think of the different levels of the pyramid as reflecting different levels of AI skill. Right? So at the moment, these high-level software architects, right, the people who have been trained all the way up to the technology frontier, right, people with PhD-level expertise from places like Stanford, MIT, Carnegie Mellon, right, Georgetown too, right, probably. These people are in very short supply, right? My colleagues in computer science know this because even their marginal graduate students are getting industry offers whose salaries dwarf their full professor salaries, which creates some interesting psychological dynamics within the School of Computer Science, right? Because these individuals are in short supply, right, the allocation of these architects across firms, industries, and projects may be especially predictive of firm success in being able to apply frontier AI to business problems. So could we track these high-level architects as they move across the firms that employ them? Right? Well, we think that perhaps we can. And so what we're doing is we're finding leading AI scientists using Elsevier publication data. And we're measuring the direct collaboration between these elite AI scientists and firms using papers that are co-authored with firm scientists and engineers as our empirical indicator of this collaboration. But we can also use faculty websites and other sources to identify the doctoral and postdoctoral students of these elite AI scientists, okay? And we're using Revilio data to trace the movements of their students across organizational boundaries and over time. And then we can link this to census data so that we can directly test the hypothesis that the emergence of a critical mass of frontier AI researchers within a firm leads to increases in output and employment and productivity, or maybe not. Okay? So to make this more concrete, imagine that we could identify Dr. Who, right, who acquires a PhD in machine learning in the 2010s from CMU School of Computer Science, focusing on image processing, okay? And then Dr. Who moves to Google DeepMind, where he hones his skills in a corporate environment and begins to apply his image analytic skills to diagnostic imaging data. And then he carries these skills further into the healthcare domain by joining Siemens Healthineers division, which is a global leader in AI-driven diagnostic imaging. And then he moves from there to a smaller, newer entrant, Arteris, where he leads a successful effort to create a new suite of products that disrupts the market. Now imagine that we were able to follow all such individuals wherever they went and examine how the output, productivity, and employment of firms that they were employed by changed as they moved. Imagine that we could create a stock of such individuals at a company year level that reflects arrivals and departures, and further imagine that we could use standard empirical methods to measure the effects of that stock on the firms that employed them in terms of output, employment, productivity, and other economic outcomes that we all care about that were discussed in the preceding session. Now, we're not there yet, okay, but we've identified about 2,000 super elite AI scientists, whom we dub within our research team the Immortals, across 10 domains of AI. We've identified more than 347,000 papers associated with these Immortals, of which about 54,000 are directly co-authored with corporate scientists and engineers. But we've also identified close to 20,000 graduate students, right? And we're starting to track those graduate students across, in this case, the US firms that employ them, because we're trying to match this to census data, okay? Now, I just got an update on the amount of time that I have, right? So I'm not going to, talk about our very preliminary evidence from this part of our study. Instead, I'm going to move directly to preliminary conclusions, right? And here's what they are, at least for my team at this point. We believe that machine learning-based approaches can identify AI-related patents with a pretty high degree of confidence, and we find strong relationships between AI invention and the subsequent labor productivity growth of AI inventing firms. And we also find positive effects of AI invention on employment, right? So they're hiring more workers, and their workers are becoming more productive, right? And as you might have noted, our current set of AI patents basically ends in 2018, so we're completely or almost completely missing the impact of recent advances in large language models and generative AI. But hopefully, by some point later this fall, certainly by Thanksgiving, that would give me something to be thankful for, we should have updated our patent database all the way up through mid-year 2024. And so we'll be able to capture some of this exciting, more recent wave of innovation. We're also measuring direct collaboration between elite AI scientists and US firms, and we're obtaining data on the movement of their students into industry. And we hope to be able to examine the impact of this elite human capital, if any, on US firm output, employment, and productivity. Now, our census database is necessarily limited to US enterprises, but the methods we're using here could be applied in similar databases all over the world. And with that, I'll conclude ahead of schedule. Thank you very much for your attention.
All right. Hello. All right. Trying to figure out how this works. So, Jonathan. All right. Now that we resolved the little slide struggle, so let's go ahead. My name is Manuel Hoffmann. I'm a postdoctoral researcher at Harvard Business School. This is joint work with Sam Boise and Frank Nagel, also from HBS, and good colleagues from Microsoft and GitHub. First, thank you as the organizers and you everybody for being here. I'm going to talk today about generative AI and distributed work in the context of open source software. All right, so it's a little bit cut off, but I think the main idea we'll see here. The main idea is you can think about individuals. We heard about like high-skilled AI elite scientists just before. Here you can think about similar individuals that are very high-skilled and that exist in our society, but they don't. There are not that many of them, right? Here you can see a comic of all modern digital infrastructure. So this is the world we live in. And there are a couple of dependencies, really very many. And you can see at the bottom there's a piece in the machinery that's a project that has been thanklessly maintained by a random person in Nebraska since 2003. So it seems to be the case, at least from this anecdotal evidence here from this comic, that this person is quite important. Take away this little linchpin, is what we call him, right? Then all this machinery may break apart. So it just goes to say that this individual is really important. We have a bunch of those individuals in general. And what we are trying to think about is how technology may help or hinder. We think it may help those individuals to engage in their job a little bit better. All right. This is all a little bit shifted, but you get the main idea. So we are asking, how does AI adoption change distributed work patterns for linchpin individuals in particular? So we are focusing on maintainers. Think about software developers broadly of open source software projects. So open source software is really basically it's software that is publicly available under a particular license where you can reuse it continuously. And we are going to focus on those individuals where we have some deeper understanding of those high-skilled linchpin individuals. We are looking at a natural experiment where we focus on GitHub's Copilot, which is offered as a free coding generative AI tool to top maintainers at the discontinuity, where some are receiving it and others will not for free. And what we find when this generative AI is provided for free to those individuals is that we see task reallocation where individuals are engaging more in their core work being coding, and they are engaging less in what we think is project management. So we also see, consistent with what has been stated previously, that lower ability individuals are benefiting a little bit more in this space. So going back to those linchpin individuals. So we have individuals that are super highly skilled, and we think that they are kind of the bottleneck, right? We need to communicate with them. They are doing a lot of the hard work, and a lot of individuals are relying on those linchpin individuals. We think those kind of bottleneck individuals problem is more pronounced in a public good settings, similar to that, what we can see in the context of open source software, where software is freely available to other individuals, and where we can see that 50% of projects rely just on one single individual, and really a vast majority, around 5% of developers, generate most of the value in this space. So we also think when when we're thinking about distributed work, where people work across the globe at different places, that there's a further worsening of the reliance on those linchpin individuals. So if you think about distributed work, you can think about the internet, right? The internet, well, the internet is a fantastic thing in the sense that it has reduced communication cost. So now we all can chat with each other. That's fantastic. But we probably don't all chat with each other. We probably talk to a particular type of people. And some people get substantially more attention than other individuals. And we think that those linchpin individuals are going to be the ones that are receiving most of the attention, and that means they are going to be overburdened potentially more when they're communicating with others. So there's a lot of demand for those individuals. And so you can just think about, of course, the pandemic as just one idea where we have seen remote work rise, where we've seen the idea of distributed work becoming substantially more salient in society. So we think, given that those linchpins are so high in demand, the question becomes, what can we do about it, and what has technology to offer? And for that, we are first splitting the work of individuals into two kind of categories. If you're thinking about high-skilled labor, or generally what individuals are doing in the information economy, we are thinking about them as engaging in core work, or engaging in, you can think about it, non-core work. And in this case, we think about that as kind of managerial work. So for, let's say, for a professor, that might be, your core work might be research, right? But then you have a lot of other things going on where you need to coordinate, you organize a conference, bring all of those people in, and maybe that's not your main part of the work. Maybe you want to focus more on your actual research, and maybe AI could help with that. But the idea is that developers here, in our particular context, face the same kind of, have the same kind of work dichotomy, where they are focusing on coding, and then they have project management, which is really interacting with other individuals and trying to solve problems, fix bugs, think about features that should be implemented. So for those, you need to interact with other individuals, and you need to manage projects in particular. And what they're saying is, well, I'm doing a little bit too much of the project management part, and I'm doing too little, I'm engaged in too little of my core work, right? So could AI now allow us to substitute away from the scarce resource and in essence assist those individuals? So in particular, for open source software programming, AI could relieve developers from repetitive work, substitute advice from other developers. So think about this metaphor of the AI pair programmer that Microsoft is using. You're putting an pair programmer next to you, and that just happens to be the AI, right? It could increase efficiencies overall, increase learning, and reduce collaborative frictions. So we are asking, therefore, how AI changes the nature of distributed work, and in the context of open source software production in particular, where we are wondering how AI changes task allocation, and also whether it could relax the linchpin constraint. So, well, there's a wealth of literature out there. It's growing by the day. Here are just a few. We also have some literature in the space of Copilot, a few experimental studies. You will see another more quasi-experimental study later in the day. But the main idea is, for this paper, that we have seen a lot of work coming out recently that is on the productivity effects of AI. We've also just recently heard that, right, in the prior talk. We heard that in the keynote, how important that is, and that it has, seems to have productivity benefits when we're introducing artificial intelligence. Okay, so what we are trying to do is we're trying to go a little bit beyond the productivity effects, trying to look at the nature of work, and we also contribute to this literature on the impact of AI on the private provision of public goods, which is open source software. We can, due to this natural experiment, we can provide long-term causal evidence from AI in a real-world scenario. And we do this with this natural experiment where some individuals receive generative AI for free and others do not receive it right at the cutoff, that is defined by GitHub. All right, so, well, if you're not familiar with it, well, what is GitHub? Well, GitHub is the hub for collaborative open source software development. It's one of the major platforms of open source software production. Think about open source software as, think about anything that you're touching in the digital world, and now think that basically that has something to do with open source software. By some estimates, around 96% of code, be it proprietary or not, is going to be has some component of open source software in it. So really everybody that is a developer is active in this space. So now, and they are all heavily active, those individuals on GitHub, which was this platform founded in 2008. It has been bought some years ago by Microsoft, but it allows for providing, working on your code, and it provides a time-stamped history of coding. So think about you working on a Google Doc, and when you work on it, maybe you want to go back a couple of days to a version a couple of days earlier because you made a mistake, or you just want to go to a different version. And you can do that easily with Google Docs, right? You just have different versions. So developers do the same thing. They save, they upload the code to the platform, and then they can look at the previous version. So now, because of this biggest platform of open source software in the world, we have very granular information on distributed work with other individuals. So that's people working across the world, and they are engaging in coding, and they're engaging in project management. Right, so what does that look like? Well, here you can see a snapshot of one particular project. In this case, that's called XZ, and at the top left, you see code. So that is the screenshot for where individuals are active for coding. So you can see a couple of folders and files, and that's where that's where you can basically track all of the changes, all of the work that individuals are engaging in when it comes to coding. Our measure is based on this kind of tab. So think about this tab capturing coding. Now, we also can think about project management. Here we have what is called an issues tab. In the issues section of GitHub, the project developers, they are interacting with other individuals. You can ask questions and think about bugs, features, etc. And they're going to come up in this board, and then you can manage them. You can pull in other developers that are developers in the project and ask them to solve those problems if you like. All right, so GitHub has those nice features, but also has created this generative coding AI, which is really based on ChatGPT, which we're all familiar with, right? The generative pre-trained Transformer 3 series in particular was what GitHub is using, and you can think about Copilot really instead of next word prediction. Think about it in terms of next code prediction or code completion. So here is a screenshot of where you sent a tweet, and now the programmer is creating a function header. What happens is Copilot suggests the rest of the code. All right. So in 2022, in the summer of 2022, GitHub has released a general access version of Copilot Generative AI, so you can purchase it, but some people can get it for free. Some of those individuals are what we call top maintainers. We track them over 2 years until the summer of this year. We can continue doing that. And we look into coding and project management in particular. Then we're looking into this program of top maintainers in particular, where GitHub provides individuals with free access that have an internal ranking that is connected to the projects that people work on, and where if you're below a cutoff, you're getting access, and otherwise you don't through this particular channel. Now, the nice benefit to give you an idea about the validity of this approach is that we don't think there's any manipulation in this environment. So people cannot just move from the right to the cutoff, to the left to the cutoff to get generative AI in terms of Copilot. Here's a person that is answering a question or is stating GitHub Copilot is available for free to popular open source projects. What GitHub defines as popular open source project is sadly not expressly stated. So people actually don't know how they get their ranking. And so we use the standard RDD approach. For sake of time, I just will give you the idea that we are looking into the relative frequency of coding to overall activity and the relative frequency of project management to overall activity. We have around 6 million observations in this data set. It boils down to around 200,000 when we go close to the cutoff and actually look into our sample. So this is unfortunately a little bit cut off, but I think I'll convey the main idea. Here you can see on the right individuals in the control group that have GitHub that use GitHub Copilot, but don't have access through this program. Now you can see that you see a little bit of an uptake. You see a little bit of an uptake, which is mainly driven by free trials. Now, when people receive Copilot for free and get eligible, you see a large jump in Copilot usage. We see that this transfers at the cutoff to an increase in coding, in the relative frequency of coding, and the drop in the relative frequency of project management. We see this also when we use when we just look at the compliers, we see large increases in coding, large drops in project management. And the idea here being that this is kind of consistent with how we think this Copilot works. You're using Copilot and now you're solving some problems. That means you don't have to interact as much with other individuals to solve problems. You just do that by yourself. And we see that as kind of consistent with the granular effects that we find, where you can see at the bottom here that's push commits, that's the main activities that you can do autonomously. So autonomous activities are going up on coding, and collaborative activities are going down. That's, for example, pull request where you need to interact with other individuals. And for project management, something like bringing in other individuals to solve problems, those measures like assigning other individuals to problems are dropping. So we can trace this effect over 2 years, which is relatively stable over time. We also find that similar with the stories that you've seen before on a bunch of proxies of ability. Here are high ability individuals in orange. They are coding relatively more, but the low ability individuals code even substantially more, which is maybe a sign of learning. And we see the same occurrence in project management, where high ability individuals engage in less project management, but then low ability individuals engage in even less project management than them. All right. So, well, this is here place an emphasis on the nature of work instead of productivity, with the natural experiment in AI adoption with the causal interpretation. For 2 years in a real-world setting where we find that the core work increases, project management drops, with treatment effects for around 2 years, which seems to be driven by the low ability individuals. This is generative AI, in this case, seems to here be really helpful for the public good of open source software. It kind of changes the nature of work in a distributed work setting. And if you want to extrapolate that a little bit, maybe think about organizations. You could think about the result of project management as somewhere it may lead to flattening of organizational hierarchies. Thank you.
Great, yeah, thanks so much for having me here today. My name's Sam Manning. I'm a senior research fellow at the Center for the Governance of AI, or GovAI. And this is going to be a presentation of some joint work with Pamela Mishkin, Taina Elawandu, and Daniel Rock. The paper is called GPTs are GPTs, an early look at the labor market impact potential of large language models. We'll walk through some motivations for why we wanted to do this work in the first place, our approach and methodology, key findings, some validation exercises around those, and then wrap up with some kind of bigger picture takeaways and areas for future work. Cool. All right, so big picture, stepping back, thinking about the motivations for this work in the first place, I think they're rooted in large part in the stated kind of missions of some of the larger AGI companies, AI developers, that include this kind of stated intention to try to develop systems that can outperform humans at most economically valuable work. And I think if we take that seriously and they're successful in this technological endeavor, that implies really a transformative time for workers and for labor markets. And by default, maybe that could go well, I think, but I think there's reason to think that if you step back and think, well, what's the goal for AI development here in terms of its economic impact? My view is it'd be nice if we could have AI lead to accelerated growth, but ensure that growth is also broadly distributed and leads to shared prosperity. There's probably going to be a role for public policy to play in nudging us towards those outcomes, but in order to inform policy, which I'd love to talk with folks in this room about, we need a basic understanding of the labor market impacts, both observed and projected, that these increasingly capable technologies might bring. So we try to start to build up some evidence on these impacts. We do that kind of through the framing of this bigger picture question of whether or not large language models, like those developed using generative pre-trained transformers, or GPTs, whether they exhibit the properties of the other GPTs, general purpose technologies. And so we asked this question, are GPTs? To do that, we start to look through the economics literature to identify, what are the key properties? There's 3. One, general purpose technologies throughout history have been pervasive. They've affected lots of jobs and aspects of production throughout the economy. The other is that they improve over time. And the third is that they spawn complementary innovations and new technologies. Our research here focuses mostly on this question of pervasiveness and whether or not these tools are spawning complementary innovations, or whether they might drive more kind of complementary innovation. And we take as an observed reality, at least for language models, that they have been improving over time. And so we don't shed, we don't have much new evidence about that. Our methodology has something borrowed and something new here. We borrow from some of the previous work that Carl and his colleagues have done, and many others listed up here. There's lots of previous literature that's attempted to estimate both kind of the potential for automation across jobs, but also this broader measure of the overlap between AI and similar technologies capabilities, and the capabilities that workers need to kind of perform various aspects of production and work. What we do is develop a rubric to assess these LLM capabilities. That's kind of most similar to the work of Eric Brynjolfsson, Tom Mitchell, and Daniel Rock back in 2018. But instead of their focus that was on machine learning generally, we focused specifically on the capability of GPT-4. This paper initially came out right after GPT-4 was released. And we build up a rubric to kind of in detail describe these capabilities, provide lots of examples about what they're helpful at and what they're not helpful at, and do this kind of exposure analysis, looking at task data for what workers do in the US, and see where these systems might be relevant. The something new is that we tried to tune and validate a prompt to actually just see how well GPT-4 itself could help us with this classification task, and then we compare that to ratings that are provided by folks who are quite expert in kind of like in the capabilities of these frontier AI systems and what they might be helpful with. We also include an assessment of task exposure, assuming that language models like GPT-4 are integrated with other software that workers use in their jobs. So the types of tools that you currently use, making assumptions about if you could build kind of plugins with GPT-4 to kind of more easily fit into your workflows rather than having to kind of just use a chat interface or something like that. And so this data set is probably familiar to some folks in this room. This is just a screenshot from some of the tasks, the worker data on task descriptions that workers complete in their jobs in the US. This is from the Bureau of Labor Statistics ONET database. There's about 20,000 tasks across 900 or so occupations. That's collected pretty frequently by the Bureau of Labor Statistics. We have these descriptions of what workers do in their jobs, and it's an incredible public good. We take, in this far right column, we take these task descriptions and pass them through this rubric to assess kind of the relevance of GPT-4 and GPT-4-like systems to these task descriptions. In the paper, the actual rubric is it's a couple pages long and has lots of detail about the capabilities of these systems and examples. But here's kind of a high-level overview. We have three main kind of classifications that you could make based on the contents of this task description. The first is this E0 rating, which means there's essentially kind of no relevance of a language model to this task. You're not getting, if you're a worker starting to use this task in your production process, or use this system in your production process, you're not going to get a meaningful productivity gain. It's not going to be super relevant. These are things like physical labor tasks, very complicated tasks that rely on high stakes decision making and things like that. And so this is the first kind of no exposure bucket, E0 rating. The next one here is this E1 classification, where using the described LLM in the rubric via just like a chat interface, a worker can plausibly expect to be able to decrease the time it takes to complete this task by at least half, while holding their quality constant. So that's a doubling of productivity. And then the next level up is this E2 exposure, which is where, well, if I'm a worker completing this task, if I need to use just a chat interface, I might not be able to get a doubling of productivity there. That's pretty big. But if it were already integrated into the software I was already using for this particular use case, say it's a legal research tool or a Copilot or something like that, then plausibly I could get a meaningful productivity boost here. So there's some need for some complementary software integration to get this large productivity boost on a task. And so those are kind of our three core classifications. We had a team of kind of folks quite expert in these LLM capabilities and outputs, try to assess these task descriptions, and then also pass these task descriptions through the GPT-4 API. And this isn't really a core finding, but just methodologically, the ratings were quite similar. So helpful to see that if you are cost constrained as a researcher or something like that, you can get some help perhaps in certain situations by using these models to help with text classification tasks. And then in terms of findings, we show that, based on this analysis, on average, 14% of tasks within a given occupation are exposed to this doubling of productivity, this potential, big productivity gain from just using a chat interface alone. This is, within a randomly sampled occupation. This is the average. And then we have a couple other kind of occupation level measures that we use. So the first one I just mentioned is just the share of tasks that are classified in this E1 level. It's at 14%. And then the E1 plus E2 is this, the share of E1 plus the share of these tasks that kind of need these additional software complements to unlock this, potential for productivity gain. And then what we did in between is just kind of, if you think about how the software development works in the real world, there's lots of costs and bottlenecks on creating these additional innovations and software complements. And so to account for that we might not actually, get this full software, integration where GPT-4 and similar systems are underlying lots of applications you use, we just scaled down this E2 factor by a half. And so this is an intermediate measure here of this E1 plus half of E2. These are kind of the three core occupation level exposure measures that we use. The story from this is that the extent to which the task composition of different work is exposed to potential productivity gains depends a lot on how much we're able to integrate these language models and their capabilities into other software systems that we can easily use and that reduces the frictions for us to be able to work with them seamlessly in our jobs. And now zooming out to the entire kind of US labor market, zooming out across the economy, this chart shows on the y-axis the share of jobs, the percent of occupations. And then on the x-axis, it gives you the percent of that worker's tasks that are exposed at these different levels. And so if you want to look at that intermediate measure, for example, that E1 times half of E2, or plus half of E2, that's these little triangle charts. The human ratings and the GPT-4 ratings are there. And if you use that, it gives you this finding that roughly 80% of workers have at least 10% of their tasks exposed to these LLMs with some intermediate level of software integration. So not just using a chat interface, but some other, some integration with things you use in your job. And approximately a fifth, 19% of workers in the US have about half or more of their tasks exposed to these potential productivity gains. Again, the story here being that, widespread exposure, even if you just look at the E1 ratings via chat interface, but that these productivity gains, this exposure, this relevance to work can really be boosted with additional software integrations where you go up to these square line, these kind of squares, which show kind of much higher share of work being affected if you're able to do more complementary software innovation. And then looking across the income distribution, Carl pointed this out in his talk earlier, that we have wages on the x-axis here and the share of work tasks exposed on the y. Here we see that the percent of your work tasks, your work composition that's exposed to these language models, peaks for jobs that are earning around $90,000 a year in the US, and it remains quite high, well into kind of six-figure salary jobs, but is much lower for occupations earning less, $30,000, $40,000 a year. And so, we have these findings from experimental studies. Oh, okay, great. Great, I'll move along just slightly quicker pace. Great, and then when we look at job groups, so kind of categories of occupations, and see who's more exposed and who's not, we find that, scientists, researchers, technologists are the ones who are most exposed to these productivity gains. Potentially, exciting, if you're hoping that AI can drive lots of innovation and drive lots of new research and development and product development, these are the most R&D intensive occupation categories in the US. And so hopefully, this is a place where lots of new complementary innovations could be spawned from these technologies. So to date, what I've described is a lot of analysis with secondary data, and we have this rubric that you can make small changes to, and it really impacts your results. And we haven't deployed these systems experimentally and observed productivity impacts. We're making some claims about general relevance of these systems, but it would be nice to better empirically measure it. What we do to try to validate and see how well these assessments are mapping onto workers' experiences is ran a survey with ChatGPT users and said, do you use ChatGPT to help you with work tasks? For those who said yes, we asked them, okay, great, can you give us 3 examples of tasks that you've recently used ChatGPT to help you with? These are some of the occupations that folks had, lots of engineers and game developers, students, teachers, writers, managers, entrepreneurs, and they responded with their tasks. We took those tasks, got the embeddings for them, the text embeddings, and compared them to the embeddings for these ONET tasks that we previously passed through these rubrics and graded to see, are people telling us that they're doing tasks that we are rating as exposed, or are we missing something and saying, hey, all these people are using these tasks, using these tools for things that we didn't actually rate as relevant, LLMs to be relevant for. Here are some examples of the tasks that people that people reported. So again, this is mapping their self-reported answers to the most similar ONET tasks. Things like researching new software design concepts, composing and editing screenwriting scripts, helping your children with homework for teachers, many other things. And what we found is about 62% of the self-reported tasks, people said, I use this for my work. We marked as this E1 rating, direct kind of relevance from just a chat interface. About 35% were marked as this E2, so you need some additional kind of software, but people are still kind of using it for these tasks. And then only 3% were marked as E0, so where we totally missed the boat. This is just a visual kind of representation of that, where we don't want to see these black circles, which are the user-reported tasks. We want to see them not over the gray E0 tasks in this embedding space, and we want to see them over the blue and red, where we marked E1 and E0. So one validation of this. I mentioned this, so most of that work's been focused on on this question of pervasiveness for general purpose technologies. But kind of highlighting this point that to unlock all these productivity gains, you need to integrate these LLMs with other software. You need to build new innovations to really get the most out of these systems. We tried to do some exploratory work, seeing well, is this happening? Can we observe this happening in any way? And which seems to be a theme of the day. We use some GitHub data to look at the kind of repositories on publicly available kind of code repositories on GitHub that we're building with LLM APIs. So before ChatGPT's release, we looked, if they mentioned Bard or GPT-3, these types of things. And we kind of just mapped out how many forks, how much are these repositories being forked, which means basically you're copying this repository and then you're building new stuff with it. You're doing something else separately with it. And you can see this incredible boost after ChatGPT's launched, where these systems, all of a sudden we have this shock to how usable the API is, how much these systems are following our instructions and how helpful they are. And we see, this incredible boost where more people are forking these repositories and doing new things. And it's at least one sign of this kind of complementary innovation that complements what we see in the economy, where we have all these products and services and startups being built around these systems as well. Great, and so I'll wrap with just some key takeaways here. We've generated some initial evidence that LLMs have some of these key properties of general purpose technologies. This pervasiveness, they're clearly improving. and some evidence that they're spawning complementary innovations. What this means for us in practice when we're trying to inform decisions is that the equilibrium effects of general purpose technologies are really hard to forecast, right? We talked earlier about if you were trying to forecast the labor market impacts from electricity when it was first kind of early on in its development, you just wouldn't be able to do it. It's incredibly difficult. And so I think it requires us to be humble in trying to forecast, labor demand impacts and wages and impacts and things like that, but also can spark us to try to, be more creative here and do more, maybe work hard to try to come up with creative methodological approaches to answer some of those questions too, given the challenge. We see broad exposure of current day, present occupations and work to these language model capabilities, but it's clearly centered on more higher wage work in the US. We don't find, and we don't really study whether or not this exposure measure translates one-to-one to labor automation outcomes. So I think that's not a finding from our paper that we're going to 80% of workers are going to automate away 10% of their tasks. It's this potential relevance and productivity gain is there. And for that reason, there's reason to expect many jobs to change, the task composition of jobs to evolve, and for new jobs to emerge as we have these new innovations and integrations. But again, equilibrium effects are going to be difficult to forecast with too much foresight. And so for future research, I think there's still this open question where we don't have a ton of empirical experimental evidence about the marginal impacts that these software integrations have. So in my view and in my work, I can kind of see that building tooling and scaffolding around these models does have a meaningful impact for productivity, but we don't have good empirical measures of that yet. We have a number of experiments with kind of these base models, but it's unclear how much these additional use case specific applications are driving additional productivity gains. And at the same time, there's limited evaluations in real world work settings as well, which seem essential to kind of figure out how are all the complexities of adopting this new technology going to wash out and work out with workers. And then, just to wrap, given the kind of broad relevance across the economy here, more work trying to figure out policy options to ease some of this worker disruption and ensure that productivity gains can be widespread seems essential and something that I'd be excited to talk with you all about as well. So thanks very much.
So thank you for this excellent set of presentations. I'm sure we will have a number of excellent questions to match them as well. If you have a question, please do raise your hand. If you prefer someone in particular to answer it, please direct your question accordingly. And so we have roughly 20 minutes, I think, so we'll look forward to a fruitful conversation. Any hands up? Over there in the middle.
Hi, my name is Bill Hayworth, and I'm a senior advisor at the IFC. I guess my question is to the whole panel, because as I listen to this discussion, one of the things that is sort of making me curious is the idea that artificial intelligence can form hypotheses and then test those hypotheses. And on the basis of the test, confirm or reject the hypotheses. That process seems to be fairly basic in one way, and it seems like some of these large language models are kind of capable of doing that. And if that's true, then that almost implies to me that they're thinking, or they think as well as I can, right? Because half of what I do in life is form hypotheses and figure out how to test it, right? Confirm it, and then move on to the next hypothesis. Is that happening? Do we see that happening? And does that change any of your projections on how that would affect jobs? Thank you.
That's an excellent question. Anybody who's keen on giving it a go?
Happy to give it a shot. Yeah, I mean, so I know there's a group of researchers that are focusing specifically on this question. So Senthil Mullainathan has some work that's exploring kind of AI as a tool for hypothesis generation. And then there's a whole other set of researchers, John Horton and Ben Manning, no relation, at MIT, who have done some work to try to automate this process, not the hypothesis generation part, but everything else related to social science. And I guess my understanding of that at the moment is that it gives you these meaningful productivity and discovery boosts. I'm not sure I would go as far to say, as a non-expert on it, but I'm not sure I would go as far to say that this is automating the process of social science research quite yet. But I think there are steps in that direction, yeah, I agree with you. I mean, even in my work too, I think like a lot of what I'm doing is creating hypotheses and doing things, and also just doing pattern recognition in lots of ways. And these systems are getting better and better at that. And so it's the type of thing worth monitoring, and yeah, and that will have large spillovers.
Further questions from the audience? Over there, lady in the middle.
Hi, Jeffrey McNerney. I'm an MBA student here. I had a question, I guess, specifically for Dr. Brandstetter, but as you start looking at the impact of LLMs, GPT, in a very different paradigm of kind of out-of-the-box, off-the-shelf models and systems that companies are adopting versus creating knowledge centers of PhDs and patent holders. Do you plan to try and capture that data as well? And then I guess question for the rest of the panel, since your work is focused on those types of technologies, do you see it as a meaningful difference in how to evaluate the impact of AI on productivity and work when you're using these co-pilot systems, complementary products, rather than developing in-house models?
Yeah, so that's a great question, and I think it's a really important one. What the entire research community is struggling with is how would you actually measure, right, the utilization of an existing AI product or a kind of AI as a service. And the Census Bureau has really tried, right? They've conducted some really valiant efforts to survey large, I think plausibly representative samples of US enterprises on their AI use. But this is really hard, right? So first of all, think of who fills out that survey, right? It's probably not the CEO or the CTO, it's more likely the summer intern, right? But secondly, I think a huge number of US enterprises are at least starting to use AI, but the AI is actually bundled in other software services that they're purchasing over the cloud. And I think at the moment, the current survey instruments really don't get at that, right? So, the small, fried chicken chain in southeastern Kentucky gets the survey. Are we using AI? No, we're not using AI. But, they're recruiting workers using, Indeed. They're doing analytics on their website using, Google Analytics. I mean, there are a lot of ways in which they are using AI. And so I think, we've got to, keep on working with these survey instruments to try and get at that indirect use. And I think it could be a potentially big deal. So I hope that addresses your question.
Yeah, it would be fascinating to have a control group of companies who are developing in-house models versus using these off-the-shelf to see how those...
Yeah, but those are going to be really different companies, right? So that really would be, I think, comparing apples and oranges, which statistically is a hazardous thing to attempt.
Daniel, Sam, do you want to come in on this as well?
Yeah, I think it's very challenging to really measure that. It reminds me a little bit of the work that we are doing on what we call the census of open source software, and probably it contains a little bit of AI packages. But yeah, particularly cloud usage, we don't have that at all. You have to collaborate with all of those big companies with Google, Amazon, etc., right, to even potentially get a glimpse, which is very challenging. So we, and then, like this in-house question, it's, even when you have some measures, we try to do this by looking into like open source software, but then software composition analysis firms, which are really just looking at other companies that potentially merge. So they want to look at the license compliance, and through that one can then understand what kind of code they are using, what kind of software they are using. But that is obviously also just a selected set of firms. So it would be great to get a better understanding of like a more like a broader method of that. But agreed, it's an important question.
Yeah. So two things might come to mind for me in terms of like driving this distinction between whether or not you're a company and you want to rely on a foundation model or you want to build your own thing. One is you want to get like some additional use case specific capability boost, right? Like you want to build this like legal research tool that has a better set of capabilities for this use case. It can do more fact checking and citations. It has this back end prompting to kind of check things and boost this reliability up. And that seems increasingly important, to unlock these productivity gains, like to have these use case specific tools. The other trade-off, the other thing that I think is going to become increasingly important here is this, these systems are really quite capable and lots of different tasks, but usually for them to be useful, you need to give them lots of data, lots of context about your workflow and your situation. And the easiest way to do that would be to just plug them into all the digital tools that you're using. Customer data, internal, proprietary information. There's like big trade-offs there to work through around privacy and data security. And I think right now it seems like, lots of firms were like getting used to how this is going to work, and it seems rational for firms to just be like unsure about how to manage that when they're trying to, and therefore maybe lean you towards building your own thing. Some thoughts on that.
Great. Lady in the middle over there.
Thank you. My name is Hillary Johnson, and I'm from the World Bank. I had two questions. First, for the first speaker, I was wondering, with the patent data that you're using, can you do any kind of disaggregation by type of AI or kind of use, and how that may alter the labor productivity gains? And my second question, it really could be for anyone, but probably maybe for the third speaker. There's a fantastic paper, I think it's really interesting anyway, called AI is Bullshit by Townsend, Hicks, Humphreys, and Slater. And in that article, they talk about a very scientific definition of bullshit, and explain how basically AI is bullshit because it's agnostic about what is truth. And so my question is, when thinking about the tasks that are subject to use of AI, right? To what extent should that be taken into account? Is it taken into account? Are there new tasks generated? Because if you're, say, outsourcing a literature review to ChatGPT, chances are you're going to end up with some fake papers in there and things because it's really just looking at combinations of words that look good together, right? And so there's going to be new tasks and new time spent to verify the outputs of LLMs if you're going to do it responsibly, right? And so to what extent can that mitigate the productivity gains? And maybe what would need to happen for you to still reap the productivity gains without those downsides?
Yeah, so I'm happy to take the first question. We have attempted to take a look at our AI patents and assign them to sort of different AI technologies. And when we first attempted this, our hypothesis was that the composition of AI has really changed over the 90s and the 2000s and the 2010s when the level of patenting has really ramped up. The short answer of what we found is that actually it appears that things are a lot more stable than we thought, right? But again, we're disaggregating our AI patents on the basis of the nature of AI technology that's being deployed not the, the industry of use or the domain of application, we could also do that. We just haven't. And as for the bullshit questions, I'll leave those to my fellow panelists.
Yeah, so on the second question, yeah, I think this is definitely true. I actually see some of Manuel's work, like, you guys make this, you have this finding that there's reduced management in this, coding workflow and more coding activity. But in some sense, I guess, at a fine grained level, these coders are managing the outputs of GitHub Copilot, right? You're prompting a system, you're getting some output, and you need to do this. In some sense, you need to still be involved to assess whether or not this is the output you want, whether it's sufficiently reliable for you to move to the next step. And so in my mind, that could be classified as a production activity or also just a management activity. And while we're in this kind of phase of systems needing this human kind of bookending on the front end of the task to prompt the system and on the back end to verify things, yeah, then there's going to be, I think it makes sense that there might be these increasing returns to that skill, to management skills, to being able to decipher, like, critically evaluate, is this tool providing a reliable enough output for me to use it? And that will limit the productivity gains from these systems. I think we're still pretty early on in the development of the capabilities of these tools, and also, especially in the development of all the complementary software that can channel their capabilities towards specific use cases that they're suited for. And as that progresses, I'd imagine that reliability, at least in some domains, will go up. But it's up in the air to see. It seems far off a bit to think that those reliability issues will be totally solved, and we'll just have this fully unleashed thing. But
I think we have time for one very quick question. Lady over there.
Ana Cusolito from the World Bank. I have a question for the first speaker. I am wondering whether you have measured the differential effect of knowledge spillovers related to AI innovations vis-a-vis non-AI related innovations, because that will give us a sense of how easily this knowledge is diffused, and also shed a little bit of light on the role of public policies for internalizing the positive externalities that AI actually may cause, if any. Thank you.
Yeah, so I guess one immediate response is we haven't specifically looked at that, right? I mean, we're looking at the impact of AI invention on the AI inventing firms. Right, I mean, the notion of knowledge spillover is, to what extent would these AI inventions drive greater productivity elsewhere, right? And for that to happen, I think you'd really have to, have data on the usage of AI, right, in a way that might increase, productivity in other domains. I mean, I think there's a lot of hope, for instance, in pharmaceuticals, right, that, the use of these AI tools will actually speed up the pharmaceutical development process, and that could have first-order implications for human well-being. Or you could imagine that AI becomes a useful tool in other domains of R&D, right? It helps partially automate the process of hypothesis generation and testing, and that improves our research productivity elsewhere. I mean, I very much hope that these spillovers eventually emerge, because the most recent data on the diminishing returns to R&D effort in the absence of a lot of help from AI are pretty daunting, right? And suggest that we're in for an endless productivity slowdown, with no help in sight. So I very much hope that they emerge, but I can't say that our current research really points to the existence of these strong spillovers yet. Definitely something to work on.
And on that cheerful note, I think our speakers deserve or have earned their coffee. So, okay. Running.
So thank you very much to everyone in the audience. We're now going to have a 15-minute coffee break, and then we're going to change things up a bit. Where we started off with leading academics, we're next going to go to leading industry experts after our coffee break to hear real-time use cases of AI applications within firms. Thank you very much.
And now for something completely different.
Taking notes like
We had a great morning session talking about academic research in these areas. And I think academic research is great for getting a broad view of what's happening. I, as an academic, like academic research. But I think there's also some value in understanding what's happening with actual companies and what they're really doing outside of the academic towers. We got a great panel today. We have 3 guests here, starting in alphabetical order. Teddy Bekele is from Land of Lakes. Before that, I think you've been there about 10 years. Before that with Ingersoll Rand, I believe. And then before that, mechanical engineer at NC State.
Yep.
There's going to be an NC State theme and an engineering theme coming up. Next, Sonia Gotapati at Estee Lauder. She's been there for 5 or 6 years now. Before that, NBC Universal. Before that, AT&T. I shouldn't have started this because I'm going to mess up some of her vast history, but also an engineering graduate of NC State. And then our non-engineer, Joanne Stonier at MasterCard. Very interesting and very different background in design and financial services and accounting and law and lots of ands in here. So we've got a lot of background from a variety of different companies. And what thing's interesting is we have a digital product, financial services. We have a retail physical product. And we have what I'm going to label a knowledge product. And that we could fight about that labeling, but we'll start there. As I'm talking, feel free to get your questions in order. We're going to have questions from you too. Let's start. Joanne, how is all this AI we've been talking about going to alter jobs? How many jobs actually have been lost at MasterCard due to AI?
You like the loaded questions. So the answer is none yet. But I think like many organizations, AI has impacted us. So I think that's the real question. So how has AI impacted the organization? So first of all, and it was interesting to listen this morning. I brought up a ton of notes because I was taking notes. Plus I brought up my phone because I have notes from other conferences. I was sitting in the audience and referencing, I got to hear Jeff Hinton speak earlier this summer. And I think so much of what I have to say will kind of, I don't know, I was thinking about lots of different things as I was listening to some of the other speakers. So MasterCard has not lost any jobs, but I think what we do has been impacted by AI for quite some time. Pre-generative AI as well as now with generative AI. So I do think that there's a distinction. Many of you know MasterCard is a financial services company. You have probably one of our products in your wallet or on your phone or know those digits by heart when you key them in to purchase a product, and I thank you with my whole heart for that. But we use data every day to prevent fraud, fight cybercrime around the globe. And we're behind the scenes facilitating payments in over 210 countries around the globe. And by the time I've finished a sentence or two, we've processed over 2 million transactions. And we process for over 20 million merchants. So if you get the idea that we're really large and we have lots of data. And if I pick up that thread, so we've been using AI in our fraud and cyber products for years, in our econometric analyses that we provide to our banks, to our merchants, and to governments, as well as for our data for social impact work that we work with governments and other civil society organizations to understand how data can be used to understand markets, to understand how investments can be made, to actually increase the kind of social fabric across the globe. So all of that means we have a lot of data scientists. We have a lot of people that understand data. And if I pick up on the thread from the last panel, we have an awful lot of people then that are very, very data literate, right? But I don't think that my company is one that's going to put our data out on ChatGPT, and I don't think any of you want me to. Just saying. How many of you would really like me to put your MasterCard card charges and your card number out on ChatGPT? Maybe not. And so the challenge for us is how do we reskill, and like many of them, I bet my fellow panelists, what has happened is using ChatGPT and using LLMs, we have started doing an awful lot internally, right? So there's a what I think many data people will call, we use a defensive methodologies first, customer service, coding, internal activities in legal, HR, to use these models on internal activities, think of the expense side of a P&L, to improve efficiencies in the firm. That was kind of first where we've been using this. And so those jobs have been impacted. Our lawyers, our financial people, our software engineers, our customer service. We've also done extensions of product lines. So how can we take static reports that we were providing our customers and extend so that they can do queries and interact more? I suspect you're going to hear that from everybody sitting next to me. So extensions are next. And then there's the net new that I think everybody was waiting for industry, especially last year. Every CEO had a little bit of FOMO, every board, fear of missing out. That's what's new and next. And I think that's a lot of R&D that's going on right now. But I think there was a real learning cycle of trying to get all of our employees comfortable using Copilot, using some of these tools to reimagine their jobs and get rid of some of the baseline repetitive tasks. So I know it's a long answer, but it really is changing work and changing the tools of work in organizations to get people comfortable with what's going on. And we've told everybody to really hang out with their kids more because the kids are really, really the ones who are teaching their parents how to use the science.
Yeah, there's a great Pew study that came out that shows it's inversely correlated with age, in case you're curious. But that's a purely digital product. You know, there's.
Yep.
It couldn't be true in physical products, could it?
Oh, wait till you hear what they're doing.
Yeah.
It's really cool.
Okay, tell us.
So just to give a little bit background, I think most of you know Estee Lauder brands, but we actually have more than Estee Lauder, you know, brands like MAC and Clinique and La Mer. So we are in the prestige beauty group. So we have about 25 brands, and each brand has a whole bunch of products. So when we are looking at number of items, we're talking about 30,000 SKUs, if you know what a SKU is. So that brings a lot of complexity and you know, the management across it and the data that comes with it. So when I look at AI, you know, I think of it as it's really a force multiplier to the human intelligence as well as productivity, right? It really, when you combine human intelligence with the power of AI, it just gives exponential benefits to our company, our consumers, so on and so forth. So when we look at AI use cases, we primarily categorize them into three buckets. The number one is product matching, for example, which we have been actually using for the past 4 or 5 years in the area of how we match our products to consumers, such as when you choose a lipstick, how does it virtually look on you, virtual try on, or what should be your skin care regimen based on your skin tone and condition and all of that stuff. And similarly, how do you match fragrances based on personal preferences, emotion, connecting the emotion to it, etc. So that's a big area where we have traditionally used our traditional AI, machine learning algorithms, you know, computer vision, so on and so forth. But in the past a couple of years, we kicked into high gear, especially with the advent of ChatGPT and LLMs, etc. The second category is in the creative space. Since we have so many brands and so many products, you know, creative team is large, and they're always busy coming up with the new visuals for our products. So there is a large use of quite a bit of use of AI, you know, like a DALL-E or you know, ChatGPT, etc., for creating images, creating videos, and auto-generating the text so that it becomes much, much faster for us to market a particular product. So that's one big area where we are deploying these capabilities. And the third area is really more about knowledge and insight generation, probably very similar to what you have alluded to before. And this is across the organizations, right? Whether it be, you know, supply chain or legal or you know, finance or you name it. We are doing quite a bit of work in that knowledge and insight generation, applying analytics, LLMs, and the ChatGPT models to identify insights, for example, identify the consumer, trends and what they're liking, what they're not liking, understanding the sentiment, and synthesize that analysis and feed it back to our either product creation or new way of marketing a product or repackaging or some of the things that we need to do to connect with our consumers and marketing our products. That's one area. Also, I think speaking of like jobs and how it's impacting, et cetera, how this is all translating into is, like Joanne said, this is really evolving the job definition or redefining the job definition as opposed to really eliminating it, at least at this moment in time, or at least for the near foreseeable future. So, for example, in our company, we have a lot of people working on producing reports, basically insight generation using traditional tools, taking it, that involves a lot of work, meaning like you combine different data sources, you apply queries and, build a UI and then eventually actually make sense of the report and the data that you're looking at. And then you send it to the management and they say, oh, how about this? And then you go back and redo some of this. It's a very involved, cumbersome process. Now with the current AI models, we are shifting our paradigm to talk to your data. That's really you have the data, in the cloud, right? And of course, we are trying to move towards mesh network, data mesh architecture, et cetera, so that all the data is connected and easily accessible, single source of truth, all of that, and then, just talk to your data. Today I can sit there and say, hey, where are my, how are my inventory levels? Which product is running low? Or, so-and-so, ingredient supplier is behind on this ingredient. So how is that going to affect my production planning for next year, production scheduling for next week or next month? So those kinds of things you could just sit there and ask. That's really where we're going. And I think that unleashes enormous productivity gains for all of us. And it also creates a lot of job satisfaction because now, the team members, the employees feel like they're producing value-added tasks and, providing real insights that actually matter to the company as opposed to just, building reports or something like that. I think it's an exciting time for employee base because they're also upskilling their skills during this process. Everybody is sort of moving along for the journey.
There's like 74 things I want to go deeper on about that. I'm just going to parenthetically note that she said traditional AI. How are we in 2024 already talking about something that we're labeling traditional AI?
We needed a phrase once Gen AI came along. So.
But certainly none of that's happening in farming, right?
No. We call it a knowledge business.
Knowledge business.
Knowledge, yeah. How much knowledge is in butter? A lot.
A lot.
So we'll get to a little bit of Land O'Lakes. I mean, there's a dairy business, which we'll talk about in a little bit later through some of the questions. There's an animal feed business called Purina, which we manufacture. So Purina, most people know Purina, not dog and cat. That's Nestle. Mm-hmm. But every other animal species you can think of, that's Land O'Lakes. But the largest business is a crop input distributor. So we buy seed, crop protection, and plant nutrition products from basic manufacturers like Bayer, Syngenta, BASF, and then work through our cooperative members, which are ag retailers, would then sell these products to row crop farmers. So through that, we touch almost 50% of the harvested acres. So what Sam is referring to as far as a knowledge business, what we do most of the time, yes, it's a wholesale distributor. So there's a physical product, all these seeds and the crop protection chemistry that goes to the farms. But what do you apply where and when? So every field is different. Every soil type is different. Seed varieties, there's hundreds that come out every single year for each type of crop. So like whether it's corn, soybeans, wheat, lentils, and everything else you can think of. So matching the right seed to the right field, and because we can predict weather, which we cannot, that was kind of it's hyper-local weather is really hard to predict for a season. Like what is the right application at what time, right? And so farmers are faced with this decision every single day. So farming has been more of an art over the last couple of centuries. Just recently, we're making it more a little bit of a science, and this is where AI, traditional AI or practical AI, has really helped us over the last decade, is really matching that information. And as far as the job itself, one of the critical characters in this whole system is this individual called an agronomist. So this is the person that helps the farmers make these decisions. Farmers make some 180 some decisions every year, and a lot of them are on the fly. But when it comes to agronomic decision, as far as what seed and what soil, under what conditions, what should I do when this pest shows up, or what if this disease is going on, what should I be doing, this is the individual they usually call. And this individual usually has a wealth of knowledge, is local, knows the fields, knows the area, knows the products really well, has been trained on it. And so that's the individual that we rely on quite a bit and have for the last 3 decades to be able to impart knowledge over to these farmers and help them make decisions every single day. And these decisions are not necessarily, they're not like, oh, like there's a bad decision means you might lose the farm this coming year. And a good decision is like, okay, well, maybe we'll be sustainable again for another crop year to come. So that's where we've applied a lot of AI to help this agronomist. So instead of even artificial intelligence, I really like to call it augmented intelligence, because they have a lot of knowledge themselves, but their knowledge is around how to apply some of the basic stuff. So I'll give you an example. So we have this thing called a crop protection guide. It's this book that's 1,000 pages long, and it's got every single thing you need to know about crop protection, right? Like what disease, what pest, which chemistry works well in combination with what's the rate, how much of it, under what wind conditions, all those types of things kind of play into it. So this is something that they study and they learn, but how can you imagine a person sitting there on the fly when they're looking at a disease in a given condition to say, yep, this is what you should do, which by the way, they did for years, right? So even that was an art in itself. This is where things like AI, before we were inputting data into kind of a model, and then it would say like, this is what you should recommend. Again, it's not black and white. They would look at that and they still make a modification to it because they're like, well, yeah, that's what the book says, but in this situation, we should apply this differently. So with Gen AI, that's an example where now you can, instead of having to type it in, you can speak to it. What it could also do is take, the weather conditions at that moment in time, depending on where you're standing. So whether it's pressure, temperature, what potential moisture coming into the air, and say, this is my best recommendation. And what's exciting with Gen AI is actually this agronomist can actually have a conversation with the model and say, kind of go back and forth till they formulate what the right recommendation might be, and then have really that rich conversation with the farmer, or even email them or text them the recommendation of what they should be doing. So that's where I think actually it's more exciting than it has been before, because in agriculture, we're starving for more insights, more data, more how to take that art and turn it more into science. So AI has been really exciting to see that come through.
So Teddy called it practical AI at some point in there. I guess the contrast would be impractical AI.
Impractical AI, yeah.
The 1,000-page book reminds me of something that you were saying to me earlier last month about the number of regulations and the number of countries that you're working in. And I don't know, you tell the story better than I can, I'm sure. Like, you have to deal with a whole lot of information.
That's right. So when we produce our products, there are many different things we consider. Of course, there is the consumer sentiment, whether they like it and all of that. That's art by itself, right? And then come to regulation, because we operate in 150 plus markets or countries. And because of that, we got to account for things like ingredients. For example, when we ship a product, you can only take hyaluronic acid as an example. They only allow million, I'm just making it up, million ounces in a year to that country, which means you got to keep track of how much hyaluronic acid is there in every bottle that you ship to this country over a period of time. So you got to really keep track of it. And these things keep changing. And certain ingredients are not allowed in certain countries. Thereby, now you got to change the product formula for that particular country, which means it's almost like a different product you're making. So a lot of these things you got to keep track of. And then, of course, these days with privacy and regulations, that is another aspect of it when we apply digital tools, and also when we do the consumer front desk or at the beauty advisor level.
Right.
Yeah, if you want to offer a personalized service, then you got to get a lot of personal data from the consumer, and how you treat that data, it also varies from country to country, which means the applications that you have available have to be different versions in different countries, which puts a huge burden on the companies.
It's a huge combinatoric explosion if you just do the math between the number of products and the number of places. When we were talking about things to talk about in the panel, Joanne yelled at me, and she didn't like the word automation. She liked the word altering much better, about how things are going to alter jobs.
Because I don't know that all of AI is going to automate. I think that AI is going to alter things, right? I think automation is its own science in and of itself. So robotics, et cetera. So go ahead.
So alteration is good. How exactly are you preparing? If you said 0 jobs have been lost, that doesn't mean the jobs haven't changed in this process.
Correct.
So how are
you're hearing how, right? You're hearing how jobs are changing at Land O'Lakes, right? And I think you can hear it in financial services. Financial services is one of the industries that is predicted to have some of the largest job change, right? And I think you can do it for any number of industries, right? You were trying to do an abbreviated version of my resume, right? I started out my career as an auditor, right? As a technology auditor. And so when you think about baby auditors used to do tick marks, anybody? Right, anybody in mind? No? Okay, you don't know what those are? It's all the better, you don't need to, right? And so the job training for an auditor or a junior lawyer, right, was repetitive skills, right? You would bring in large numbers of undergraduates, right, who come out of school or law school and teach them how to do document review if you're a lawyer. All of those tasks now can be done by AI and generative AI. So in my field in financial services, we're seeing the equivalent of the seed example, and I think also the equivalent of the regulatory example, whereby I think sales is going to be different for every sales team now, where there's a complicated product mix, right, for customers. That's going to make it much easier to match to a customer the right product, as well as tailor products for the right customer at the same time, right? Rather than trying to have a salesperson understand hundreds of products, tools are going to be able to navigate that landscape in a way that's going to then cut down on the time and energy that it used to take for, think of insurance, right? How complicated insurance products can be, how complicated financial advisors can have it, tax auditors, right? All of those type of skill sets where there was a ton of memorization and you could know only partial things really well. The tools are now being created to understand things like compliance, anti-money laundering, all in financial services. All of those things are going to change. And so it means what for you as an employee, right? It means a lot for you as the recipient, as the customer. You're going to have amazing customer service. So I think all of us are going to benefit. And I think that was the very first speaker's point, that we're going to be in part of a revolution as customers where our service levels are going to go up, our product choices are going to go up, our personalization is going to go up. But as employees, our jobs are going to change, right? And how we deploy them and the number of people that are going to be necessary to do that sales delivery is likely to change. So what does that mean? It means that you have to learn how to use those tools. You have to be comfortable with the new tools, the new screenings. Does mean that if you're a salesperson that concentrated, and I'll pick on insurance, on one type of insurance, you may now have to understand many more products using a tool to screen them, right? So it may mean you have to do more using a tool to understand it, which again is a different way of actually delivering things, right? That's the shift, I think, that we all, as humans, have to get used to with this magnificent tool that's going to help all of us in whatever your specialty and skill set is. That's the shift, I think, that's coming.
Okay.
Can I add to that? Because that brings up sales is a fascinating area for me because there's a lot of changes there. And you're absolutely right. Even as all consumers, we know that, you know, what I can find online and read about a product or something, if the salesperson is just saying that back to me, there's no need for that individual, right? I mean, that specific part of the job will go away. But in our area, I'll give you an interesting one talk about the dairy business. So there, we buy the milk from dairy producers, and then we turn that into butter, cheese, and then put it into the grocery stores, right? So cheese specifically, we have like two sides. One is more of retail, so what you'd find in the store, and then the other one is what we call food service, which is more to restaurant operators. So in the past, sales meant, okay, we got to go sell this cheese or cheese sauce to restaurants. And there's thousands of restaurant operators across this country. So which ones do you call? Well, the ones that have chains and that are bigger, right? That's the idea. And then you would go beat your head against the wall. But even then, sometimes you have to start with the local store. So these brokers that really help us get our products into these restaurants, you know, they had a marginal, like somewhere in the 10% hit rate whoever they talked to. Well, we started to apply this model back in 2019, where we took the menus of the restaurants, the different restaurants, and also the customers the type of customers, create a persona for the type of customers that would attend those restaurants, and then match up our product to what would fit well onto that menu, and then go back to the broker and said, these are the restaurants you should go talk to, which is great. Like, I mean, their hit rate went drastically high, back in the 60th percentile, right? But what ends up happening is the good ones stopped really being sales and become more like advisors to the restaurants, because now you're like getting in there and starting to talk about like, hey, I have this cheese product, look in this bag, taste it, it's great. They're starting to talk about recipes. Here's how you can modify your recipe. Here's how you can make new items. You know, because they know the more of that conversation they have, the sort of their conversion gets much higher. So it's really interesting how their job, how it's really.
I would never, like, I'm an idiot. I never would have thought of that. But once you say it, it seems obvious. Yeah, look at the menu.
But that's the shift, I think, that everybody has to make, that your job is no longer what it was. It's what is the value add play now, right, that you're going to bring to the position, rather than the repetitive task moment that you were having, which was which restaurant's going to buy the cheese. It's how, right, does cheese fit into the restaurant's business, right? It's a different flip of the switch, right? And that, I think, is what individuals have to get used to as they adopt the tool into their business. It's like one of the former speakers said, well, creativity is safe. And you mentioned that I have a design degree, and I teach at Pratt. I teach in their design management program, which is for folks who have a creative undergraduate degree who want to get into business. And I can tell you right now that architects are using AI tools. Why? Because it gives creatives a whole bunch of ability to look at many, many more options than they could have looked at before. They used to have to build physical models. They had to do their own drawings. Now they have the ability for a tool to give them 15 different options for a client. They can narrow it down using their own kind of knowledge of, well, will this floor plan work? Is this really buildable? How high can this go? Is this really what a client will like? Is it aesthetically pleasing? It may be creative, but it may not be aesthetically pleasing. Those things are happening right now. And one of the props I brought was an article from the New York Times. Anybody see the article about the guy who wrote a beach novel? No? Anybody read? Oh, wow. Okay. How many people? Really?
Reading is a newspaper, it's a printed piece of paper.
Copy of it, so I have it. But it was, who wrote the better beach read, me or ChatGPT? And so it was an end of summer kind of article. So anybody read beach reads? And both he and the ChatGPT wrote two little novelettes about kind of, and they used the same prompts. And I read it without knowing which one was which. And it was pretty clear once I read both of them which one was ChatGPT. It was a little flatter. It wasn't as interesting. It was a little bit more mundane. You could tell that the science is still behind us, thank God. But it was interesting, the end of the article, the author talked about how much work they had done to make sure GPT couldn't beat them. And it was all about the research that they did, that all of the background work that they did, that they changed things in anticipation. They had other people read, like they did a pre kind of story before they started so that they had something already done. But I also thought it was interesting that the character development was better. There was a whole bunch of things that if you're an author and you have all of this experience, right, it should be better. It should be richer than what the machine spits out. But the difference was ChatGPT did it in 17 seconds. And that's going to be the difference, folks, right? So for him or her, the author, what I would say to all of us is that that is the difference, right? If we wanted to be prepared for the panel, we could have asked GPT to do this panel for us. It may not have been
It doesn't look as good as I look.
I'm not kidding, right? It may not have been as good, but it would be a baseline of information that's available, and we didn't talk about data yet, right? It would be a baseline of whatever information is available. And the question is the information available? Is it rhetoric? Is it really rich? Is it good? It will pick up what's there. And so I thought this was really interesting and thought-provoking, so I highly recommend reading it.
So maybe a way to switch this back to corporate, though. Actually, my slides are prettier now that I have these tools. But you know, if you think about 17 seconds to mediocre, but this author was able to extend that and go beyond that. And I'm guessing that they were able to extend and go beyond based on a history of writing, based on their experience in writing. It's not clear to me that our students have that experience now. If they're getting to that 17-second mediocre, how we get beyond that. What role do corporations have to helping improve how people use these tools?
So I think, previous speakers talked a lot about Copilot and GitHub Copilot, et cetera, right? The statistic is about 1 million plus developers are already using GitHub Copilot to write the code.
Yep.
But is that the complete code? Did they just create the entire application? No, they didn't. They probably took the pieces of the code and got it from GitHub Copilot.
And it was prompted by something.
With some prompt, but that's just a piece of the puzzle. It's the human still has to complete the puzzle and deliver the end product. I think that's where the difference is. I think when you apply to corporate America, it is the same thing. When you create applications or a particular use cases, pieces can come from these tools, but then it's the human intelligence that is ultimately needed to make sense of it. Like I said before, we use these tools in the creative process quite a bit, but do we actually put them out there as they are? No, absolutely not.
But what are you doing to help your people use these tools better?
So we actually started that journey quite well early last year. So we have an AI Academy that we have established, so where we have a lot of our courses, classes, the training programs for employees, and then we put them as, for some of them where applicable, we actually make them as part of their developmental goals every year. Similarly, we have deployed Copilot on all our laptops. So people can actually use them on daily basis. Of course, it is still protected behind the firewall kind of a thing. You can't really go outside with it. But at least it gives the exposure to all the employees, not just technical employees, but everybody. So they can, do basic functions, whether it be search or create a memo or whatever that may be. The other thing that we're also doing is AI ideathons, kind of like a hackathons, but more focusing on the idea. So competition for the entire employee base to come up with ideas that are based on, powered by AI. So we have been conducting those once every, 6 months or so. And then, that also kind of encourages employees to learn and pick up new skills. And yeah, those are some of the things that we're doing.
Yeah, I agree. We're kind of doing similar things, but I think it's really hard to elevate or change the mindset of the workforce in general, right? Because one of the things as a technologist that I'm not able to do is to tell them, because a lot of them want, well, how should I use this in my job? I don't know. You know your job. I don't know your job as well as you do. So the key is to teach them how to reinvent their own work.
That sounds hard.
Right? And so we're trying to, not that we call it prompt engineering, but how to do prompts. Because most people, when they first look at Copilot or ChatGPT, they look at it as a Google search bar, and they're just asking questions. And then they look at the result, or write me a novel, and they're like, I could do better than that. Actually, I have an executive, one time said, hey, I want to do this. I'm like, yeah, you should use Copilot or ChatGPT to do this. And he used it, and then it was like, nah, I could do better than that. And then dismissed it, right? And I'm like, well, no, that's not. That's you got to continue to work with it, shape it to what you want it to be, even put something in that's in your own voice and then ask it to do more. And so that has to be taught. And so we're trying, right? We're trying to do more engineering, like giving them some exercise and show them just to kind of to see if it sparks. But it'll take some time. One thing, ironically, that's working is we do have Copilot deployed, but we don't have as many licenses as we have knowledge workers. So if you don't use it, you lose it. So you can ask for it. We'll give you the license. We'll monitor for 3 months. If your adoption is low, we'll reclaim the license and give it to somebody else. It's not because we don't want them to use it. It's just to create a little bit of that. Hey man, like if I don't use this, I'm not gonna get access to it. And so that's helping some, but we still got ways to go because once they kind of understand how to work with it, then I think they can start to really.
Well, what you're also touching on is even though there may be zero job change in aggregate, there may be a lot of job change within that. There may be a lot of pluses and minuses here. And perhaps that plus and minus works in different countries. I think Carl mentioned translation is something that might end up being something that promotes a switch between countries. Are you seeing any differences in the locations of jobs in developed countries, non-developed countries? Is any mix change?
Not yet. I was going to just add on to kind of the education point that we also, there's programs that we're bringing in-house from organizations like MIT, and then we also have professional courses that we send people out to. So there's like a mix of how we're doing things just to expose different employee groups to different types of education. But we haven't seen kind of the shift yet because we're so global that we offer a lot of trainings to our employees.
You may have been already all over the place.
All over the place, yeah.
Actually, we've got a few more minutes here. Think about your questions that you might have. Do people here? I see already a couple of hands. I will shut up then.
Yes, hello. Great. I don't know how should I start, but I do have a brain. And this is a little background. I grew up in a developing country. For most part of my life, more than half, I live here in the developed country. So my brain is always arguing, I don't know the left or the right or the top or the bottom, always arguing between developed world and developing world. So that's where my question goes. Knowing that your two companies are pretty much globalized everywhere, I know you're based, US based, but however, when I go and travel a lot throughout the US, still I feel like I'm in the developing country anyway. So the question goes, how you transmit the message of AI to the developing world? Because from the developing perspective, AI is a huge monster, and it's going to come and eat us, at any time. But being in the developed world, it's not so much about it. Still, very vague. We're still trying to figure out, how to deal with it. Still very vague, and it's a lot of lack of policies and ethical issues and so on. So, yes, your views about, how you transmit the message properly, and no one glove fits all.
Yeah, we're speaking here kind of from a state of being pretty inundated with AI left and right, kind of overwhelming, but the whole world is not like that.
So I really appreciate your question because I had a call this morning. So I'm part of a project with the World Economic Forum on data equity. And one of the challenges we have with AI, period, is that the data that it consumes right now, generative AI, is from the developed world. Because that's the data that's on the internet for the most part. And so we have a real slant of the data and the outputs from generative AI that they reflect mostly the westernized world, predominantly the United States. It also has a slant toward the western part of our country. It has a slant toward men, not women. It has a slant toward white men, not men of color. And so it doesn't necessarily represent the whole world. It's getting better because we recognize these flat sides. We recognize what we call bias in the data and therefore the outputs. And so the outcome of AI and generative AI, and this is also true for traditional AI, as we deploy these tools, we have to recognize what outcomes are we driving toward, and is the data and the inputs and the algorithms and the processes that we are using this tool for, is it really fit for the purpose for which we're using it? And so you're right, to a certain extent, that we as people who are deploying this, right, as companies, both those who are designing the foundation models and the LLMs, those organizations that are consuming them, right? So there are the creators as well as the consumers of these models. We have to recognize that it is still a ways away before they are perfect for the whole world. So that's number one. I don't think they're going to consume the developing world in the same way that I think that there is unevenness in the developed world. I think that there is still a lot of mystery to this. We are in a, who said it first today, a privileged room to begin with, right? That we are right now a group of people that have been exposed to this science, and yet we are a limited piece of the population of the globe that understand what these models do, what their power is, and their power to change things. But I also think that lots of organizations are very committed to trying to make sure that this time we actually keep in mind all corners of the globe as we try to design products and solutions so that we don't further tech debt or gaps in the world. And I know my company is one of them. And so we're trying to design this time with more equitable outcomes and inclusive outcomes than maybe we did the first time around when the internet was deployed. But it's a great question when we still know that some parts of our globe don't even have working water, electricity, and that we're working on a cellular network for the most part, not more than that. But I do think that people are aware of the challenge. At least that's our view at MasterCard.
I agree 100%, and I think the idea of localization and using local data to power these models is super critical, but there is an advantage in that. So there's a good hope in there as well, which you can leapfrog a lot of what let's call it developed country had to go through. An example I'll give you in farming. So through our international venture, which is a nonprofit, we try to, because we're a cooperative, we try to set up other cooperatives, other places, and get them to get to the same spot. And like soil sampling is one of the things you have to do is soil sample to understand the profile of the soil, so then you can match it up with what needs to happen from a fertility standpoint and what products work well and what grows well with that soil. That was developed here. I mean, now it's in models and it's easy, but before it was like there's really expensive soil labs that were put together, lots of thousands and millions of samples that had to go through there to sort of break down the different soil types and figure out the composition. So now in a developing country, there's smallholder farmers, but you don't have to send your soil to a lab that has to get established. You can say, can we understand, are the soil characteristics the same? If that's the case, let's build from there. Now, there's still more data that's required, but at least it's giving you, it's going to give a little bit of a leg up and a little bit of acceleration compared to what had to happen here over like the last 100 years, right? So,
yeah, I think the bias in these models is wonderful, and not that I'm pro-bias. Don't take that as your takeaway point, but we can do something about it now in a way that we never could do something about that at scale. All right, other question. Sorry.
Yeah, I have a question in terms of you as firms who consume AI and purchase products from, say, like whether it's computing power, data services, licenses. Do you feel as consumers that these markets at the moment are very agglomerated and that perhaps that's a problem in terms of where you purchase it from, whether they are monopolized in a way that constrains your decisions? I'm an economist, so we think a lot about agglomeration and potentially like monopolies in this market in particular.
Are we getting obliterated by the tech giants? Go.
That's right.
Can you actually elaborate that a little bit?
Well, in terms of, you need cloud services. I don't know how many companies are out there who can provide cloud services at good costs that make it feasible for you to implement what you need. If there is 2 versus if there is 100 companies, obviously the kind of prices that you would get would be different.
The
so I'm
massive
just
scale economies that exist in this are creating a hegemony of technology companies.
There is a little bit of that happening. I totally agree with that because, each of us go with one of the largest cloud service providers, whether it be Microsoft or Google or Amazon, AWS, et cetera, right? And each of these companies are promoting their own version of Copilot, ChatGPT, Bard, etc. And because we have embedded infrastructure with one company and their AI models are built into it, and thereby you're kind of stuck with it. I mean, maybe it's not a bad thing. I'm not judging one way or the other, but you do lose that freedom because it does provide a huge economic advantage as well as as a user, it's I'm on Teams and it's so much easier when Copilot is integrated into it as opposed to going somewhere else and calling a different application. Yes, that it is definitely forcing us into not duopoly but quadropoly or whatever, right? Like that kind of a scenario. Absolutely.
I don't know the solution, right, to your question, in that the size and scale of these large language models and what it takes to run them, to create them. We saw early days, we saw Bloomberg try to create one, right? Who has the data, who has the compute, who has the capacity, right? I think are all issues that are among the challenges, right? There are other issues that we're not going to talk about today around the power consumption, the water consumption. I know that that there was some ideas that, quantum's going to save us, but we have other issues when we get to quantum, right? And so these are some of the challenges of this science at this moment that I think there's a reason why there's only so many providers at this time.
And also, this is my personal view, right? This whole thing exploded just about less than 2 years ago. So it's very nascent and very beginning stages where innovation is happening at lightning speed and the people who have the deep pockets are doing that innovation. But I do think once it kind of stabilizes and we reach a point where I think there will be new entrants to the market and probably regulation will, jump in and make some accommodations for independent applications to be developed that are, don't have to be tied to this. I do think that it will change in, 3 years, 4 years, whatever that may be.
I do think you're going to see hybrid models created by companies like ours that are up here with some of these larger companies, but where the whole market goes, if I knew that, right.
Well, yeah, and another piece I'd add though is GPT itself has been worked on for 10, 12 years, right? Maybe even longer. But it's till ChatGPT came out in November of 2022 that all of a sudden it's in everybody's hands and everybody's like, oh my God, we can do lots of stuff with AI. So the question is going to be, is that in itself enabling innovation because AI is in the hands of many? And are there now companies that will develop something similar or use that itself to be able to develop something very novel? So you got that going as well. So you got a little bit of that trying to figure that out. I thought where you're going with your question, which is one that I think is something we'll have to deal with, is a lot of these cloud providers are enabling these AI models, and you need these large data centers that consume lots of energy.
Yeah.
Water, electricity. Do we have enough of that going forward? And I care about it particularly because I work with a cooperative that deals with farmers. And water is 70% of what, agriculture uses 70% of all fresh water available. So, is this going to be a tug of war now between ag and the AI itself? And then, are we going to get into a spot where a farmer has to make a decision of do I just give out my water credits or instead of farming? There's all sorts of things like that we'll have to figure out how to solve going forward because it is energy intensive to run these models.
Yeah, back to the history and putting it in historical context. The Sabre Airlines had the terminals on everyone's desk in the 1980s, and shockingly, they offered American airline tickets. You got to think that's going to happen with the technology companies with economic incentives to recommend their products. I think we got time for one more question.
Talk to each other, see if you can come up.
Fight it out.
Hi, thank you so much for being here. So I'm a career coach here at McDonough, Georgetown. I work with students who are outside of these companies and wanting to get inside the companies. It's been a constricted market over the last couple of years for hiring, and I know hiring trends are often looking towards the future. So what advice do you have for students, many of whom are in the room, as they're contemplating what skills do they need to be part of the new workforce that you're looking to hire?
Wonderful.
Great question.
Wonderful. What do they
Wants to
need?
start. I can get started, and then so I think one thing is sort of embracing this technology, whether it's generative AI or the next iterations of it that come forward, is really learning how to use it, right? Like if you can come in prepared to be able to use this technology. I'll give an example. My daughter is an HR professional, right? So just joined the workforce recently. One of the big pushes, although I don't know if she listens, is learn how to use like ChatGPT or Claude or Gemini or all three, because you want to go to the job where you're as a recruiter, you want to be able to use these tools to find the right candidate. You're not just going to put all the resumes into a model and be like, give me the best one. Like you're going to have to ask a whole bunch of questions and figure out that candidate that really stands out, as an example, right? How do you make sure that there's no bias in what the model is doing? Can you identify that in itself? So I'm like, if you can learn like to do those types of things, like, you're going to be well prepared for what's coming. Now, the other question is, with me in academia, I know Sam is, are we starting to embrace on how we teach using these models in classrooms? So it's not like, like you're trying to cheat on the test or trying to do the assignment, but like, how can you actually really learn to use this to do your job day in and day out, or the homework or the assignment and whatnot? And I think that's going to be, that's what I would say, is embrace it, learn as much of it as possible, become almost an expert, because you are getting a leg up, right? You almost have like kind of building on top of the giant's shoulder, like you already have that, so you can go beyond that, and that's really how you would excel.
As long as it's a leg up and not a crutch. And I think that's
right.
what we've got to figure that part out.
Right. Yep.
All right, I think we're at lunch here. I'm sorry,
I just was gonna-
one more. Wrap us up.
One quick point on that. I think that the idea is, yes, everybody should use the AI tools, but the idea is being data curious, okay? All of this is built on data, and I think people are data phobic. They hear data, they hear math, and so I know that, I don't want to do that. And there's so many different careers that are built now on data analytics, including HR, law. There's an aspect to what our entire world is driven on now is digital. And so if you can get your students to understand that they have to be able to be analytical and querying and have the ability to cut through what is also true and what is false. We didn't talk about kind of all of the challenges, right, of deep fakes and everything else. They're going to find deep fake jobs being offered to them, right? And they're going to need to have the ability to understand what is real and what is fake, right? And do the analysis. And whether it's an HR job, right, of understanding what's true and what's not true on a resume, right? How are you judging a candidate? What's the criteria? So to begin to make more data and analytic driven decisions and be able to come up with rubric for those kinds of decisions. I don't know that we teach that as a skill set or in any one class, but if we can put that into curriculums across the board, I think that's going to help students as they transition into corporations where that's going to be part of almost every job. I hope that helps.
Yeah, to the general point, I think it will be every job. In 1974, Robert Piercer wrote a book about Zen and the art of motorcycle maintenance. You need to know how your motorcycle works, and I think that's pervasive across the message here. I think there's some important issues about natural monopolies coming up as well. We got a lot to grapple with, but like they said, we're just 500-ish days into this new model world.
Right.
I think lunch is in the back there, and we'll reconvene, I believe, at 1:45.
Yes. We have an hour and 15 minutes for lunch, so please actively network with everybody in the audience. Very exciting. We're going to break for lunch, and then when we come back, that leading question that we had there, the next question is, what's happening in the future? So we look forward to seeing you in an hour and 15 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. I hope you all enjoyed your lunch. So we're going to kick off the afternoon session with the theme of AI creating new jobs and skills. We're going to start off with 3 academic presentations, and then as in the morning, we're going to then hear again from industry. So we're going to have academic presentations from Chris, from Ravish, and from Carlo. And as in the morning, each presenter will talk for about 20 minutes, and then we'll get them all on stage for Q&A at the end. So hold your questions till the Q&A. So Chris, if you'd like to take it away. Thank you.
So yeah, well, everybody get seated. A little bit about myself. My name is Chris Michael Hong. I just graduated from Tsinghua, and I'm an incoming assistant professor at Renmin University. I'm in the School of Business, particularly focusing on organizations and individuals in organizations. So this morning, a lot of the topics were focused on a more macro level, looking at the whole economy, looking at companies. My research is at a much more micro level, so we're more concerned about the individual. And hopefully, by discussing kind of our research findings, we can shed some light into how organizations are applying AI and using that to augment employee their productivity in terms of their creativity and their novelty. So kind of a motivating question in our research is, from the perspective of a manager, how do we go about effectively implementing AI in our organization? As we were discussing on the industry panel, a lot of the times just having the AI tool itself might be met with pushback from employees who don't know how to use it effectively. So when we're looking to bring this new technology into our organization, what can we do to more effectively implement this? Do we look to get the most advanced models? Do we have to better train, get better data? Or do we focus more on the human side of this? Do we help increase AI adoption? These are all very practical questions where, as organizations with limited resources, we need to consider how to best allocate our time and energy to effectively implement AI to increase our overall performance. So I hope we can kind of step into the perspective of the manager at a more micro level and think about what can we do to improve the performance of employees in our organization. So to make this kind of a more distilled version, we're addressing 2 main questions in our research. The first is, when we're looking at complex knowledge worker type tasks that do not necessarily have clearly defined outcomes. So for instance, if we're looking at tasks such as consulting, management consulting, or writing press releases, or engaging in business plans, for these types of complicated tasks that are not necessarily easily automatable, does using AI necessarily outperform human-only performance? So for instance, on the panel, when we're discussing writing the short story, does the human-AI collaborative story outperform the human-only story? This is the first question. For knowledge worker type tasks, complicated knowledge worker tasks, is it beneficial to use generative AI? And if so, then, what can we do as a manager to marginally increase the performance? Should we focus our efforts, having implemented AI, should we focus our efforts on increasing the quality of the AI, trying to get better data, trying to get more sophisticated models, so focus on the AI side? Or should we focus on investing in the human side, trying to address how effectively humans use the AI? So to address these issues, our research team has opened an AI lab where we have both an on-site component that replicates a business setting, where we have people working in an office environment doing these more sophisticated knowledge worker tasks, and also offline, and also a off-site component where we then take our AI analytical tools to companies around China, and we're able to see how workers engage with AI and look at their chat logs and their interaction patterns. So over the past few months, we've gone to companies all over China and worked with thousands of employees, trying to have them engage with their job-related tasks and working towards addressing these 2 main questions of, does using generative AI improve performance, And then what can we do as managers to further increase the effectiveness of AI in our organizations? So we're not just addressing this at the individual level, we've also looked at groups and other types of research questions. But the paper I'm presenting today is our first paper in this series, which focuses on individual level performance. So when we talk about knowledge worker performance, what are we looking at? We're looking at not just how useful the things they're creating are, but we're also looking at the creativity, the innovativeness of their outputs. These type of complicated outputs are not necessarily clearly defined. So to analyze this, we have structured our paper into two tasks. The first task is addressing question number 1. Does using AI collaboratively surpass human-only performance? And the first part of question 2. Does increasing the sophistication of AI marginally improve the human-AI collaboration? So what we did is we've divided these participants who are engaged in tasks such as business plan writing, crisis resolution, marketing plans. We've had them engage in these type of tasks into 3 different conditions. One, where they individually complete the task. The second one, where they use a less sophisticated LLM, specifically ChatGPT 3.5, and then a more sophisticated one where they're working with GPT 4.0. Because we're dealing with these more complicated tasks, there's no clear standard of what is the right answer, what is the correct answer. So in order to assess the outcomes, we have each task independently evaluated by 6 experts, human experts, who assess the performance both in terms of creativity, usefulness, and the overall performance. So this is addressing the first half. Based on this, then work on the second question, where we're looking at, okay, so having examined the effect of modifying the sophistication of the AI, can we influence how effective humans are in using the AI? Specifically, we have a training manipulation where we develop training materials and spend about an hour training the participants on how to use AI. Now, specifically, our training is not just narrowly focused on prompt engineering, which we do cover, but we also train them in regard to a more holistic approach on about how does LLM specifically process knowledge, and how does that differ than the ways humans use knowledge. So in our second experiment, then we have a training manipulation to examine the marginal effect of training on the same 3 measures, which is also evaluated by the 6 experts. So looking at the first experiment then, where we find similar results to previous research where using AI drastically increases performance. That's what I think is quite expected. It's a kind of baseline expectation. And we also find that lower skilled workers or people that have lower scores on their human-only components tended to benefit more from collaborating with generative AI. But the interesting part is when we look at the green and the blue graphs, where we're comparing the more sophisticated and less sophisticated AI models. While we do find that using more sophisticated generative AI does have a marginal increase, we find it's not terribly pronounced. And the next question is how much is this really contributing? So to analyze the contribution of AI sophistication, we engage in a dominance analysis, looking at the explanatory power of the different factors. We find that while AI is able to increase the performance drastically, when it comes to relatively increasing the performance from the baseline of AI usage, increasing the sophistication of the model only has a 10%, almost 11% effect, with the majority of the marginal increase coming from human factors, such as IQ or experience using AI. Now, I clarify, when it comes to no AI versus using AI, there's about an 81% effect from using AI, just having the AI available to you. But if we're looking at, from this baseline of using AI, moving towards better AI, better collaboration, the marginal effect of moving from ChatGPT 3.5 to 4.0 was only about 10% increase in the total change in score. So in this case, it seems to indicate that if we're looking to more effectively implement AI in organizations, humans play a very large role. Now, to kind of understand this, going back to the example of the motorcycle, right? If we're going under the motorcycle and the Zen, right? If we want to use AI more effectively, what are the kind of key driving factors? So if we think about driving a car, if you have a sports car versus an old beat-up SUV, which car do you think is going to drive faster? Well, if it's on a straight and narrow road, perhaps a sports car will get you very quickly to the next point. But when we're working on these more complex, knowledge-based tasks that don't have a very clear parameter for the outcome, and we're looking at these kind of winding roads, going up and down the mountains, going in this creative exploration, the real key is the driver. Driving a sports car, if you're a new driver, is probably less effective than an experienced driver driving the old beat-up pickup truck. So that leads to the next question then. So if humans are important in increasing the marginal strength of increasing the marginal performance of collaborating with AI, how can we more effectively use generative AI? So continue with the example, right? That's why we have driver's tests. You have to after driving school, you learn how to drive, and that's how you become a better driver. So is it possible that through training, we can also become better at driving the AI? So this leads to our second experiment then, where we see if we are able to train employees to use AI more effectively for doing organizational tasks. And we find that, as again, compared to the base condition, there is an increased performance whether or not there's training. But when we look at the marginal difference between the GPT only and the training case, we find that there is a large influence of training. So once again, we conduct a dominance analysis, and we find that when we vary the model type and then we vary training, the effect of using a more sophisticated AI model, while significant, can only explain 8.5% of the increase in performance. And once again, this is measured across, this is overall performance, but we also measure in terms of novelty, in terms of usefulness. Whereas when we have training, the training is almost double the strength in explaining the increase in performance. So what this seems to indicate to us then is that kind of the true bottleneck is the human side. So kind of going back to our initial question, as a manager, if we're looking to increase and more effectively implement AI in organizations, should we focus more on investing in more sophisticated models, or should we focus on training the workforce to use AI more effectively? Our results appear to indicate that having used AI to get further increases, we should focus more on more effectively using AI. So, okay, if the humans are important and effectively using AI is important, how do we go about effectively using AI then? So while our training materials covered prompt engineering and the more holistic process, we want to have an evidence-backed approach. So our lab allows us to analyze the actual interaction patterns of people and their AI counterpart. We're able to look at the prompts they write, the responses, and how the collaboration unfolds. And by empirically analyzing this, we identified some key factors that contributed to higher scores. In particular, by interacting more, having longer prompts, having deeper questions and further clarity, and also engaging in feedback with the AI. We found that these are some key factors that led to higher scores for novelty and usefulness. So building from this, our next question then is, so if we are looking to more effectively train people to generate high quality human AI engagement, what are the skills we need to learn? Going back to this training, obviously there are industry and company specific factors that need to be considered. What is a specific task? What is your specific role? But are there any kind of fundamental underlying dimensions that translate into more effective human AI collaboration, which we term AI literacy, and it's been a kind of a generally used term these days. So if you look at the middle, right, these are kind of the indicators we've seen that tend to contribute to higher scores. Having technical knowledge, prompt design, collaborating more deeply and effectively. but what skills, what training do we need to give in order to achieve this type of high quality collaboration? So this is some ongoing research that we're currently doing, but we have basically recruited about 200 participants currently, and we had them engage in many hours of tasks. We have them do 18 tasks, and we look for some common factors. Now, not to go into too much detail, but we extract, based on theory, some dimensions, and then we do some exploratory and confirmatory factor analysis. And currently, in our current work, we found that these 4 dimensions tend to reflect what we consider as AI literacy, which is creative thinking, being able to judge the quality of the AI response. Is it hallucinatory, right? And then also, are we able to structure the task in a way that effectively utilizes the AI? Now, having developed these dimensions, we're currently testing them to see if we can use them to explain performance differences. So currently we have 2 tasks, and we've done a business plan task and a creative writing task, but there's still work to be done. And while it can explain a significant amount of performance difference, we're currently working on refining and further developing these dimensions of AI literacy. So to kind of go back to the main underlying question of this session, right? How does AI contribute to new jobs and new skills? Does AI, just having AI, necessarily lead to enhanced performance? Now, at a baseline, if we're looking at no AI versus have AI, then yes, there is a baseline, but that's just a starting point. Going forward, as managers, how do we further increase performance, marginally increase performance? Is it just improving the AI models? So our results indicate that there is not a direct path to improving performance, and rather, this goes through high-quality collaboration. So when we're talking about future skills, we argue that a key consideration is AI literacy. And we have heard about this a bit during the panel discussion from industry experts, how when we're looking for new employees and we're talking about what skills are going to be attractive to employers, we argue that a key consideration is, can this individual effectively utilize AI? And we highlight that this is different than simply IQ or industry knowledge. This is about, are you able to interact with AI in a way that effectively unlocks and utilizes its potential and integrates that potential with your unique knowledge? So I hope from today's presentation, you've kind of learned to appreciate the value of training and also the importance of being able to really deeply integrate AI at an individual level, using this as an opportunity to further explore what constitutes high-quality AI collaboration and what constitutes AI literacy. So really, thank you so much, and I look forward to further discussion during the Q&A.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for inviting me to present my work here. I'm actually very excited to be a part of this conference. My name is Ravish Maya. I'm an assistant professor at NYU Stern School of Business. The title of today's talk is The Impact of Large Language Models on Open Source Innovation. This is a joint work with Doron and Gal Ostreicher-Singer, both of whom are in Tel Aviv University. Now, I live in New York, but until yesterday, I was in India, so I took a 24-hour flight to reach here. Now, just in case some part of my presentation is unclear, I'll blame it on my jet lag, okay? All right. So as scholars here, we are all very clear about the transformative ability of generative AI, right? I could replace this word anything with quite literally anything, and the result exists. Right? This is at least what I heard from every conference that I attended this year, all right? I'll replace it with something that everyone knows, which is productivity. There are some well-done research which shows there is an impact on productivity. I can replace this with creativity, and then there are researchers which have shown in some dimensions of creativity, there is a positive impact, and in some other dimensions, there's a negative impact. Now, what is important to note is all of this research are on individual productivity and individual creativity. What is unclear in my mind is how does this translate into group tasks, collaborative tasks, where each task can be split into multiple subtasks and many people are simultaneously working on it, right? So basically the fundamental question here is what to look for in a group task when you're trying to measure the impact of generative AI on those tasks? We believe we have a framework which will help answer this question. And towards the end, I will also try to convince you that even if generative AI becomes exponentially better over time, our results will hold. Now let's get our focus on collaborative tasks. Now, most of what people do in collaborative tasks, especially in the knowledge economy, can be split into two different tasks, which is iterative tasks and origination tasks. I'll explain further. Iterative tasks are those where you basically work on top of what others have already done, right? So you take their work, understand what they've done, and refine it in your current iteration, all right? So this requires you to have interpolative thinking, where understanding the existing solution really helps for you to refine the solution in your current iteration, all right? While origination tasks are those where in a project, there is no precedence to that particular task. So you are an architect of that solution. You have to think and conceptualize it from the scratch. So basically what you require here is extrapolative thinking, where you have to come up with the solution and then implement it, all right? So most collaborative tasks is a good mixture of interpolative thinking, which generates inside-the-box solutions, and extrapolative thinking, which generates out-of-the-box solutions, right? So the intuition that I want to build here is that the impact of generative AI on these collaborative tasks depends upon how much of it requires out-of-the-box thinking and how much of that requires within-the-box thinking, all right? So to test this intuition, what we need is a setting where people are collaboratively working, their work can be observed in detail, and there was an impact of a large language model, right? This is where open source innovation comes handy. We've had talks in the morning about this anyways, and we all know this, but open source is a software development movement where people are collaboratively and openly solving some of the software problems on platforms like GitHub. And why do we as scholars care about this open source? That's because almost all the packages that we use, ggplot2, NumPy, Pandas, all of them are open source, right? And as someone who has been following open source for quite some years, I know that a lot of tasks require people to do iterative things, that is, you are working on top of what others have already done, and origination tasks where you are implementing an algorithm or something from scratch. And as we also saw in the morning, there was an LLM which impacted some of the projects, but not all the projects. Okay, so this open source gives us a very good setting for this, right? This is where I want to speak about GitHub Copilot, which also a speaker in the morning spoke about. This is a programming-focused large language model, which was developed by Microsoft and OpenAI together, right? Now, like everyone knows, there are two major things that GitHub Copilot does. One is code generation. You ask for something like ChatGPT, it generates the code. The second part is also code completion, where it understands the context of what people have typed about the code, and it helps you predict the next part of it. All good. But what is interesting about the launch of GitHub Copilot, which is worth studying? It's the way how GitHub Copilot was launched itself which makes it very interesting. Right? So if you followed the timeline, GitHub Copilot was launched in October 2021 through various integrated development environments like JetBrains. When it was launched, they supported programming languages like Python, but they omitted support for languages like R. Right? So now as researchers, we all know that both Python and R are data-oriented languages with multiple overlap in functionalities and use cases. Right? So this staggered support gives us the natural experiment. Okay? So with this background, let's take a look at the two research questions that are of interest for this study. The first one is whether LLMs affect collaborative open source innovation at all. And the reason we ask this question is most of the research that has been done are on guided tasks. They are in the industry setting. And most importantly, it's been shown that it works for low-skilled workers. And in open source, what we see is most of the contributors are high-skilled, and it's unguided. People just volunteer their time, right? So I just want to check whether there is any impact at all. The natural follow-up question is, if there is an impact, is there an asymmetric impact on two different types of tasks that people do in collaborative, that is origination and iterative? And the extension that I want to think about is basically, yes, even if we show the result today, will the results hold after 6 months when a 10 times better model will show up, right? And my definition of LLMs getting better is it makes use of the context better, or it uses the richer context better, right? So I will get to it when I come to this extension part. So whether there is an impact, what type of an impact, and whether this impact stays after 6 months, right? Or when with LLMs getting better. These are the questions that I want to discuss. Now with this background, let's get into what we have done in this project. As I mentioned, we are actually contrasting Python and R packages, all of which are open source. There are over 350,000 Python packages, in which about 2,000 packages are well maintained, in that there is some contribution regularly. So even there are some of them which had extreme high contributions during our pre-treatment period, or zero contributions. So we did some filtrations for the Python packages, and similarly R packages as well, and we get some numbers here. The next task that we do is basically get the package download data, right? The package update data, I'm sorry. And this we get it from their respective repositories. For Python, it's PyPy, and for R, it is CRAN, right? This is basically the updates, number of times the package has been updated by the package owner. And the third thing that we do is get about 630,000 commits. Commit, I'm sure we all know this, but it's a technical term where anyone who wants to make any code changes, addition or deletion, they need to commit it to the repository, okay? So we got all of these data from GitHub, right, for the packages that were available on GitHub. So, and then of course we do some pre-processing using propensity score matching. And so finally we get about 1610 Python packages and its matched R counterpart. And we get the commits data for a subset of them, because not every package has a repository which can be mapped direct one-on-one repository on GitHub, for example, Apache, right? So to check whether our initial matching is correct, we have a parallel trends graph. This is the leads lag model from Otter, and you can see that before the treatment period, before October 2021, there were hardly any difference between the Python and the matched R package, and after that we have a significant jump. So this shows that the parallel trend works, okay, econometrically. Now, central to our project is understanding what type of contribution people have made on GitHub, right? Because people can be writing some very fancy algorithm, or they could be doing a documentation. And the challenge that we face is there is no clear-cut standardized way to identify what each comment does. So what we do is we take the text comment that comes with every commit. It is mandatory for everyone to add some comment which says what the commit is about, right? So we take the text commit which looks like this, and we take a help of a very smart research assistant to tag this, called GPT-4, okay? So in our paper, we have done, we've explained this in detail, but I'll give you in one slide what we have done, all right? It's a three-step process. The first step is basically to identify general categories of comments, right? So we use the language capabilities of a large language model and the discernment ability of a human research assistant and come up with this 5 categories here, okay? In the paper, like I said, we've discussed this in detail. And this is step 1, categorizing all the commits into one of these, into some buckets which results in these 5. Step 2 is to use a large language model to come up to categorize all the 630,000 commits that we have downloaded. But for that, we need to know which large language model is good. So we benchmarked it against a expert human annotators, right? So basically, we randomly chose about 400 commits, and we asked a human annotator to put it to one of these 5 buckets, 3 human annotators to put it to one of these 5 buckets, and then measured the outcome of these various models against this. What we can see here is that the open source models, at least in this task, have not done that well, and GPT is the OpenAI models have done well. And within the two of them, at GPT 3.5 Turbo and GPT-4, 3.5 Turbo did almost as good. So for cost and time and efficiency reason, we went with GPT 3.5, and then finally we used GPT 3.5 Turbo to categorize all the 630,000 commits into one of these 5 buckets. If we do it today, the names will change: Llama 3.1, GPT-4o, all of those, right? So, and most importantly, we focus on 2 types of commits that people have done: code development and maintenance, because I will explain it later. This maps very well into the 2 types of tasks that I have discussed in the past, the iterative tasks and the origination tasks. I'll get to it in a couple of slides, okay? So if you're interested, this is basically where the SSRN link, this is the QR code for the SSRN link. It's there in the appendix, so you can take a look at all these discussions. And by the way, this is not, we have not come up with this kind of methodology. It's been there in computer science, and this is like an appeal to make use of this. It works like a charm. Okay, so the first research question is to identify whether there is an impact at all. We use the traditional two-way fixed effect model. This is not staggered adoption, so if the matching is done well, the pre-processing is done well, the two-way fixed effect model works, all right? So we use 2 different dependent variables. One is the number of new version release, and the second one, that is very endogenous to the package, and the second one is the number of new commits committed to this Python packages, okay? We also use synthetic difference in differences, which is one of the modern non-parametric matching techniques. And by the way, for non-staggered adoption, this ends up becoming like a two-way fixed effect model with the package level weights and time level weights, okay? So this is the results from synthetic difference in differences. What we see is that the package updates is about 9% higher for Python packages compared to the matched R, and about 33% more commits in Python compared to R. And using our traditional two-way fixed effect model as well, we find the results are stronger, right? 17% and 51%. So basically this tells us that LLMs do work even in open source innovation, which is not a surprise. But what is interesting here is that when you arm a high-skilled worker with the productivity boosting tool, they use it, right? That's a very important point, at least in my mind. The next follow-up question is, how do this affect these 2 types of tasks, right? Origination tasks and iterative tasks. Now I'll spend a minute distinguishing, like building intuition around these 2 types of tasks, right? These are the 2 major types of commits that people do: code development and maintenance. Let's take the example of code development, a new feature development, right? As someone who wants to create a new feature, there is no precedence in my project, right? So I need to think like an architect, think of the solution from scratch, only knowing what the ultimate outcome should look like, and not even knowing how this new feature that I develop will interact with other features in the project, right? So you'll have to be like an architect. So both and once you see the solution, you don't even know whether it's the right solution or not, okay? So basically, this requires you to, this has this vague scope as well as the solution space. But when it comes to maintenance, like bug fix, you know what to do. You know, because someone has already reported the bug in the package, and there's a lot of discussion, you know where to look for to solve the problem. And once you see the solution, you know that that's a solution because the bug is fixed, right? So this has both well-defined scope and solution space. So what the hypothesis here is that at least code development requires you to have out-of-the-box thinking, mostly out-of-the-box thinking, whereas maintenance requires you mostly to have a within-the-box thinking, right? That's why LLMs may have asymmetric impact on these 2 types of tasks, depending upon what LLMs are trained to do, all right? And this is what we find as well. So what we find here is that when there is a boost for origination tasks, which is basically the code development tasks, and I just missed telling this, the mapping is 1-to-1, that origination tasks are code development, whereas maintenance is iterative in that you're fixing something that someone has already done, right? And you see that there is an increase of about 10% for code development, 13%, whereas maintenance is over 24%. right? This is basically subsample analysis. When you do a triple difference analysis, we find that we have a similar finding, all right? So LLMs do impact both types of tasks, but one of them, it's a lot more than the other. Now, the final kind of discussion that I want to have is what to do with this research. What will happen to this research 6 months from now, right? Will the answer change over time? So this is where I want to understand whether having better context makes a difference, or an ability to understand the context better makes a difference. So what we do is we use the existing projects and bifurcate them into two based on whether, as of now, the context availability is better or not. So the simple dichotomy that we do is using the splitting the packages into above and below median based on the activities, because more active packages are more likely to have a better context, more discussions, more better documentation, etc. All right. So we modify the model. It's again, we have a above median dummy, which basically has a value of 1 if it's a more popular package. All right. So what we find is, yes, there is more activity for more popular packages, and this is, by the way, percentage increase, and more popular anyways used to have a lot more activities. But what I want you to look at this is a lot of numbers, but I will explain this in short. That is, for more active packages, the difference between new feature development and maintenance is a lot higher, right? So I'm using this simple finding to basically make this argument. In the paper, we have one more test, right? Based on the real better GitHub Copilot, showing that this results holds and actually even gets stronger over time, all right? So what I'll do is I'll summarize everything that I've said in a simple tweet, right? I want you to, there are a few takeaways here. One is that, yes, even high-skilled workers use productivity boosting tools and they do well. Most of what happens is basically GPTs work really well when the task requires you to have within-the-box thinking and not necessarily out-of-the-box thinking. And third, that this results, I would persuade you that this result will stay after some time. Now, as a pessimist, when I look at this result, it tells me that, oh, GPTs are only good at some types of tasks, most likely simple incremental innovation. But as an optimist, what I see this from this is that when most of what research has been done is on individual productivity, and I would call most of individual productivity as origination tasks, right? So clearly, iterative tasks are a lot better as per our research, which basically means the real value and real power of LLMs have still not come out through research, okay? This is where I want to stop my presentation. Thank you very much for listening. Happy to discuss more. And again, the QR code for our SSRN paper. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. My name is Carlo Pizzinelli. I'm an economist at the International Monetary Fund. And the working paper that I will be presenting today is a companion paper to a larger report that the IMF published last January, which you can find on our website. And the usual disclaimer applies that what I will be presenting is my opinion only and that of my co-authors, and should not be interpreted as the view of the IMF or its board. The motivation for this work is that AI might trigger a structural transformation of the economy. We might not know yet how large this will be, but it will surely entail a reallocation of workers from those occupations that will be experiencing a shrinking labor demand towards those that will be experiencing an increase in labor demand, and also towards new occupations that have not been created yet. We don't know what these are, but we can actually make some informed guesses in terms of what kind of skills they might require and what kind of workers are more likely to fill them. More importantly, though, this reallocation will occur at different times for different types of workers. There will be older workers who might be affected towards the end of their career, And there are also going to be younger workers who might be affected at the very beginning when they enter the labor market. This means that it will have a different impact on their entire prospective earnings throughout their career. And that's why we should look at it through the life cycle lens, so through the lens of an entire career of a worker. So what we will do in this paper is that we will ask two questions. The first is, how does AI-induced reallocation interact with workers' entire careers and their career growth, and what is potentially their impact on their present discounted value of expected lifetime earnings? And a question that is more at the heart of what the IMF does is also, how does this differ between advanced economies and emerging markets? Most of the discussion today has focused on a few countries, especially the US, but we also had a question in the audience about emerging markets and low-income countries and how this whole discussion might apply to them. So what we'll do is that we will take two very standard labor force surveys, one from an advanced economy, the UK, and one from an emerging market, Brazil. And importantly, these two surveys have a panel dimension, meaning that we can observe workers, the same worker across 2 periods of time, and hence we can look at how they transition across different types of jobs. The other thing that we need is a sort of classifications of occupations in terms of what the likely impact of AI on that occupation is going to be. The first part of this classification comes from the literature on AI exposure. Today we had one presentation on a classification of exposure. What we use here is that of another paper by Felton and others. And we complemented with another classification of complementarity to AI, which my co-authors and I developed in another paper. And we use these two classifications to broadly group occupations into 3 kind of bins. One, which is what we call low exposure, is the jobs that are very unlikely to have a significant impact from AI. Then the ones that we can call high exposure and low complementarity. So these are jobs where AI is more likely or relatively more likely to serve as a substitute for workers in the completion of certain tasks. And then the jobs that we can call high exposure and high complementarity. And these are the jobs where we can assume AI is more likely to serve as a complementary technology to the workers, so to increase their productivity. And these are also the occupations where we might expect to see more higher labor demand and higher wage growth. What we will do with these two things, so with the data and the classification of occupations, is that we will examine historical patterns of workers' transitions across occupations, so these 3 types of occupations, and see where they happen in their career and how these transition patterns differ across countries and for different types of workers by age and skill levels. And time permitting, but this is probably not going to be the case, we will do a sort of proof concept exercise where we compute the impact on the present discounted value of expected lifetime earnings from different scenarios of how this reallocation from some occupations to the high exposure ones occurs. So the main findings will be that skills really matter. And actually college educated workers across UK and Brazil are very similar in the way that they transition throughout their career upwards towards those occupations that are more high exposure and high complementarity. So those are the ones that are more likely to benefit from AI. And in particular, we find young college-educated workers are the ones that make the most upward transition towards these high complementarity occupations. On the other hand, non-college educated workers over their careers make a higher proportion of transitions towards the low exposure jobs. And these also tend to be those with lower earnings. So if we are to kind of identify a group that seems to be both most at risk from disruptions from AI and most likely to reap the benefits from AI, these are the young college-educated workers. And that's because these are the workers that between age 21 to age 35 in both countries make the most transitions out of the high exposure, low complementarity jobs towards the high exposure, high complementarity jobs. We can think, for instance, as to say like paralegals that one day might become lawyers, one day they might become judges. Paralegals tend to be more like low complementarity jobs, and lawyers are more the high complementarity jobs. So these are high-skilled workers who might be more likely to benefit from AI as they can move more easily into these high complementarity jobs. But to do so, they use low complementarity jobs as stepping stones. So if these jobs get disrupted, then suddenly they might not have the stepping stone that they need to get to the high complementarity ones. And when we look at the scenarios in terms of the present discounted value of earnings, we'll see that there's like wide variation in terms of how different assumptions affect workers of different skills, and especially in the two countries. And what really matters is going to be the relative wages across the different occupations and the relative shares of employment in those occupations across countries. So before I go to the results, I want to give you like a quick conceptual framework that we discuss more in the companion paper on how we classify occupations. Felton and others classify occupations in terms of exposure to AI, where this is broadly defined as the overlap between AI applications and worker capabilities in carrying out certain tasks, or in carrying out the most important tasks of a job. But this classification is agnostic with respect to whether AI will be substituting the worker or complementing the worker. So in the other companion paper, we introduced the concept of complementarity. And here the idea is that some of the high exposure jobs, for some reasons, could be complementary, while others are more likely to be substituted by AI. And we can interpret this as what is the more likely impact of AI on those jobs. But obviously, that doesn't mean that all the workers who are in high complementarity jobs are safe, because you need the skills that are needed to work with AI. So this is more about the occupation, not necessarily the workers within them. But the other thing that is important is that most likely the kind of jobs that will be created will be high exposure, high complementarity. These are the new occupations that will need to have AI, otherwise they wouldn't be created by AI. And to be jobs, they require a worker working with AI, and that is why they are high complementarity. As I said, we discussed this in the companion paper, so at the moment, I'm kind of asking you to take this as face value. But to give you an idea, the kind of factors that we put into this complementarity index are more of a kind of like the social context of what a job is like. So things like the criticality of the job, the responsibility for other people's health and safety, the responsibility for your own decisions and your independence. And again, we can think of the example of a paralegal, a lawyer, and a Supreme Court judge. You know, the paralegal, the lawyer, and the judge all do a lot of text analysis, a lot of drafting, but the paralegal has a lot less autonomy in their decisions. They also take fewer responsibility. On the other hand of the spectrum, you have a Supreme Court judge whose decisions are much more kind of impactful on society at large. So we think that in terms of societal preferences, it's more likely that AI would be substituting for a paralegal than for a Supreme Court judge. And what we see in this graph, when we group all the occupations from ONET into their major groups, is that some occupations like professionals and managers tend to be high exposure and high complementarity. And then other occupations like clerical support workers are high exposure but low complementarity. So these two dimensions, complementarity and exposures, have independent variation, which is important to investigate. Now, as I said, we use data from two countries, Brazil and United Kingdom. The data is fairly standard. It's the nationally representative labor force surveys with a few million observations for each country. And we take kind of like the pre-ChatGPT period, so until 2022. And using these classifications of occupations, as I said, we look at jobs that are low exposure, jobs that are high exposure, low complementarity, and then high exposure and high complementarity. And first of all, if we look at various countries, this is just to show you Brazil and the UK are very different in the sense that UK has much more jobs that are both high exposure, high complementarity, and high exposure, low complementarity than Brazil. Then what we do is that we look at workers in one quarter, and then we look at workers in the second quarter, and we see whether they're in different occupations. And conditional on that, we look at whether they are in a different type of occupation by exposure and complementarity. when we look at non-college educated workers, so low-skilled workers here, if we look at the low bars, basically we see that the blue bars show us that much more workers in Brazil than in the UK tend to move from any job to a low exposure job. So they tend to have this sort of downward moves towards low exposure jobs. Much more in Brazil than in the UK. On the other hand, when we look at college educated workers, we see that the heights of the bar, and in particular the heights of the dark red bars, is very similar across countries. And this means that regardless of where a worker is, a high-skilled worker, when they move to a new job, the relative chances of moving to a high complementarity jobs are very similar across countries. So what we see here is that there is much more similarity in high-skilled workers across advanced economies and kind of emerging markets than in terms of their kind of low-skill or non-college educated workers. But the other question that is important is, when is it that workers are making these transitions upwards or downwards this job ladder? To answer that question, we can use a very simple framework, which is like a life cycle regression, where our dependent variable is the probability that a given worker for a given period is in a certain occupation, and regress it on an age polynomial and some controls, some time fixed effects. And then if you're fancy, you can put on also some cohort fixed effects. But the idea is that the coefficients of this cubic polynomial on age will help us trace the share of workers of a given age that are in a given occupation, and we can sort of trace the average career growth for workers throughout their life cycle across these occupations. And we do this separately for each country and by skill group. So these are the results of these polynomials. I'll walk you through it. So first, if we focus on the UK, the college workers and the non-college workers, what we see, if we look at the dark red lines for the college workers, so that's the green box, we see that workers in their, when they are 20, 21, about half of them are in high exposure, low complementarity jobs, and about a third are in high exposure, high complementarity jobs. Over the next 15 years, there is a large relocation. A lot of these workers move from the low complementarity to the high complementarity jobs. And this is a big part of their career progression that, on the other hand, you don't see in the non-college educated workers, where these occupational shares are much flatter throughout the life cycle. When we look at Brazil, if we look at the college educated workers, we find that they have a very similar career progression throughout the first 15 years of their career. So a large relocation away from the low complementarity jobs towards the high complementarity jobs. And similarly, the non-college educated workers have much more flatter profiles in the share of occupations. And there is also a level difference with the UK with a much higher share of low exposure jobs. So again, the main takeaway is college educated workers look much more similar in Brazil and the UK than the non-college educated workers. Part of that is because in Brazil, actually, there's much more kind of people, many more people stop at primary or secondary education, middle school, than in the UK. And again, that in both countries, it's really the young workers that make most of these transitions. Also, if we are to do the same analysis, but for wages within these occupations, once again, we find that it's really the college-educated workers and the young ones that see a very fast progression in wages within these occupations. And most importantly, this profile is steeper for the high exposure, high complementarity occupation. And again, we can think of this as lawyers, young lawyers tend to make a fast, progression from, junior associates to partners. While, I don't know, if you have certain other jobs and maybe you're a construction worker, there isn't the same career progression in terms of wages as well. But importantly, for thinking of structure or relocation, this career progression doesn't just come within the jobs, but it also comes from moving to these jobs. So these graphs just show the regression coefficients for a regression where we look at the wage premium from switching jobs. And we find that there's a lot of growth for workers who are in low complementarity jobs or low exposure jobs when they switch to the high complementarity jobs. So we can think that when there is AI-driven structural transformation that opens up more of these jobs, those workers who can make the transition to these jobs might experience a career, like an increase in their income from them. I have very few minutes left, so I'll just give you kind of the proof of concept of how this fits into understanding the total impact that the structural transformation might have on workers' careers. Think of somebody who's entering the labor force today. You can think of their expected income in their next 35 years of their life as being the present discounted value of the probability of being in a given job at a given age and the average wage in that occupation. And now think that we use this framework to make very simple exercises where we say, okay, well, AI destroys 10% of the low complementarity jobs, and those workers, instead of having those jobs, move to unemployment. Or instead, they move to low exposure jobs, or instead they move to high complementarity jobs, so they can actually relocate up. And also we can think of transformation triggering an increase in wages for the high complementarity jobs. And so these are all extremely simplified assumptions, but if you think of all the potential impacts that AI might have, it is some kind of convex combinations of these scenarios. So what we do is that we look at what would be the impact on the present discounted value of earnings of these scenarios across Brazil and the UK, and again divided by non-college educated and college educated. And I won't go through all the details here and all the numbers, but the idea is that the effect of each scenario differs because what really matters is what are the relative wages in, say, the low complementarity occupations compared to the high complementarity occupations, and what are relative to the low exposure ones. So obviously, if in a country like Brazil, the relative wages of the high complementarity jobs are much higher than the low complementarity jobs, that kind of reallocation would spur a lot more career income growth than in the UK, where the wage premium is much lower. So the idea is that it's really hard to generalize what the impact is going to be in terms of total earnings for the workers, because it depends on the assumptions that you make and on the relative wages of the workers and the relative share of employment in these occupations. So I will conclude to say that to recap, it's important to think of the labor reallocation that AI might trigger in terms of its dynamic impact on the labor market and how it might affect workers at different points in their career. We cannot think of it just like as a static exercise where, say, X% of workers relocate from one job to the other. Because for understanding the total impact on a given worker, we have to understand how it plays into their career growth and their average career progression for those kind of workers. But when we look across countries, we actually see that for high-skilled workers, that expected impact is very similar across countries. And in particular, young workers are the ones, young high-skilled workers are the ones that seem to be most exposed to the benefits, but also most exposed to the risks, because they are more likely to make the transitions in the high complementarity jobs. But those transitions come from the low complementarity jobs that often work as stepping stones. So if those are disrupted, they might have less of an opportunity to move up the job ladder. And of course, there are a lot of caveats with this analysis. It's very partial equilibrium, and it's based on historical patterns, which might or might not continue to hold in the future. So thank you very much, and I look forward to the discussion as well.
Okay, so thank you very much to our three speakers for very interesting presentations. We've now got 15 minutes of Q&A with the audience. So as before, put your hand up and then let us know your questions and who they're directed to. Yes, gentleman in the front.
So thanks to all three for very interesting presentations. My question is mostly directed at Carlo, but others may have thoughts on it too. And it's really about the sort of exposure work in general, but I think it's especially relevant to your new paper, which is, so with all the exposure work, I think about how when you think about technology generally, rates of technology adoption in developing countries have been extremely slow. So in the private sector generally, firms in the developing world are very, very far from the technology frontier, decades, maybe even a century behind in many cases, for a whole bunch of reasons, human capital, cost, behavior, and so on. And so, in these exposure studies, I always think, well, what is different this time to be thinking that the impacts that we could see from quote-unquote exposure would take place anytime soon? Because if we just sort of extrapolate from general past experience with technology, it could be several decades before firms, especially the public sector, of course, in developing countries, really adopt AI in a way which it has an impact on the labor market.
Yeah, that's it's a very good question, and I think it's something that other people at the IMF also worked on. And in our report, we talk a little bit more about this. I think the difference compared to other technological waves of technological change is that perhaps the level of infrastructure that is needed for the high exposure jobs to benefit from AI is somewhat lower. So if we think of, well, you need an internet connection, and then most of the technology is actually in another country, that's very different from saying we need to make a transition from agriculture to manufacturing, which requires a lot more infrastructure and much more perhaps of a concerted effort. While, if you're like a lawyer or a doctor or even a data scientist in an emerging market, all you need is really an internet connection, cloud computing, so things that it might be easier to get relatively to other types of technology. So it is true that these countries might have a lower share of workers that are high exposure or high skill, so that diminishes their ability to take advantage of the occupation of these new technologies as much as advanced economies. But also it might allow them to sidestep a whole part of the economic development that came in the 20th century that had to go through the kind of manufacturing stages, which require a lot more investment.
And also some sort of experimentations that these private firms are doing in those countries, especially the emerging economies, might change this entire speed at which the high exposure things can come along, right? So it's likely that thanks to some of those technology companies, people will be exposed to this. Especially I'm thinking of AI in my mind, like generative AI in my mind will be exposed to very, very quickly. So things will change a lot.
Okay, maybe over to the next question then. Yes, gentleman over there.
Yes, thank you. Chris, quick and sweet question, short. You mentioned your sample was 200 individuals in one slide. I'm just wondering what age segment of the population you choose from. And if you specify, by what age ranges in particular you got the information from. And Carlo, why do you choose UK and Brazil? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I'll first answer that. So the 200 individuals were for an ongoing research where we're developing the dimensions of AI literacy. For the two experiments I discussed earlier on, the first experiment had about 500 individuals. The second experiment had about 600 individuals. And they were primarily working professionals. So the age range, we had a couple of retired people attend, but we controlled for age, although it generally tended to be skewed more towards younger people in their 30s or 20 to 30s.
On question for me, the very simple answer is that when we started doing this work, initially we did the methodological paper, and we were looking at labor force data in the cross-section. So we picked 5 countries for which we had cross-sectional data. And then we thought, okay, we really want to look more into how do workers move across jobs. And out of those data sets, like 2 countries out of 5 had a panel dimension, and those were the UK and Brazil. But the UK is very much on the high end in terms of how many jobs are high exposure, both in the high complementarity and low complementarity side, which makes it very kind of representative of the broader advanced economies. And Brazil was also representative of a broader set of emerging markets where there is still a high level of informality, so there is still a lot of population that has lower levels of education, that doesn't really work in the formal sector. But there is also kind of a very thriving high-tech sector with that is kind of like fed by very high-quality schools.
Okay, next question. Yes, gentleman at the front.
So my question is primarily for you, Chris. You mentioned the need to build AI literacy in that human-AI collaboration. Can you talk more about what kind of training techniques did you employ within that sample to build these skills?
Okay, thanks so much. So in the initial experiments, we developed our training materials primarily based off of the innovation literature. So we looked at, in particular, there's some research about collaborative innovation. And we talked about, we also used some literature on prompt engineering. But recognizing that this is more based from theory as opposed to data-driven, we then, in this current ongoing research, we're extracting what we consider to be high-performance types of collaborations. And basically, what that involves is we have these participants engage in a wide variety of tasks, and then we capture different dimensions of their engagement, and then we do factor analysis to see what can more effectively, what can predict performance. But that's currently ongoing research, so it's about doing some exploratory factor analysis, but then also trying to do confirmatory analysis based on theory too. So this is an ongoing project. But once again, the first was more data or theory-driven, and now we're trying to do more data-driven construction of literacy.
Okay, any further questions? Yes, at the front here.
Thank you. My name is Omar Arias from the World Bank. Really interesting presentation. Thank you. So I have 2 questions, and I think mostly go for Chris and Ravish. I hope I'm not mispronouncing your name.
Correct, yeah.
So the first question is if either in the work you're doing or in the literature, there's any attempt to try to look at what are the sort of human skills that are more complementary to AI and improving performance using AI. Because I think it was in your paper you had IQ, as clearly you measure that, but sort of that's a very rough measure of cognitive ability. I mean, did you attempt to measure, other skills? Or if in the literature that has been attempted. And then I guess whether there are any similar applications to using AI for teaching and learning. And in the school of my kids, the same school, different teachers have very different policies. Some will ban AI or ChatGPT totally. Others would embrace it and say it's okay, and we'll just change the way we teach and assess learning. Is there any research showing which of the 2 approaches, and when would it make sense to introduce gradually tools like ChatGPT for teaching and learning? Thanks.
So that's a really great question. And to answer the first part, so I didn't go into too much details about this, but we also measured IQ as well as Big 5 personality measures. And we controlled, also we have like a work experience using AI. And our goal was to control these factors and see if there's kind of an independent AI factor or AI literacy factor that is separate from necessarily IQ or having an extroverted personality. So we attempted to control for these, but as you see in our slides, a large amount of the kind of explanatory power is from individual factors. So we're trying to figure out just how much AI literacy can really increase in addition to these other kind of baseline factors. Now, what I'm really interested was your second question about training, or about, I guess, like learning. So I didn't present this today, but one of the companies we're working with, they, not to go into too much detail, but they do 2C sales, in-person sales. So they actually use AI to train their, I guess, their salespeople how to more effectively market. And so it's like a high-end beauty, I don't know how to say it in English, but what they do is they do like microdermabrasion, these type of beauty services. And they found that using AI to train and practice marketing these products, upselling customers, had a very significant impact on the monthly sales of their employees. And that's some ongoing research we're doing right now.
So I have a related question, Chris, actually. So you also talked about the importance of training individuals to work with AI. Could you elaborate a little bit more on what that training involved, either in your work or what you think that could look like?
Great. So currently, we're currently working on improving our training materials and trying to get more evidence-based background. But to kind of, from our, I guess this is perhaps more of our qualitative experience doing working with these organizations. At a very fundamental level, there's like prompt engineering. Do you know how to construct a prompt? Are you providing all the right type of background information? Are you telling the AI what you hope it can do? I think that's a very kind of baseline. That's very easy, just maybe half an hour you can get that. But what I think the real kind of potential of AI is when we get to the higher level structuring of the overall collaboration. Are we engaging in convergent thinking? Are we engaging in divergent thinking? Am I asking AI to operate in a more evaluative role where they're kind of reflecting on the overall work? When should I ask AI to try to create these crazy ideas? Maybe there's some hallucinations in there. That's okay. And how do I, as the human, structure our overall collaboration? Because at least in the current versions of LLMs, they're primarily reactive. So when AI is acting in different roles is primarily determined by the human partner in the collaboration. So I think that's a very kind of nuanced and less tangible aspect, but I think it's a real key driver. But once again, we're trying to see necessarily, is there evidence that supports these perspectives?
Interesting.
And
Thank you.
I just want to add one thing here, and I'm going to base my answer purely on generative AI. I think this is where I'm trying to answer both of your questions. Generative AI only, right? So there are some papers already which show that generative AI has some impact on creativity, right? And just to give an example, what they say is the number of output per person goes more, right? Number of images that someone can create is more. And it is better than what they used to do before. But overall, when you look at all the outcomes that people have generated, they all start to look similar to each other. So I want to use this as an example to say that there are some types of tasks where you cannot explain AI enough to, no amount of information that you give to an AI will get you an answer that you basically want to see. Creativity is an example there, right? Where I know there are some benefits, but not the kind of best of the best art or best of the best music. So these are the kind of tasks where you can't teach people how to use AI. So these are the kind of tasks where the impact of Gen AI also, at least at this point in time, is limited. I hope that is the direction that you were getting at when you asked the question about the complementary part of AI. There are some other tasks where you clearly can, right? You give better, more context, and the AI will give you a better answer, right? So these are the types of jobs where it can very clearly be used. Teaching is one such example, actually.
Okay, so I think we're definitely out of time for now. I saw there are many other questions in the audience, but maybe you can find the speakers later. So thanks again to our 3 speakers for a fantastic session, and we're moving swiftly on.
So thank you very much. That was excellent. We're moving on to, as in the morning, now hearing from some industry experts now on how AI is creating new skills and jobs. So just over there, they're having a very quick mic swap. So I'd ask the speakers for the next session, so Sam, Brandon, Karen, and Katya, if you could make your way over there, we'll very quickly get your mics up, and we'll start again in about 1 minute.
I'll just put it in my bag. Did you want us to, doesn't matter if we keep this?
You good? All right, welcome everybody. I think we're microphoned up now.
But we're competing with snacks, so.
We're going to lose.
There's not
We're
a
competing with snacks. Yeah. I guess it depends on what the snacks are.
Yeah, the snacks have been good. I mean,
the problem is the snacks are too good, yeah. Right? I can't compete with that. All right, welcome everybody. This is our afternoon session. I'm Sam Ransbotham again, professor at analytics at Boston College, and this is our session on new jobs. In the morning, we were talking about existing jobs, and we got a great panel to talk about that. Brandon's the VP of Programming at NTK Networks, which is an IT consultancy in Maryland, mostly around cybersecurity, which is near and dear to my heart. He's got a background in the U.S. Navy for a decade, U.S. Naval Academy. No overlap with me on that, so I really can't make a common connection there. I guess you're teaching some too, though, so there's a bond.
There is.
A little bit of bond.
Yeah.
All right, Karen Kimbrough, the chief economist at LinkedIn, fascinating history. She actually is an economist through and through, starting at Stanford, then at Harvard Kennedy for policy, and then at Oxford, where Carl's there now. And then Morgan Stanley for a while, Federal Reserve for a decade, Bank of America for a while, Google, and now at LinkedIn. Finally, Katya Walsh, our journalist by training back in the day, but now has been at Forrester Research, has been at Fidelity, Vodafone, Prudential, And I met her when she was at Levi Strauss for about 5 years, if I remember correctly, but now for the last year and a half has been the Chief Digital Officer at Harvard Business School. Good. In 1988, the Bureau of Labor Statistics made some predictions about jobs of the future. Gas station attendants, going to be big. Travel agents were going to be huge. And why? It made sense, because there's discretionary income. We were all going to be able to travel. They didn't say anything about HTML developers, which in 2 years was an exploding task, and programmers and artificial intelligence. It's really difficult to know what new jobs are going to come, but we're going to talk about it anyway. Katya, you've had a lot of jobs in your past. You should have some expertise. What is the new job? What are new jobs in the future going to hold for us?
Well, first of all, the jobs that we're going to have in the future, we can't train for them now. We just don't know what they are, and that's what I tell my children. I have one who just graduated college and another one who is getting into junior year. So I've always told them, pick up skills, but don't study for a job, because that will change. I could have never imagined 100 years ago when I was studying to be an investigative reporter that I would end up in technology and artificial intelligence. But we already see new jobs that are specifically shepherded here by the advent of artificial intelligence. By the way, I have to tell you, I'm so happy that ChatGPT entered the household language, because when I was at Levi Strauss & Company, when Sam first met me, people would say, why would Levi's need a chief AI officer? And I would try to tell them, well, you have to optimize supply chain and personalize marketing, and of course, make sure we were even using generative AI for copy and visuals and ads, but it would take a long time to explain. Now, nobody asks, why would a company need a chief AI officer? But that is one example of a new role, even though I happened to hold it earlier. And one that I think I've never seen until, well, I haven't seen, but I think will happen is an AI ombudsman. And I know that ombudsman because that is from my journalism days. An ombudsman used to be someone that readers could raise an issue with, file a complaint, and that would be an independent, objective party that would look at the history of the issue, perhaps create some kind of an investigation, but very quickly come up with some kind of a, not a verdict, but some kind of a result or an outcome. And I believe we're headed toward that new type of role within the realm of AI, because there will have to be some kind of a human arbiter when we are going to be so dominated by and dependent on AI. And while today we are in the age of AI augmenting human jobs, I believe that not too long in the future, we will be in the age of humans augmenting AI jobs.
Big change. Actually, on a panel, you always try to get people to give specific answers, and usually people are evasive or whatever, but bang, right out of the gate with a specific job title. I can give you 100 points just for that. You're cheating though, Karen. You've got an insight into data that we've never had before. The idea that you can see what's going on. All right.
Sure. Okay.
Tell us.
All right, well, first I'll say I also had to explain to my mom why there's a chief economist at LinkedIn. She was like, Mom. She was happy for me, but not convinced. All right, so jobs. We do indeed see a lot of jobs. Some of the new ones that are popping up include AI protection analysts, so someone who's sort of protecting their membership, say, from what AI may or may not do, maybe close to the idea of an ombudsman in a newspaper. We see things like AI design engineer, so someone who is, and this, by the way, I should say AI art design engineer, so looking for someone to create art with AI. We see another job is something around responsible use for AI. So those jobs are starting to crop up. In the last 5 years or so, we've seen a big increase in head of AI roles, just generally, across our 1 billion members. So these are coming from very small numbers, but rapid growth. So we're seeing titles like that. What I would say, though, is there's probably more change happening in job titles that are the same than new jobs cropping up. So we are seeing jobs crop up. If I look at the fastest growing jobs on our platform, like the top 20 fastest growing jobs of the last 5 years, 2/3 of them did not exist 20 years ago. So there's always new jobs being created, to your point. AI is now the new flavor. But what is more interesting to us is watching how a job like an economist on my team is using their time differently and spending more time in GitHub and things like that, saying, oh, I coded this in R, but now I need it in Python. Go fix that for me. And so we're seeing tasks rotate even in jobs that still exist.
Yeah, so you just started to make the transition from job to task. What skills are people going to need, Brandon?
Non-technical skills.
Oh, well, no, that's tragic.
Yeah,
I've just spent a whole lot of years developing a bunch of technical skills.
And I'm an engineer, and so that hurts me to say that. We tend to think that AI is going to bring an influx of technical need to the workforce, but actually what it's going to create, and I think we saw this in Chris's presentation, which is what are those core skills at the bottom of that pyramid? And those core skills are the skills that you learn from a good liberal arts education: creative thinking, design thinking, systems thinking. These are integrative skills that allow an individual to draw meta-analyses and meta-connections between things that we typically wouldn't find connections between. And that will allow that individual to take full advantage of the power and what I see of as a performance-enhancing drug that is AI.
As a professor at a liberal arts college, I feel like I have to agree there. But one of the things that that bothers me, all right, let me just argue a little bit, that bothers me that if we have to say that everybody has to know everything, that's not a good solution. If you have to know technical and, I think you mentioned responsibility or ethics, these types of things, how do we find this purple squirrel that out there that knows how to do all these things at the same time? I think if I listed a job on LinkedIn that required me to know machine learning and have a philosophy degree and whatever, how many hits would I get? Not many.
Not many.
Not many. Right. So how do we get around this issue then? What kind of skills is it that we're going to need that help us pull all these things and integrate them together?
Well, the easy answer that I think we would all go is you kind of need to lean into that lifelong learning idea. You need to be a constant learner, a picker-upper of new technologies. I think I would tend to agree with you, Brandon, that the skills that we see as being most useful are the combination of hard and soft skills. So when you look at someone on our platform who has not demonstrated many soft skills, they don't get promoted as fast as those who are saying they have both hard and soft skills. Of course, I can't tell you that they definitely have those skills, but when people say they have both, they get promoted faster than people who only have the technical skills. So it speaks a little bit to that. So we see promotion rates differ amongst members who have different sets of skills. And if you have skills around organization, problem solving, ethical trade-offs, all the things that you were, I think, getting at, that are the human value add, those have an even faster rate of promotion. So people who bring those humanist of human skills do the best in terms of promotion, if you want to measure it that way.
And if I can, to your point of the individuals who find the most success, I kind of take issue with your framing.
Good.
Which is our economy doesn't care about what's fair. Right? Of course, we'd like everyone to have an opportunity, sure, but the people who will get the most out of this are the people who do have all of those skills, who do have the ability to integrate those things. I mean, I watched a lot of the Olympics this summer. I am never going to win the 100-meter dash, right? Like, I am not a sprinter. I will never beat Noah Lyles in my entire life. No matter how many performance-enhancing drugs I take, I will never sprint faster than Noah Lyles, right? Just like in the workforce, my best employees, if they use the performance-enhancing drug, though, if the person who got 6th place at the Olympics uses that drug, they're going to win gold. They're going to beat Noah Lyles. So my best performers, those who use AI, those who can integrate technical with soft skills, are going to take all and win. And my lowest performers are going to get left further and further behind.
And how technical do you need to be, right? I mean, at some level, some of this is just accessing something that could be on your phone or your laptop. So it doesn't require necessarily the highest level of technical expertise.
True.
Yeah, and I think that's interesting because I don't really know what that means for us in education. What do we teach people then?
So I would say that what I just heard, that's nothing new. That's not based on AI or because of AI. That has always been the case. Those who have both the communication skills and the technical skills tend to do better, because if you have the typical engineer, and forgive me, typical engineers, but we usually have to train typical engineers in communication, and then when you do that, miracles happen and the outcome is even greater. But I think what we can be most successful in terms of helping our students and professionals achieve is critical thinking, because that will be absolutely imperative with AI. And I'll give you an example. At Harvard Business School, we are developing a whole new system of tutor bots and mentor bots and assignment feedback bots in a differentiated proprietary system. Why are we doing this ourselves? Not because we can, but because we need to. There's only so much today that off-the-shelf tools can give you in terms of accuracy and meeting the standards that Harvard Business School has. As you know, it's not just hallucinations problems, but we also don't want to be tied to what happens to be the best model of the day that may not be the best model of tomorrow. And I often say you would not hire a teaching assistant who is right 66% of the time. Why would you do that with an automated tool? So we are developing this proprietary system. And in that system, when you ask a question, the tutor bot would give you an answer, but then we invoke another tool, another bot that criticizes the answer of the answer bot. But how do we make sure that the critic is not hallucinating, right? So you do ultimately need to have a human, not just the proverbial human in the loop, but a human who can be the ultimate, again, arbiter of what is correct and what's not.
And that makes sense, I think, in maybe the educational settings we're familiar with in Georgetown, and this makes sense. What about maybe the rest of the world that is not as interested in learning everything about AI as it comes out and reading everything that comes out? Do we have enough awareness? Do we need to push for more awareness outside of HBS and outside of LinkedIn and outside of NTK Networks?
Go ahead.
So I think the change is happening incredibly fast, and yet still going to take a very long time to filter through all the jobs. So I say fast because I'm looking at the diffusion across industries that we track on LinkedIn. I say fast because I see the adoption rates of members and employers who are putting job postings out. What are the skills they're looking for? And so I see these incredibly fast growth rates, but it's from very small numbers. So I think it's going to take a long time before we see this move through. I'm not worried that people won't adapt. I think they will. But I do think that there's always the risk of the person in the disrupted role that really doesn't pivot easily. And it is hard to pivot. We know this from our own data. It's hard to pivot from one profession to another or from one industry to another. It's getting easier, but it's still incredibly hard. So that will leave people behind as change happens.
Can you quantify that it's easier? Like, have you seen evidence of this? I mean, I'm kind of fascinated by how much data you have.
So we can look. So there's 1 billion members. They're not all on at the same time, but there's 1 billion members at LinkedIn, and we can see when they change jobs. And we can see what jobs they changed to. And are they just in the same role? Maybe they got promoted to a higher level. Are they in the same job, just a different industry? Same job in the same company? So we can see how they change. And what we can do is map how much they're actually completely changing their role. Say if I go from being an economist to being a professor or running a business school, the head of, chief digital officer, that would be a complete change. And those changes are happening more frequently than they were in the past. There are still certain professions that change a lot more than other professions, but yeah, we can quantify that. It's small.
Do we need to start public awareness campaigns about AI? I mean, I guess 10 years ago, if you asked me about AI, then probably nobody would have done anything. I'm not so sure that we need public awareness now that we have ChatGPT out there with literally everybody playing with it. But maybe we're just seeing the same people over and over again in our little AI bubble.
Can I add to the answer about the skills that we need the most?
Okay.
What you just made me think about, Karen, is that the other kind of skill that's hard to teach, but really, really imperative, is adaptability. And we do remember Darwin, right? It's not the strongest of the species that will survive. It's the ones who are most adaptable. And so if there's anything particularly challenging today is that the change happens so much, and it challenges even the most adaptable of us to do that at a much faster rate. So I don't know about a public awareness campaign, Sam, to answer your question, but I do believe employers have a responsibility to their workforce to help them adapt with the skills, with the reskilling kind of training, whether it's prompt writing or some other ways of picking up, getting to that. What did Carlo talk about, the high exposure? We owe it to our colleagues, teams, employees, associates to make sure that they get that high exposure from us so that they can make that change, not because their job will be gone, but so that they can better themselves. And when you and I met, Sam, we were at the time at Levi Strauss & Company making, I would say, history in the retail apparel space with a machine learning bootcamp that was accessible to everyone in the company, including people in distribution centers, in manufacturing, in design, not the typical analysts and engineers that you might think of. And you know, when we trained those people at the time in Python and machine learning and agile ways of working, they upgraded their own jobs. They did not lose their jobs, but they got better jobs themselves, which they themselves made even better and enhanced, and thus the outcome was better for the company as well, but ultimately better for
Well, so I don't remember about that. How did people decide to do this program? How did they know that that was an option?
Oh, we promoted it.
You promoted it. So there's some sort of, I guess that, you know, would people, go ahead.
You go first.
To take it one step further, that is competitive advantage for a business. And we're here as the industry representative. So the fact of the matter is this technology integrated into individuals' work, but also teamwork, business process improvement, supply chain management, all those different aspects of a business is here to stay. This is not a fad. It's not going to go away. It is here to stay. If a business wants to take advantage of this great technology, incorporate it into their employees' operations and their business operations and their structures, that is kind of the answer of who, right? Who and why.
So that's a more corporate and private versus more public, I guess, than I was originally thinking. But you know,
Well,
I guess you're relying on the invisible hand to work.
And I mean, the public's interest here is if we want to limit the downside, which is that stratification of those who are excellent moving further up the chain and those who are less excellent because human performance is not equally distributed, falling further and further behind, then the public should advocate for training and education and awareness as well. Those folks might still fall behind, but they wouldn't fall as far behind.
I would add to that. I agree. So what we see in our data is a large percentage of job seekers or employees really want to be upskilled and trained in AI. They know it's there. They know it can make them more productive.
Okay.
And they know that using these things will give them back more time, that they may choose to go home early and empty the dishwasher. They may not want to do more work, but they will definitely have more time. So we see about almost, when we do a survey, this is just a survey, but do a survey of, say, 10,000 members, you know, some 80% of them say, yeah, I've been playing around with AI or generative AI already. When we ask, well, did your employer help you? No. So there's about, employers think they're doing a lot, but they're lagging behind. And so only about 40% of employers have really gotten going in terms of thinking, how do I introduce this as a business process? The generative AI tool that I need for my finance arm is not the same as the tool I'm going to need for HR or need for operations or need for engineering. And so it's all these different aspects and applications of generative AI that haven't yet been figured out. They don't understand the risks. And so they're lagging behind all these employees that are ready to use it because they think it's going to save them time and make them more productive.
Talk about the job opportunity in the future. I mean, my problem, I run a business, 42 employees. My business looks like most businesses in America. I want my business to become AI native. I want all of our processes to be enabled by AI. For 2 years, I've been working on that. We're still not.
But how are you doing that? So I'll challenge you a little bit, Brandon, because when Levi's decided to train its employees. First of all, it made that training available to all, but it was not for all. It was highly competitive. It was actually very difficult to choose people because we did not want to have prerequisites that would have required people to have an engineering background. We wanted it open to all, but we also wanted people who are analytical, problem solvers, tenacious, resilient, don't give up easily because this is not easy work. And at the same time, we didn't just promote it. We gave these people 8 weeks in which to train. We called it a boot camp for a reason. It was very intense. It was not a summer camp. So employers shouldn't just promote it and say, here, do something with it. They have to enable it and do everything possible because, to your point, it also becomes a competitive advantage for that organization.
And I think that what you just described is extraordinarily hard for most corporations, or at least small to medium sized, to actually invest that type of time and resource. For my organization, we can't take anyone off the job for any meaningful amount of time. So all I can do is say, here are the resources, here are all the accounts, and everyone can have an enterprise account on ChatGPT, and here are all these specialty tools for various functions. Go forth and discover and create. And maybe 1 or 2 do, and 38, 39 don't. And that's ultimately, I think, the problem where there's an opportunity. Some businesses who figure that out or hire the people who can help them figure that out as a job opportunity.
It's interesting, right? Because a lot of the literature will say the minute you introduce generative AI, it sort of narrows the gap between like let's call it the slowest or lowest performers and the top performers.
Yeah, we saw evidence of that in some earlier presentations, yeah.
Exactly. And then now we're talking about small versus large firms and whether or not we're going to see that narrowing or leveling the competitive playing field between them, because there's always a barrier, right? But there's a barrier to adoption in terms of just time and resources for smaller companies. So I think it's a really interesting point you're raising.
But the beauty of generative AI is it's not like even 2 years ago, we had to give people 8 weeks because it's not easy to learn Python and not easy to figure out the data of the company to solve the problems of the company with that data knowing Python. Generative AI has completely erased any kind of barriers to entry. It is so easy to use. It's a conversation. We all grow up having conversations. So it does not require that kind of training. So the commitment of an employer is much less ambitious or has to be much lower. And it may be more about expectations rather than enabling. I don't know, I'm just thinking out loud here, but there is a difference with Gen AI in the picture.
So I agree with you. I think the barrier to entry in some ways is lower. But I also think that there are scalable issues around, or non-scalable issues maybe around, just like what are the risks to my business for any particular function? If I introduce it to finance, that'll be different than HR. And when you have a big company, you've got a lot of folks who can think about that and be responsible. When you've got a little company, it might just be you having to figure that out piece by piece by piece. I don't know. So I agree with you. Low barriers to entry in terms of adoption, but there's still an element of like, how do you get through all the risk that you want to navigate first?
Well, so that's a whole other question. But
I think it's a barrier for employers, getting going.
Yeah, but that's a good question no matter whether we're talking about jobs or a company implementing their generative AI strategy. The first thing that a company or an organization has to do is figure out the risks and put the guardrails in place, such as particular generative AI guidelines or other policies, because if you don't have those protections, you cannot really take advantage of the opportunities that it offers. So yes, I think we're both in agreement.
Yeah.
So this makes me think about what the role is of, again, ethics and regulation here, that if you've got these sorts of activities, you mentioned them, calling them risks. I might say, we got a very powerful technology, we're gonna hand it to a bunch of people. We may give it to them kind of on their own to figure out. We may put them through a boot camp. How do we help them with ethical type dilemmas that we've never faced before? Where does that come into this? How about your boot camp? Did your boot camp talk more about Python or more about ethics?
So that was 2 years ago.
2 years ago,
So much has changed in that amount of time. But I mean, ethics always matters. And it's actually, ethics was my favorite topic many years ago. But that's where critical thinking comes into play, because it's not easy answers. It's not a regulation. It goes above and beyond. And I don't know if that's training or real world examples, but we cannot afford to not cover it somehow. I don't know the best ways. That this type of forum could be one example of that. But it's very interesting. That's why I thought this ombudsman role could be really...
Yeah, I thought this interesting that ombudsman was kind of the first thing you came out with when it was not at all what I would have thought our new... When we think about new jobs, I think there's a natural tendency to first think about coding this, coding that, prompt engineering, or hallucination stopping or whatever. But you took it a very different direction there. And I don't think, I go back in my engineering degree, I don't think I had a single philosophy or ethics class. Anything I know about that is more from watching TV probably than watching The Good Place than from any actual training. But you think about then if these tools become easier, then it makes these other resources more valuable. And so it kind of transitions me into thinking, what's going to be scarce? What's going to be the thing that everybody, if these tools make lots of other things easy, what is scarce? Is it ethics? Is it philosophy? Is it the soft skills? What are these scarce things that we ought to be chasing if the technologies make a lot of other things easier to access?
I still think there's a lot of innovation and creativity. I know as much as people say, AI is creative, I think there's a lot of human innovation and creativity that will be relatively scarce. I think the value add for us will be that. It will be the problem solving, the critical thinking, the ethical trade-offs and nuances, because these generative AIs, maybe they're learning really quickly, they can do a lot of different things, they mimic humans in a lot of ways, but are they going to be able to pick up on a particular cultural issue? I mean, LinkedIn is in so many countries, and we have to think about what do the comments look like in the platform feed, and what might be acceptable to say in one country and not in another, because people have different, norms and language uses. And so I do think that at the end of the day, you still are going, as much as you want to train generative AI to mimic us, we're going to be evolving faster in our own innovations and our own culture, that we will always be, I think, ahead of AI. I know that is not what everyone else thinks, but I'm still betting on humans. So I think a lot of it is innovation and creativity, and I think a lot of it is a lot of those ethical trade-offs I mentioned.
Yeah, but those are tough to train.
Yes, I agree. It's not so much what will be scarce, but what will be most important, and that's humanity. I love technology, but I love people more. And I think in the age of AI, that's when we get to stand out more as the species that invented artificial intelligence. And it's our responsibility to also humanize it. And that's part of the training. The more we talk about prompt engineering, the more we talked about the technology, that can intimidate people. We need to humanize it, make it relatable, help people really feel it and understand it, and help our mothers get it. So that's where the humanity comes in.
I thought the ease of tools have helped with that a lot. I mean, actually, I'm kind of curious, your incoming class right now, how many people have actually built a Python machine learning model before versus how many people have used ChatGPT? I bet there's a very, very different balance in that group of people. So I think we maybe have the awareness. People here,
quick.
Go ahead. Yeah, sorry. Think about questions. Think about questions while he's finishing.
I love that. I mean, there's a lot of optimism here, but I think what's really going to be scarce is effective regulation on this. I think we have not shown ourselves able to effectively regulate these cutting-edge, rapidly iterating technologies within this country. And so
digital copyright law is very much tied to Gutenberg Press. Right?
Yeah, right. And now with Chevron doctrine gone away, that's going to be even more important. So I think that's a call to those in the room who work on policy and regulation. That is what seems to be super scarce, especially when you bring up ethics. If you rely on the better angels of these businesses, you're going to be disappointed every single time. And so you regulate that through law. You drive incentives and you create the ethical outcome you want through law, not through just hoping that Sam Altman is going to do the right thing because he woke up on the right side of the bed today.
So you're coming down pretty strong pro-regulation.
I am, and until it happens, I will take full advantage of the open runway as I can while I run my business.
Okay. Are you similarly interested in regulation?
I think the most interesting thing about AI, and I'm not original in saying this, so I don't want to claim it as my own comment, but it's the fact that we're figuring out, or maybe need to start figuring out the regulation side, figuring out the adoption and applicability of this as a new technology. So everything is happening at the same time. This may not be new, but it's definitely making it confusing. I think the Europeans are ahead of us in terms of figuring out how to at least start to set some boundaries around the use. I think it will come. But I think the Europeans will lead us for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I do agree with the point that we can't rely on everyone's good graces to do the right thing. Because in a modern world with lots of different players and lots of different places, I mean, I go back to the AI pause a year ago, promoted by people who happened to be ahead of the race at the time, who were all interested in pausing.
Pull up the ladder behind me.
That's Noah saying, all right, everybody stop racing now that I'm ahead. And so that was an interesting thing. And I just clearly nothing came out of that. At the same time, I think it's really hard to regulate these things that are changing so very rapidly. But to preach it a little bit, we've got a history of regulating things that have done well. Part of my background is we're working with the United Nations Atomic Energy Agency about nuclear weapons, and we have not had, I don't want to jinx us here, but we've not had a big nuclear bomb since 1945. So something works. We buy stocks in companies, and we can buy those stocks in companies without having seen the books because we know CPAs have seen the books and we trust them by proxy. We trust the regulatory supply chain to make sure that food processing is safe. And we've got some regulations in there, and we can open up food in a way that we couldn't 100 years ago without, right now there's a listeria outbreak, and it's news. And it's unusual, but it wouldn't have been usual 100 years ago. The point is, we've got some existing precedent for doing a good job with regulation, and we can't act like AI is magical and special and defies everything we've ever learned in human existence.
That's so true, Sam. I was just reading about the inventor of CRISPR, one of the inventors of CRISPR, Jennifer Doudna, and there has been such analogy, actually, when I was reading the book just a few years ago, there was all this debate about gene editing and how far is it far enough? Is it okay to erase a life-threatening disease, but then where does it stop when you actually start to engineer humans? So AI is not that different in that way. It just happens to be the emerging tech of the day. But I do believe that it will settle. I'm old enough to remember the mainstreaming of the internet and when everything was free and Napster was there and we were all listening to music without having to pay. And there were no taxes on e-commerce orders, and that eventually got settled. So this will also happen here.
The adaptability, back to your adaptability of humans, we figured that out. We can figure other things out. I'm sorry, questions in the audience, please. Anyone named Sam, we'll call him.
Thanks a lot. So, Brandon, you said, until regulation comes, I'm going to take full advantage of the fact that we have this runway or whatever. But I could also imagine that regulation could be helpful in some ways to drive incentives so that it's we can kind of distribute these productivity gains more, allow small businesses to more easily take advantage of the benefits of these systems. Maybe it's investments in public education and things like that. So maybe not regulation, but public policy more broadly. So I wonder if, from like a industry perspective, if there are things that you would like to see from policymakers to help you, like to harness some of the economic benefits of these systems more. If you have any thoughts on that.
Sure, and my comment was more about you can rely on businesses to do one thing, which is optimize profit, right? That's really the only thing that we ever should rely on businesses to do. But to your point, I do think there are opportunities that public policy can drive growth and opportunity. And I mean, you brought up one, an education program, right? Whether it's through our public university systems, whether it's through non-traditional degree programs, right? Not the standard four-year degree, but kind of that new collar job idea of we have roles that require training and education that can be done in a one-year certificate program. And how do we incentivize that within our national public education, within our national jobs programs, what have you. I think that there's opportunities there. In terms of business and workforce, I would love for the workforce to come in better trained and educated, but I would also just love access to workforces that I can't necessarily get access to. I was recently speaking to Amazon and their data center program, and they've built up this fantastic education program in Appalachia and other areas of this country to train these populations that don't typically get access to high-paying, tech-driven jobs that do not require a four-year degree. So other ways that public policy can drive those types of programs that even small businesses like mine can take advantage of those investments would be greatly valuable.
There's been, this isn't quite a public policy, this is more of a corporate policy, but there's been a push, I know, within LinkedIn. And to be honest, it was successful, but it was limited, which was like, do you have to demand all of these degrees when you put out a job posting you want to hire? Do you really need all that? Or what if this woman is very capable, 35, and been doing this job for 10 years somewhere else? Does she really need to have a master's? And that has been helpful, I think, in de-degreeing a lot of roles that we see on LinkedIn. We've seen a big decrease since then. And this was particularly prevalent during the pandemic. It's not quite your point. But the other thing I was going to say more to generative AI was, I know that we've put out a certificate course on LinkedIn Learning where you can sort of say, I'm going to get a generative AI certificate. Now, is that going to make you eligible for every generative AI engineering job? No, not at all. But it might make you a little bit more proficient understanding what does a large language model do, why might it be useful to learn about prompt engineering or how to write a prompt that's effective, or to just get you to be more adaptable and persistent in trying to learn and teach yourself. So there are courses like that out there that might help people, but I think there's not enough on-ramps into jobs for people who are coming from non-traditional places, and I would love to see a lot more done there. I'd almost put it back to the education industry, which I think has been slow to reform itself in terms of catching up with where we are.
One way that the federal government can do that is stop requiring four-year college degrees for all of the federal jobs, which they just started doing with some IT-driven jobs, so I think they're moving in that direction. But by doing that, that will kind of open up the aperture, I think, a little bit and give other industries and private industries the permission to also not require. I know that's maybe controversial.
Yeah, this was fun up until we started to.
And Harvard and Boston. And I teach at the Naval Academy, so I also am in higher education. But opening that aperture also requires us to take on that risk ourselves and saying we do not require that anymore.
What you're talking about, Brandon, I think, is the classic dilemma. You have a emerging technology which by its nature is disruptive. And so my career has been all about bringing these emerging technologies to an existing organization to help it stay relevant. And what I've learned is the first thing you do is you break all the rules. You have to break the rules, not because you're a rebel just to be a rebel, but because those old rules no longer apply. And in fact, they impede you from deploying that emerging technology for the benefit of that enterprise. So that kind of open-mindedness, and perhaps not even looking at regulation, but looking within the organization and its policies and how those can be relaxed or adapted for the future, that would be a good start.
And small may have an advantage there that the big does not. Please, go ahead.
Hi, thanks for the discussion. It's been very interesting. I'm from the World Bank, from the Digital Development, and we're working with clients across the world. And for instance, one of our clients from Ethiopia is particularly interested in deploying AI for the government or public services. I'll be very much interested to learn more about what kind of skill set that we should more focus on when we nurture the skill set from Africa or developing country context. Because I've seen the case another African countries where we have invested for their digital skills. But when I actually met some of the startups and beneficiaries, they were not really, they couldn't really find the market where they can use those skills that they can use computer and stuff, but they don't know how to actually utilize that in the market context and make profit out of it. So if you can give us some advice on when we work with the clients' countries, like what skill sets should we like really focus on? Like should be coding or like Python, or like for instance, I'm from South Korea, and the government of Korea has actually deployed a measure to teach coding to like elementary school students. So from like 10, 20 years, like majority of the young generation will be able to learn, like know how to do the coding. So for like the developing countries like Africa to have that sort of impact in their nurturing skills, and what kind of a set of skills that should we really focus on we'd like to hear it from the industry's perspective. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'll start. So it's definitely true that things like Python seem very popular. It might be different though. The things I learned a long time ago are no longer in heavy use. You know, the coding skills are useful, but again, like I'll give you the example on my team. There are people who code in Python and R, and they sometimes just need it in something else, or it started in SQL, and they're like, oh, let me just throw it in here, and it'll translate it for me into this new coding language. So I don't know how much I would say you have to really nail down a particular coding language, but it's obviously very useful. I think the problem, and I'm just admiring the problem now and not answering it, but is that there isn't, like you said, a market or a critical mass. And so you have maybe some really talented folks, few and far between in one country, but where do they go to have a community amongst themselves? And I'm a big believer in networks. Sitting at LinkedIn, we watch the power of networks and strong networks, and they really do, it's like a flywheel, they feed on it. And I think that's actually the bigger challenge in a lot of emerging markets, is not having that community where people can really find each other and build. But of course, yeah, the coding is useful, as is all the languages. Now let me just give you the list, because I promised I would do it, and then I'll stop and turn it to you. So the list of the most in-demand like AI skills are, and these are not very exciting, but it's like large language models and generative AI and GNN, so neural networks, image, any kind of like imaging, design, things like that, anything to do with video, all of that are the nuts that our people are trying to crack right now.
Yeah, so my belief is that the advent of generative AI has actually relegated coding to a backstage, if not exiting completely, because it can do the coding. It's not perfect yet, but it will. That's why we are seeing, tech jobs actually, tech companies doing layoffs. So my belief is that the skills that could be very useful at this point are around entrepreneurship, especially in the countries that you described. I happen to come from Bulgaria, very different. People may say developing country itself. And how do you teach that? There are different ways, obviously, but that could be something that really helps lift everyone. And that's where technology, including AI, can be very helpful, because it can mentor in entrepreneurship people at unprecedented scale and speed and scope.
And I'd just like to offer, I am totally unqualified to answer your question. Because I work in cybersecurity and my world is very narrow. But there is a woman in the audience who can answer your question very well, so I hope that you'll let me introduce you to Kristen after this, because she does digital transformation work for organizations, large and small. And so she will have the other answers and can actually help you in that project.
So when we had this list of skills too, some of it depends on where the skills that they currently have. We made some assumptions here, I think, about what people had and what they need. And what we've also said is they need to be able to check all those boxes to be the most competitive. And it kind of depends on what they have. I'm going to push back slightly. I think that algorithmic thinking, whether it's not this particular coding language or another coding language, helps understand what's going on inside of any of these models. And so I hope that there's still a bit there. Please, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Karen, you mentioned two words that really hit me. And just because I did extensive research on that, lifelong learning, and you hit it right there. And also, we all know that population everywhere, people are living longer, so we kind of have to prepare for it. But it's just, I guess I want to get from you, if you don't mind, and I promise I'm going to quote you from now on.
Oh my gosh.
Your advice to better convince organizations to invest in lifelong learning strategies, because it seems like, sometimes it's just out of the question. And also, lifelong learning is tied with aging process. We are older than 30 minutes ago. So.
Thank you.
Not me.
Well, it's reality, right? Like a minute ago. So we're all hitting, we're going to be in the process of aging. So what is the best advice, and this goes through the panel, the investing, number one, on lifelong learning, particular for you, because you mentioned it, and that ties with the aging population, looking up into the future and how to better invest. We like to talk about upscaling, reskilling, adapting, but guess what? People do all the check marks at age 50 and go face the labor market. You're going to get discriminated against age. So what's the point?
Yeah, all right. We could have a whole seminar on that. And we're doing actually a lot of work to understand how boomers are behaving in the labor market right now, because I sort of had honestly, I had sort of the same sense, at least in the US. I don't know it to be a fact, but I was like, it seems really hard for older workers to get back in. One of the things that we've seen is older workers have been unretiring themselves quite quickly, on our platform at least, and they also apply to many more jobs on average than millennials or Gen Z or Gen X. So what this tells me when they apply to more jobs per session is they are more intensively job seeking, which could be a sign of, hey, I want to cast my net wide, I have a lot of skills, or hey, I'm struggling to find that right thing. And I suspect it might be the latter, that they're struggling. So I just want to affirm what you're saying. I can't say, oh yeah, definitely is the case, but we see evidence of this. Job searching intensity is much higher amongst boomers, which is sort of odd and unusual. I think it's an unretirement thing that's happening. But to your point about lifelong learning, really quickly, I do think it's a thing that's going to carry us through, like adaptability, through this technological moment that we're going through, and we'll go through others. I think the problem is that companies are short-termist in their focus. And it's not a problem, but that's just where they are. Also, any skill we have is portable, so whatever you invest in me, I will go and take it to my next role. I've had a few, you heard my bio. So there's some incentives that aren't totally aligned with this investment in lifelong learning. So what we need to do is figure out how to show that lifelong learning creates someone who's more curious, more adaptable, and therefore somehow more productive. And I can't say that I have evidence of that, but I think that's how you get over that big gulf you just talked about.
I'm glad you brought that up, because I think that's inconsistent, amongst our panel here, in that earlier you and I were talking about how quickly people are, how short people's job spans are, and there's a lot of rapid change in those. At the same time, we said, no, this sort of teaching is happening within companies. And you pointed out that inconsistency of the short-term versus long-term thinking, and that those skills are portable. That's a tough problem. And we're relying on the corporation world to do that, and not regulation or education might not be a way that we have to pull in policy and regulation to do that. Other questions? Please.
Thanks. So I'm wondering, some of the elements of this, of the last couple of years have felt a little bit like when I was very young, and you had, the move from DOS to Windows, from the command line to
Miss CPM.
Suddenly you have applications. So, and you can see that a little bit with early generative AI, to putting a wrapper around that and calling it ChatGPT. And then prompt engineering was a big thing for a little bit, but suddenly a lot of the tools being offered kind of take another wrapper around what the prompt engineers were doing and turning that into a tool to make it easier. If that's a usable analogy, to what extent are you concerned, or do you think that maybe some of the skills that look like they could be very valuable right now might actually turn into a packaged tool that will then lead to another set of skills that we might need to use as we're sort of going back and forth between what the AI can do and what a human can do.
The half-life of skills is declining.
Yeah, half-life of skills is declining. But to Katya's point, you use the term adaptability. I call it learning agility. That's not something that you're going to wrap into a tool, right? And even if you do, if someone is agile and adaptable, they will adapt to that and move on to the next. So when we talk about the critical skills of creative thinking, of systems thinking, of design thinking, of adaptability and learning agility, I really do think those are the critical skills. Now,
those feel more enduring than prompt engineering.
Yeah, more enduring and more core to who we are as people and who we are as humanity. Now, there has to be some sort of digital baseline knowledge to use these systems, but at the end of the day, even if we wrap package into package into package of automating, creating prompts, and then integrating data flow into the AI tool, and then having the AI tool actually act as a principal, not just an what have you, the worker that is adaptable, the worker that is creative, that has design thinking, systems thinking innate to the way they work, will take that tool and make it sing and make it do something unexpected, which you can't automate that.
And I would argue, sorry, I'm going to jump in. I would argue also understanding the data, like all these algorithms are built on data. So whoever is controlling the data or has access to the data has, superior access to understanding everything. So if you understand how the black box works and you understand what's going into the black box, you have an advantage. So I still am a believer in the data. I might be saying that because I'm sitting on a lot of data, so I'm like, ooh. But I think that there's something there, too, that will never go away. Being numerate, understanding statistics and distributions and probability, and understanding what your data might be able to tell you or what it might not be able to tell you at great scale of millions and millions of observations, I think that's still super useful, even if you're having some algorithm crunch it all and tell you something. Anyway, sorry.
Analytical skills, absolutely.
Analytical skills.
Please.
Sam, we want to give some attention to the people online.
Oh, okay,
and we were
sorry.
getting lots of comments from them, so I just wanted to raise one question that we got. What happens if AI development outpaces the average human adaptability? Will we see widening gaps in digital literacy? There already are gaps present.
It will outpace, it already has outpaced the average human's adaptability. I think that is kind of the problem, right? Human performance, again, is a spectrum. It's not evenly distributed. So I think it has outpaced the average. And those who are above average are performing, and winner takes all economy, so they are the ones taking advantage of it. And how do we, as a society, manage the other half that are falling behind, right? To me, that is the critical question. Which I don't have an answer to, by the way. I don't have that answer, but I do think it is already outpaced.
Reply back to get us the answer of that. Yeah. It's tough. The pace is brutal in these technologies.
Yeah, but I think we are giving a lot of credit when in fact it's statistical probability, it's not real reasoning. So is it outpacing? In some ways, yes. But is it in line with human, truly human reasoning, creativity, thinking? I don't know. Not yet.
Not yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like a calculator, right? It's doing things a lot faster. It's synthesizing more information. But is it asking the right questions? I talk to a lot of journalists, and I'm always like, oh, where am I on this chart of disrupted to augmented? Am I in the journal? And I'm like, no, as long as you're asking good, hard questions, I don't see why I would ever not want to see a great journalist asking hard questions. And I'm not sure AI is designed to ask really good, hard questions. So I know that's kind of my stock answer for I don't think these roles are going to go away.
Yeah. The problem is it simulates humanity, but it's not human.
No, I agree.
You have more? Okay, sorry. I'll get maybe one more time.
So thank you. So earlier you mentioned that it's really important to show the skill of adaptability and lifelong learning. So there's two questions. First, how do like a worker demonstrate that they are like a lifelong learner to their employer or manager? And second, if for managers, how do they measure and look for people who can demonstrate adaptability and lifelong learning?
I love the question, busting the vagueness of the terms. And
I wasn't being vague.
I'm in the process of hiring a woman that I find incredibly impressive because we've had probably 5 or 6 hour-long conversations, and maybe 75% of them we've talked about knitting and crocheting because that is what she's passionate about. And so we're talking about things that she's genuinely excited about and how she has innovated and created opportunities and built a community around something that has absolutely nothing to do with what my business does. And that has taught me that she is creative and adaptable and curious. Right? And to me, I'd rather hire someone that doesn't know a thing about cybersecurity, but is curious, adaptable, and creative and has other passions outside of that. And so I think that's one way that a worker can demonstrate that. Now, how do you get in the door and start that conversation? I can't help you there.
LinkedIn can help.
LinkedIn can help, there you go. But you know, in terms of having those conversations, it's being human. It's talking and asking questions and being engaged and interested and expressing more than just this is the skills and technical requirements for this specific role. It's saying, hey, here are my values as a human being. Here are my interests as a human being. Maybe we can talk about some of them. And for me, as someone who hires people, I mean, that I hire that person, 10 times out of 10.
And it has to be genuine. It's not about demonstrating. It's about being. I agree. It's much easier to teach technical skills than it is to teach attitude. I would hire attitude over technical skills any day. But I remember my first day in a graduate program, having just come from Bulgaria into the US and completely awestruck and confused. And I remember the dean then saying, you all own your education. You are responsible for it. And so the same holds true now. You're responsible for your career. You're responsible for your lifelong learning. You have to make it happen, and it has to be genuine.
I would add, I totally agree with what you both said. I would add that for me, it's the abstract thinking. Like, I don't need help with a problem that I know we've all somehow been trained on at school. I need help with a problem where I'm like, I don't know, we've never been here before. And I had one of those problems in 2008 when someone came to me and was like, well, what are we thinking? Should we buy treasuries or mortgages? We were at the Fed and we're like, maybe both? I don't know, And it wasn't that I decided that was someone more senior, but we were all trying to figure that out together. What would it mean if we bought treasuries or mortgages during this huge crisis? What are all the unknown and unintended consequences? So we just pulled a bunch of people who were good at abstract thinking and problem solving, and we just said, okay, what's your thought? Your thought, let's figure this out. So for me, it's that abstract problem solving that I really value, and I don't see generative AI doing that anytime soon.
Technical problems you can solve with enough caffeine and pizza, right? And it's the abstract ones that are more difficult. This has been fascinating. One of the numbers from our research is that 73% of the people out there are excited and hope that AI will do part of their job. There's a lot of negatives here. Only 37% said they were fearful about AI. I think there's a lot of opportunity. I hope that we've ended on an opportunistic note here, and now we can head for some snacks. I think we have a snack break until, when is the snack break until? The next half hour, right? Yep, so snack break until 4:30. Am I reading that right? Yep, okay, snack break until 4:30, and then we'll come back for the last panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
All right, everybody. We're going to be transitioning towards our last session of the day, but don't forget there's a reception afterwards. So first we're going to have our final session, and then we will have a reception afterwards. And I must say to everybody in the room, there will be wine at the reception, so please enjoy unless you're an undergrad, okay? So just notes about that. We're excited to announce the next section, which is very, very exciting. This session will be on what are the different approaches to AI regulation around the world and how best should we regulate AI. We're going to be first joined by a speaker virtually, Angela Jiang, and then later another speaker, Anu Bradford, in person. And we're delighted to have Scott Walston as our moderator. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Tim. Am I on? Yeah, it sounds like it. Okay, great. So thanks for having me to moderate the session. Thanks to Tim and Jonathan and the Georgetown Center. So here we'll be talking about what are different approaches to AI regulation around the world. Since at the moment I'm the only one here, you can either imagine me in a box so that it's Zoom, or imagine Angela here sitting right here with us, and Anu will be here shortly. So along with our obsessions with AI comes a push from around the world to regulate it somehow. The EU's AI Act is the most prominent, but California is on the verge of passing its AI Accountability Act, unless the governor signed it since half an hour ago. And there's legislation across states. By one count, there are 114 federal legislative proposals in Congress and 762 in the states. I think this particular count might be taking some liberties in what they consider to be AI regulation, but the numbers are big. So we're going to discuss these questions related to AI regulation. Are regulations warranted at all? What problems are they trying to solve? How do we balance trade-offs? What do different regulatory regimes look like? And more. So I'll first introduce Angela, who's here. Angela Chang is a leading authority on Chinese tech regulation. She's currently professor of law at the USC Gould School of Law. Before joining USC, she taught at the University of Hong Kong, the NYU School of Law, and King's College in London. Her newest book, High Wire: How China Regulates Big Tech and Governs Its Economy, was released in March 2024. It's featured in the New York Times, Bloomberg, Wired China, MIT Tech Review, and many other places. Angela, thanks for being here. Sort of being here, but for joining us.
Well, it was lovely having the opportunity to speak at this wonderful conference, and how I wish that I could be there. And hello, all the audience, and my host, Scott, today. Yeah.
Let's wait to talk about the sort of the whether regulation is justified question until we have both panelists here. And since your expertise is China, let's just start there. How does China at the highest level think about regulating AI?
This is a very difficult question, right? I mean, as you know, China is an authoritarian country, and so it has a very ambivalent view towards AI. On the one hand, AI is expected to bring enormous commercial benefits and economic benefits for the Chinese society, right? And as everybody knows, the Chinese economy is not doing very well recently, and the government is trying their best and to think about solutions, how we can restructure the economy, because a lot of economists attributed China's economic slowdown to a more structural issue. And so the government has recently introduced this new buzzword called new quality productive force, where AI is highlighted as one of those productive force that can help upgrade the Chinese economy and help it, go through this painful restructuring and can forge ahead with its economic reforms. So the government is counting a lot on AI, because economic growth, after all, matters hugely for the performance legitimacy of the Chinese Communist Party. But on the other hand, as an authoritarian government, it is also inherently insecure about information control, and particularly with the emergence of ChatGPT-like services, it become more and more difficult for the Chinese data authority to to conduct censorship and control of AI generative output, right? I mean, so not surprisingly, China became the first jurisdiction to introduce rules to regulate generative AI. So as you may recall, last April, just 6 months after ChatGPT emerged in 2023, China already introduced a set of measures to regulate generative AI. And in August last year, China already adopted this law. And so that makes China really the first country in the world to regulate AI. And by the way, China is, as far as I know, the only country that has mandated a licensing requirement for firms that need to introduce generative AI services to the public, right? I mean, so we have a lot about EU's AI Act, US executive order. You don't find this kind of ex ante requirement in those laws, but you do have that in China. So in China's interim measures to regulate generative AI, there is a specific provision that require firms to conduct a security assessment before introducing services to the public. And that, is equivalent to an ex ante. You need to gain an ex ante approval before you offer services to the public, right? I mean, so in a way, China is also very strict with the way it controls AI. So it's an extremely delicate balance, just like the cover of my book, right? I mean, there's a man walking on high wire, and China is walking on high wire in trying to control and manage AI services.
About this. So in the West, most regulations or proposed regulations maybe focus on risks defined different ways depending on who's doing it. Maybe some issues on privacy and copyright. And in China, it seems that they focus more on insults to the state or challenges to the Communist Party. Is that where the regulations are focused? Is it more about that than about what we might focus on here?
You raise a very good point, right? I mean, if you just look at the law itself, the interim measures to regulate generative AI services in China, they cover a broad scope, right? I mean, they want to regulate the violations of IP rights. They want to regulate violation of data privacy, discriminations, labor concerns, and of course, and also the content issues, as you alluded to, right? I mean, it covers very similar scope as you would see in US or in the EU, but the actual enforcement could be very different, right? I mean, so what truly matters in practice is this requirement of security assessment, right? Firms will need to conduct this assessment, kind of get the approval before they offer services to the public. And that is something that what truly matters for the firm's compliance. With regard to everything else, it's more of a secondary issue because it really depends on how the authority enforce the law, how intense is the enforcement, right? I mean, with that, the government authority have a lot of discretion in deciding what to do, right? I mean, so right now, because the policy priority is on growth and development, right? I mean, in fact, there is a saying that failing to growth AI is the biggest threat to our national security, right? When you have that overriding national agenda, it's hard, for agencies to commit to very serious and intense enforcement, right? I mean, so despite the fact that, you see, NVIDIA recently just yesterday received DOJ subpoena and was subject to antitrust scrutiny in both the US and the EU, right? I mean, OpenAI and has been investigated by almost every data authority in Europe, right? And there's a lot of things going on in the US and a lot of litigations, IP litigation are mounting. You don't see this kind of activities in China. Very quiet, right? I mean, it's not that China is lack of this type of law. It's a question of whether they have the view and, mostly they have the view to enforce it. If they want to enforce it, definitely they could, right? I mean, but so far, the enforcement has been extremely lax, right? So what truly, yeah.
What are the various institutions involved in regulating AI in China? I mean, there's the Communist Party, which may have one objective. There's the army, which may have a similar objective, but not quite the same. Then there are all the companies, and they are, in addition to being in China, they compete around the world too. And how do all of those, how do they interact to create rules that are coherent and can be followed?
Very good point, right? I mean, for the most part, the Chinese enforcement relies very heavily on the administrative authority, unlike in the US, which is a very decentralized enforcement system where actually the judiciary plays a very important role. So you have a lot of private litigations. But in China, you rely mostly on the bureaucracy to enforce the law. And you also make an excellent point that the firms themselves are also, self-enforcing to some extent because they self-regulate, right? I mean, they also an important actor. And although, as we all know, right? I mean, they lack sufficient incentive to properly regulate themselves. So you really need to rely on the public authorities. And China has a huge bureaucracy, right? And because AI has such wide application, it touches upon all sorts of regulatory functions of different authorities. So there's a patchwork authorities in charge of regulating AI services, right? I mean, and there are sector regulators. If you think about autonomous driving or facial recognition, there's also data regulator, antitrust regulator, and a labor regulator. All of them will have some sort of monitoring function over these over AI services. But in practice, because as I said, everything else is quite secondary, right? Whether we're talking about IP or data privacy is secondary right now, right? Because we want to drive growth. So what truly matters in terms of compliance and enforcement is the security assessment, and that authority lies with the Cyberspace Administration of China, the CAC, which is the main coordinator for data enforcement in China, and is mainly in charge of internet censorship and information control.
This question might veer a little bit away from definitely the focus of your book and your expertise, but how do these affect AI development in China? I mean, if you're focused on making sure that you don't say things that offend the Communist Party, I mean, do you want to be the one whose model hallucinates something and or tells people that Xi Jinping is responsible for putting Uyghurs in prisons? I mean, that person's probably not going to stick around long. So, how much risk are people willing to take in this setting?
Well, I mean, what I have seen in practice is that firms are on the side of caution. They put in a lot of filters in the AI output, so you don't really hear the answer, period, right? I mean, firm will really want to err on the side of caution. They don't, and by the way, it's not like the first time they have to conduct this kind of self-censorship. They have been doing this all the time, as long as your online internet services in China, right? I mean, one of the very important compliance burden you have is content moderation. I mean, this is the fundamental bottom line of your business. Otherwise, the CAC will knock at your door, right? I mean, they can shut you down, right? They can deprive your license to conduct online services in China, right? That was the whole point why foreign companies like Google and this kind of companies, they found it impossible to operate in China because they found it difficult to comply with this kind of requirement. And
that's interesting. So does that mean that the versions of ChatGPT, from Chinese companies that are available in China are much less powerful than the ones available here or in Europe because companies are much more hesitant to release them?
Well, there are two things happening here. First, Chinese firms, they are very closely behind the US firms, right? I mean, Mark Zuckerberg said the Chinese firms are just like 4 or 5 months behind us. And specifically when you talk about, specific AI application, if you talk about facial recognition, China is the best, right? I mean, but when you talk about ChatGPT, China may be 2 years behind. But if you talk about text to image or text to video, China may be very, very close, right? I mean, you can see Kuaishou recently released this text to video application was very, very close to Sora, right? I mean, and so it's a really case by case, but China is very, very closely behind. So in terms of power, whether China is less powerful, I'm skeptical about that. But it is definitely less interesting, right? Because they have to censor and filter so many results because of this, political alignment.
You're separating AI appropriately, I think, into two categories. One is generative AI, and the other is sort of all other kinds of AI. And I think you're saying that in generative AI, they're in terms of the speed that things happen these days, much further behind, whereas in other types of AI, maybe not behind at all, really. Do you think that's true, or am I putting? I don't want to put words in your mouth, but.
Well, I mean, there are certain types of AI when we talk about robotics, visions like facial recognition and sounds, voice recognition. China is really at the cutting edge. I mean, China produced the world's most accurate facial recognition technology. And there's a reason behind it too. If you want to get into that. But generative AI, I think it really depends. When we're talking about GPT-like services, yes, China is maybe 2 or 3 years behind, but text to image, text to video, China is extremely close because this is a very new area, right? Now, the other thing I want to highlight is that despite the fact that China regulates those services that maintain quite strict regulation of those services offered to the public. And you can understand where that's coming from because it was concerned that this might disrupt social stability and that can threaten its political control. But China does not regulate if you offer the service for enterprise use. There's a big carve out in the Chinese law that you don't need to conduct security assessment if this service is not introduced to the public. In other words, for instance, Microsoft also offer Copilot services in China. They sell it in China. They don't need to go through any licensing, process, right? They can sell it to any enterprise if they want to. The problem, there is a slight problem, however, is when they sell this kind of service to Chinese firm, the firm's data will need to transfer out of China, and that will raise question of cross-border data control, and that could be another regulatory hurdle. But what I'm saying that there is a big carve out here that for industry use, if you'd only create your AI in the lab, right? I mean, if you're not offering to general public, right? I mean, that big carve out does give the room for small and medium-sized Chinese companies to grow and flourish and to innovate.
Liability shift then? I mean, if Copilot generates something that the Chinese authorities don't like, is Microsoft responsible for that?
If it is not offered to the public, that's not subject to
Microsoft is offering the service to the public. So then is Microsoft responsible if Copilot does something that would otherwise violate the rules?
Well, I mean, then Microsoft will have to get approval first. And there's a question of whether it wants to do that. It probably doesn't even want to go there.
But wait,
right?
but Microsoft has released Copilot, right?
No, I think if they offer generative AI services, they will have to get the approval. If it is for general public, they will have to get approval. I don't think the company want to go there. They are so far only, offering the services for enterprise use, sell it to enterprise. So in fact, this kind of licensing requirement as kind of like a trade barrier in a way. But at the same time, you also can tell, American companies don't want to go into this market in the first place, right? OpenAI, they even publicly announced that we don't even want to offer API to Chinese firms, not even for enterprise use, not to say, we want to bother going through the CAC's licensing process to obtain approval. They don't even want to go there. Right? I mean, so now you see the bifurcation of the AI world. The Chinese firm cater specifically to their own Chinese domestic market. The US firms, they don't sell to Chinese public market because they know this is a tightly controlled area.
Pose a hypothesis to you that of how different regulatory regimes have affected the technological development, the development of AI. So here we focused. Here broadly, the West focused on risk, and people worry about whether the concerns are valid or not. They worry about all the bad things that might happen from AI. And so we could think about the risks, and we don't like facial recognition, and all kinds of, some states have even completely banned it. But so far, most aspects of generative AI have not, they're not covered much at all, except I guess in the EU now. But in China, like you said, generative AI is behind, but these other aspects, like facial recognition, have moved ahead. Do you think that has anything to do with these regulatory regimes? Is this an example of how regulation can affect the direction of technology?
Regulation is just one level of control, and obviously you need many other things to make this happen, right? I mean, and at the end of the day, I think that the China's success can be attributed to its authoritarian model of governance. And it's not just unique to China. I mean, if you look at UAE, which is now fast developing into an AI superpower, into some extent. I mean, people take UAE very seriously these days because it has also produced very powerful AI model, right? I mean, it's very similar. Authoritarian country, they do seem to enjoy certain type of advantages. It's not like that this kind of, democratic society, I also need to emphasize, they also have their competitive advantage. But in certain areas, authoritarian regime has some inherent advantage. First, they have greater demand to use AI technology, right? With facial recognition, for instance, right? I mean, the Chinese government is the major supplier and customer of facial recognition technology. The government, through the procurement contract with the AI firms, offer a lot of data, and also the surveillance data they gather to the firms to train the AI model, and in turn helps the firm because the data is an essential input into the AI models that enable the firm to train very good AI model, and in turn can fuel its commercial success, and that's why it was so good, right? I mean, and so the demand in a authoritarian country, in a way, already put them in an advantageous position, right? Not to mention the supply, right? I mean, on the supply side, a authoritarian country like China or in the UAE, they can do a lot of things democratic country cannot, right? I mean, they can tolerate, certain violations, right? I mean, they can relax the law in a way you wouldn't expect democracy, because democracy would be subject to a lot of constraints in doing that, right? I mean, UAE touted itself as, one of its competitive advantage is that we can allow firms to train on industrial data or, anonymized government data or hospital data, healthcare data. They wouldn't be able to have access to, this kind of firm would not be able to access to if they want to train them, get those data in the UK or the US, right? Because this is very, very controversial. But you can do that in UAE. And that's the advantage, right? I mean, have you heard UAE has any IP investigation or any litigation? You don't, right? I mean, so you don't, if you conduct your AI services in those countries, you have less regulatory worry to some extent, right? And that does give firm a slight competitive advantage. And obviously, regulatory environment is only one factor, at least for now. When I look at China, this is not something that is holding back the firms, right? If anything, Chinese government want to create an enabling environment for these companies, right? I mean, so it's interesting to say, actually regulation shouldn't be viewed as bad at all. Sometimes, in China, regulation could be good for business. It could be enabling for businesses and could be trying to send very positive and very friendly signal to the industry and entrepreneurs that the government actually is doing the best to try to help them. And not to mention the fact that, countries like China, UAE, they can mobilize a lot of resources. In the US, in EU, they can also do that, but they can only do it to a much lesser extent than an authoritarian government, because Chinese government can really marshal resources from every corner of the society, right? From the industry, from academia, from trade associations, right? I mean, and they really implement and make it happen, right? And that's why, that's part of also the reason why you see EV really took off in China, and China now become the biggest EV manufacturer in the world just in a few years' time.
Anu is here. I'll introduce her momentarily. But before she's actually up here, maybe we should see if there are any questions that are China specific before we sort of move on generally. Yeah, there's a question right there. I don't know, do you have microphones? How are you doing? Oh yeah, there's a microphone coming.
Hi, I'm Sabina. I'm an honours student from the University of Sydney. I'm in their School of Economics, but I'll be here for this semester studying on exchange at Georgetown. And earlier you mentioned something about how China's regulatory landscape sort of like had all of these like patchwork authorities. So yeah, I was just wondering, in light of that, has the Chinese government sort of faced any kinds of like coordination challenges with making sure that all of these separate bodies are sort of like acting in harmony, so to speak?
A very, very good point. I mean, this kind of there is a long-standing literature on the power fragmentation in the Chinese bureaucracy. And precisely because each different agency have very different functions and objectives, so they often can conflict with each other. But there's also good side about that in the sense that they also create an informal forms of checks and balance, right? So despite the fact that we don't have this kind of Western style of checks and balance, within the bureaucracy itself, we do observe this kind of informal checks and balance among different agencies with different objectives. Now, when it comes to AI enforcement, we see that very, very clearly. Like, I mean, when the first draft of the interim measures to regulate generative AI was introduced in April, it was quite strict, and it contained some provisions that are almost, no, I would say it's impossible for firms to comply with. And that sends a very negative signal to markets. Like, is China, does China want an AI industry at all? The reason is because the agency that introduced that draft, who was in charge of writing it in the first draft, was the Cyberspace Administration of China, which is the agency in charge of information control and censorship, and has no function in regulating the economy or growing the economy, right? I mean, so it doesn't care. Like, I mean, it went all in and trying to regulate. But then, during the legislative process, other agencies chime in, and they actually formally participated in the process. And you see, when the final version came out, it was a significant dilution from the previous version. And that shows the other faction within the bureaucracy, this pro-growth faction, particularly represented by several powerful agencies like the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology, the Ministry of Science and Technology. These agencies, they're in charge of forging ahead with China's AI development, right? I mean, so their input and participation in the legislative process completely changed the game. And you can see the law was very it's deviate a lot from the previous version. So they significantly watered down a lot of the strict provisions. And they also include some very, very friendly language, including explicit provision in saying that we're going to adopt a very cautious and tolerant approach in regulating this technology. So you can see.
Let me stop you for a second here, because Anu is here, and let me introduce her, and then we can also discuss other things. So Anu Bradford is a leading scholar on the EU's regulatory power and digital regulation more broadly. She's currently the director of the European Legal Studies Center at Columbia Law School, and a senior scholar at Columbia Business School's Jerome A. Chazin's Center for Global Business, and a non-resident scholar at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. Her newest book, Digital Empires, The Global Battle to Regulate Technology, was published in September of 2023 and was recognized as one of the best books of 2023 by Financial Times. Welcome. I know you had a hard time getting here.
Thank you. Thank you. My apologies for being late. I think Amtrak was letting me down a little bit, but I'm delighted to be here, so thank you.
So you'll have to come back for the session on Amtrak and why trains are so bad in this country.
I love to talk about that. Sometimes I can tell about the European ability to design something really well. So
yeah, it's a great counterexample. So let's come back in a little bit to the more philosophical question of why regulate AI, and the more concrete question, what exactly we're worried about. But tell us about the EU AI Act and what its effects have been so far. I mean, I know it's pretty new.
Yeah.
But we've just heard a lot about China, and the EU is the other place that is regulating more specifically. So.
Yeah, so the EU did what we all expected the EU to do, what the EU has shown itself as very capable of doing, which is leading the way with something very ambitious and potentially globally relevant. So the EU has always been at the forefront of regulating digital technology. It was the one with the GDPR, the General Data Protection Regulation, that first really went ahead in a significant way to restrict the conduct of companies and their data to protect individuals' privacy. And the same if you look at antitrust, other domains, the content moderation, the EU has been much more of the view that digital economy cannot be governed by tech companies alone. So it wasn't at all unexpected that when it came to advances in AI, the EU felt the need for the government to step in. So here the EU introduced the world's first binding horizontal AI Act. I'm sure Angela has spoken about China having been very active here as well, but it's quite different. Whereas China has done this kind of on a piecemeal fashion, let's look at the algorithms, let's look at the deep synthesis technology, let's look at generative AI. The EU tried an approach where it's really pursuing a comprehensive AI regulation. So here, the EU's regulation, as you said, is very recent, so it's very hard yet to assess how it's performing in practice. It was adopted in the spring, and it entered into force this August, so about a month ago. And then the companies have, it depends on the kinds of provisions, but some of those start being effective, meaning the companies need to comply with them within 6 months after that. So February will be the first deadline, then another deadline a year, and another one yet another year from the application. So we will see in the coming years how effective it will be. But already we are seeing that it is shaping the conversation, it is shaping the practices of the companies, and it is leading the other regulators around the world to pay attention on how you potentially then regulate AI. So if I say a few things about the EU's AI Act, what the main philosophy there is that it is a risk-based regulation, meaning that it is trying to draw a distinction as to the relative harmfulness of different types of applications of AI, and then adjusting the regulatory obligations in accordance to that level of harm. So there are 4 categories. We think about AI that really presents minimal risk. The EU is not worried if the Netflix is using AI to look at your past practices and predicting what kind of movies they ought to recommend for you. So that's not the EU's concern. The EU is concerned about mainly 2 categories, which is this unacceptable risk, certain types of AIs that are not at all accepted in the EU market. So AI that is altogether prohibited. And then the second category, which is, I would say, even more important because it's broader in scope, is so-called high-risk AI. So AI that is not prohibited, but where it presents the kind of risks that it needs to then come with extensive regulatory obligations. So when we talk about settings in which individuals' fundamental rights, for instance, are affected, if we think about AI being used by banks to decide your credit worthiness, or then by institutions like Georgetown University, access to education in the EU context. So you are screening individuals' access to education or employment, access to credit, or so forth. So those are some examples of high-risk settings. Or then if we use it in, let's say, medical profession, you use AI in ways that then can affect individuals' health.
So let me ask you a question. And I don't mean to put you in the position of defending what the EU is doing, but maybe you can explain their thinking. So, an example, so one of the examples was a bank using AI to determine your credit. But AI also can allow credit for people who otherwise wouldn't get it. And that does happen too. So they're willing to dismiss the benefits because of the costs that they see. And I mean, is it just consistent with their precautionary principle approach to regulation that they're going to emphasize, more heavily weight the costs than the benefits?
I would say that the EU has tried very hard to strike the balance in not discouraging the beneficial development of AI. I don't think any economy, the EU included, can afford to forego the benefits that AI presents for societies. So that's why I wouldn't say that the AI regulation is overly drastic. Yes, it sets a high standard, but it is really trying to rather provide the kind of framework that is more targeted in focusing on the kinds of risks that are real, that are present, and that are predictable. And yes, it is in line with this precautionary principle that I think EU generally is more prepared to start regulating, even if we don't yet have certainty that all those harms are materializing. But it's trying to influence the AI development to the direction that we can, if not altogether eliminate, we can minimize those harms.
So, I mean, we have seen some effects already. Apple said it won't release Apple Intelligence, and Meta won't release its multimodal model in the EU. And both Apple and Meta have showed this as examples of the EU AI Act being costly. But maybe that's a success. Maybe the EU doesn't think that those models have been tested sufficiently.
Yeah, I think that's the right question to ask. That I certainly wouldn't want to say that all regulation is beneficial, but neither is all innovation. And I think that's ultimately the question that we need to ask, is that what kind of innovation are we trying to encourage with that regulation? So the same way that many have said, where is the European Google? Do the Europeans really want a European Google if they are uncomfortable with the surveillance capitalism model of
Although
the company?
they seem very happy with the American Google.
Yeah, so they seem very happy with the European in terms of using.
Yes.
In terms of using, and I think that takes us to this big privacy paradox, for instance, that the individuals are more probably addicted to the products, even if they are not fully comfortable with the business model. But let me just visit your question that you said, that are the Europeans being, because this can be a real concern, that the Europeans would be deprived of some potentially beneficial innovations if the regulatory obligations are so strict that these companies decide that they are altogether deciding to then withhold the Europeans from having access to those applications. So first of all, I think it remains to be seen how long they can hold out. So this, you remember when Meta launched Threads application, and it was supposed to be a big competitor to X. It probably hasn't quite taken off the same way that we expected it first to be doing. But then Meta said, we're not going to launch it in the EU. And there was a big question that, is this now an example that the Europeans have taken the regulation too far? And the Europeans then need to actually back off, because the Europeans start being then really discontent and no longer support the regulation if they don't have these products. Ultimately then, after a while, Meta said that, look, we are going to launch Threads in Europe. It just took them a longer time to ensure that the company is compliant. Partially, but I think there are a couple of reasons why it's very difficult for these companies to forego the European market, despite if they are discontent with some of the regulations. So first of all, it is still one of the largest and wealthiest consumer markets in the world. And depending on what your business model is, if your business model relies on advertising revenue, then per user advertising revenue is very high in Europe. And then you would need to ask, where do you make up for that lost revenue? Well, you cannot exactly go to China if China is banning your ability to operate on that market. You can go to India, but then, or at least for now, but then the question is, your advertising per user revenue is much lower in India, so you need to pick up a lot more users in India to make up for what you're using in the EU. And then third, it's not only Europeans that are now worrying about regulation and moving to regulate these companies. I think the net is tightening around these companies in other jurisdictions as well. So comes a time when you say, well, actually, we don't have then access potentially to South Korea. What about Australia? What about to Japan, other markets? And who knows, potentially to the United States, the regulatory obligations might be also something that the companies are starting to confront in this market. So the momentum is towards greater regulation.
Right. I mean, that's clear. At the beginning, I noted that by at least one count, there are 114 federal legislative proposals in Congress here, 700 something in states, although I said I don't know that I trust those numbers, but they're big numbers, whatever the real ones are. And so then, but that's maybe a good place to bring in the question of what should we be regulating? Well, you know, what's wrong? Like what problem are we trying to fix? And I'd like to hear that also, I mean, from the EU perspective or your personal perspective, and also from Angela in China.
So I think this is a very big question, and there's not necessarily one answer only, given the multifaceted uses of AI technologies and various different harms that we talk about. So one is that we can probably draw the distinction between the more kind of long-term but potentially very severe, even existential harms. And And I'm personally having a harder time right now to sort of attach probabilities in the likelihood of AI obliterating humanity. At the same time, I'm watching very carefully what is happening, for instance, in California, when we are trying to really tackle these particularly harmful, powerful models that can really cause these, what sort of would fall into the more existential risk categories. But then there are those risks that I am very worried about, and where the EU's AI Act is much more focused on and capable of tackling, which is those harms that are already present right now, that are really harming. For instance, if we think about the way AI amplifies existing problems with disinformation in the context of elections. So that is something that we can already witness is happening, and how there might be systemic risks that then potentially then put democracies, democratic institutions, elections at risk.
But
so
then,
that's one example.
And that just leads into the question of who gets to decide what truth is, right?
Well, I think that is already the issue that we have in the context of disinformation that the Europeans are trying to regulate with other regulations like the Digital Services Act. It's just that our relationship to truth and our ability even to be able to detect the truth from untruthful information just deteriorates with this amplified ability, with the combination of manipulated voice and video that AI can generate, that it is just hard for us anymore to know what is true and what is not. So that's one example. The other one I would say is the breach of fundamental rights. And this is something that I don't know if Angela already talked about. For instance, the way China uses AI-empowered facial recognition for mass surveillance. And this is something where the EU's AI Act is particularly strict in putting strict limits on the use of that kind of facial recognition. So those are the kind of harms that we already know the surveillance capabilities that the AI is then amplifying. And that's some of the risks that we certainly should be regulating if we take civil liberties seriously.
So that's very different from China. Is that correct, Angela, as sort of the underlying reasons?
Yes, indeed. But let me chime in one thing. When you guys were talking about the EU, like the two examples that you mentioned, and the Apple's delay, Apple Intelligence, and Llama delaying its latest update of Llama model, actually has less to do with the EU AI Act, but rather more to do with the pre-existing EU law, right? I mean, Apple Intelligence because of concern of interoperability requirement in the Digital Markets Act, which is a new law that was recently introduced. It's a competition law. It's an antitrust problem. And then Llama's delay has to do with the concern about GDPR and Europe's very tough data protection law. And in fact, I would see the GDPR posing, really serious challenge to AI firms operating in China. So EU AI Act, despite a lot of hype, and as a new, as already elaborated in advance, it really most of the provision hasn't come into force yet. Most of the provision will only come into force 2 years later, right? I mean, so it's a bit early to predict its full impact, but you can see, the EU competition law, EU GDPR, these are the laws that really posing even an immediate threat to this firm's operation in Europe.
Quickly mention that I think it's so important what Angela is now explaining, that if you think about the regulation of AI, there are many in the EU who are really counting on for the coming years just really the GDPR to be a more potent tool. You have very experienced privacy agencies that can help deploy those laws that are much more established, that are better resourced. The same with the DMA, for instance. The whole antitrust apparatus then enhanced with the DMA is further along, and is potentially going to be the regulation that we rely on in the earlier years as well. So that the trick with the AI is that there's the whole kind of a supply chain of regulation that can be deployed at different stages of AI development. If we are trying to limit through privacy law the way some data is deployed and harnessed to train these models, or use the copyright legislations to again restrict the kind of data that is copyright protected that should not be then used for training these models. That's just one example of before we even get to the EU's AI Act or any AI Act for that reason.
So how will we know if the EU's AI Act is successful or not, say 5 years from now? What should we be looking for?
Yeah, I think this is a really tricky question, but something that every regulator ought to be asking itself. And I've often asked that, for instance, from the antitrust enforcers, what would the European market look like if the DMA managed to then make the market more competitive? Does it mean that there would be European players that also then potentially would be subject to DMA? The idea is that the answer today is that the market is more contestable. I guess in the case of the EU's AI Act, the idea would be that if it's successful, it has not delayed or at least significantly or prevented the emergence of beneficial applications of AI. So we see the kind of economic and societal progress, whether it would be greater productivity gains, whether it would be then greater solutions in the field of education or healthcare or agriculture or what have you. We would see that kind of progress. But at the same time, we would not have seen these incidents that unsettle individuals. We would not have seen AI fundamentally undermine democratic elections. We would not have seen the kind of safety risks. We would not have seen the instances that we already have had, for instance, where in the Netherlands, AI was used to allocate public benefits. And then we realized there was a big social security scandal when you had misidentified individuals that ought to be identified to benefit from that aid. So we would not see many examples of AI
it seems like
missing
in
the target.
situations like that, it should be whether those sorts of mistakes are more or less frequent with AI, not whether they happen at all.
I think that's absolutely important for us to think about. So we were, for instance, using AI in criminal justice and system and the kind of bias and discrimination that it can introduce. The point of comparison is not to think that human judgment is infallible without bias.
We know it's bad.
And I think one of the hard questions is that even if we think about that autonomous driving where the AI can be very helpful, does it lead to accidents? So what is the rate of accidents when humans are making those calls? So I think ultimately the goal is for that reason is that neither humans are perfect, neither are the machines. And that's why currently I think the thinking has been, and this is very important in European thinking, is that they want human to be in the loop. They want humans to be ultimately able to override the decisions of the AI. It's a little bit the way that tech companies themselves are often referring to AI as co-pilot. So as opposed to really ceding the decision to autonomous decisions made by AI technology, by these models themselves, that you want the humans to be able to still in charge and in control while being assisted by AI.
So Angela, the same question. How will Chinese authorities know whether their approach to AI is successful? Is it sort of just if they're still in power and they can arrest more people through facial recognition?
Well, I mean, if anything, they will see that the approach to develop facial recognition technology was extremely successful, right? I mean, because if they only look at it from the level of innovation it has created, and China now has the best applications, and it's outsourcing this technology to a lot of other authoritarian countries, and is achieving a great commercial success. They will see it as a very successful model, but yes, it comes at a very high cost of human rights violations and infringement a lot of private interests. But I mean, from the calculation of the Chinese Communist Party, these are secondary concerns. So to go back to your earlier question to Anu, right? I mean, how do we evaluate whether EU has achieved a success? Each country has their own unique institutional setting. They have very different utility function in evaluating what do they see is the more optimal regulation, optimal model of regulation.
That leads to the question that, of course, everyone asks. What happens if we regulate AI in a way that China doesn't, and China moves ahead with its development and we fall behind? I mean, there are so many ways you can interpret that question, and so many, what does it mean to be behind and ahead? But how should we take into account potentially foreign adversaries' developments?
I think this is exactly the geopolitical context that makes regulation so difficult, that everything happens sort of in the shadow of the US-China tech war that is in many ways escalating, and that I think many members of Congress just cannot a field they cannot afford to ignore. So there is this sense that if we are holding back our technological development, we are foregoing the gains that are essential to maintain our economic position, but also our geopolitical leverage. Increasingly, AI is incorporated into military technologies, and that's why the stakes just feel so existential. And this is why I think it's really interesting that China has still felt the need that it needs to regulate, and it does regulate, whereas in the United States there is a very different conversation about tech regulation. There's certainly no longer the kind of techno-libertarianism at its purest form, whereby everybody would be just saying that, look, this only has benefits, this only creates progress, we don't need to regulate. I think there is a heightened awareness of the need to regulate. Look at even California's this AI bill, which is now a big decision for the governor, whether that will be actually signed or not. But that shows there's real concern about AI, but at the same time, the US remains concerned about potential negative effects in innovation if we have some kind of moratorium or if we somehow just slow down the US development.
So, Angela, does this sort of the reverse concern matter at all in China? Do Chinese authorities worry about how regulation might affect China and Chinese companies relative to Western companies? I mean, so they can move ahead in facial recognition, but as we talked about, generative AI maybe is further behind. Generative AI at the moment doesn't have any military capabilities, but we don't know what will happen with it. Do they worry that controls on generative AI may lead to some kind of comparative disadvantage, the same way that the US?
Yeah, definitely, right? I mean, that was why there was this slogan called "Failing to develop AI is the biggest threat to our national security," and that kind of become like the general theme at the moment for the industry. But the interesting dynamic here is that, yes, although the Chinese government is a lot of agencies are rather reluctant to impose very strict regulation on generative AI or AI technology in general for fear of stifling growth. But the US government is very interested in regulating Chinese AI through a lot of export restrictions and control, right? I mean, and in fact, and that has become the biggest bottleneck for China's AI growth. Had the US not imposed so many restrictions for Chinese farms to access the most advanced chips from NVIDIA, I would think that Chinese firms have already produced, very cutting edge large language models that can be on par with the US firms because the AI capability are extremely close. So this is, the US is, debatable whether the US is serious about regulating its own companies, but it's definitely serious about regulating Chinese companies.
We should take questions, but before we do, we've been talking about how AI regulations will affect firm innovation and development and investment in AI, but it doesn't seem like it is so far. I mean, every day we hear about more being invested in AI and new firms and NVIDIA and so on. How do you interpret that? Is it that the regulations are unlikely to be binding in any way, or that maybe investment would be much higher without? I mean, obviously we can't know the counterfactual, but the two arguments are not quite consistent.
No, it's interesting. I think partially there can be multiple explanations. Some companies are betting on the pretty solid track record in US Congress in not legislating. Like the paralysis will continue and there's a lot of bills.
Right.
Exactly, but nothing really will, they just don't amount to a much. So that's, I think, one thing you can say. In the EU, they cannot really count on EU not regulating them. So it's easier for Sam Altman to go to Congress and say, please regulate us, because he knows nothing happens. He doesn't say that in Europe because the answer is yes, we are on it. But I think what they can bet on in Europe is that the Europeans haven't always had a very good enforcement record, even with the GDPR. The Europeans are better at generating regulations than enforcing them. So there's probably still some degree of whether it's hope or just kind of a rationally looking at the European track record and saying, yes, we're going to see these laws, but they're only going to be enforced so fast and so far. Because also one thing, this is the difference to China, that it's one thing when the China decides that it's time to crack down on the big tech companies, China can do that. In Europe, there is due process, there's independent courts. These take a long time and everything is litigated for a reason. Because the Europeans are not willing to forego those rights that the tech companies have, and the tech companies know that they can delay, and that can be a long time in the development of AI. A lot can happen up until those regulations are fully constraining on these companies. So that might be one thing. But at the same time, I think these tech companies realize now that this is not just some European conversation that is going to go away. I think we've sort of shifted from talking about whether we regulate AI into how we regulate AI. So the question is just now, I think they are spending their effort in trying to affect the details of that development. And I think one effective strategy in the US is that you remind the congressmen how important it is to make sure that the US leads in technological development. And in the EU, then the question is how much can they lobby into weaken the enforcement resources and the kind of focus of the enforcement that is now going to evolve in the coming years.
Do we have questions? Yeah, right there. While we're waiting for the microphone, I don't know if somebody earlier in the conference pointed this out, but August 29th, 2-something p.m. was when Skynet became sentient in Terminator. So we passed that milestone, we're good.
Hello, my name is Paige. I'm from King's College London as well. My research is on the use of AI in security and defense. How do you think the regulations in the EU and China would have an impact on defense? So I went to a conference on defense in May, just before the EU AI Act, and there was a lot of concern within the defense industry about how that would affect that industry in the EU. And there was a quote saying, at that time in May, there were about 80 large language models in the world, must be more now, the majority of which came from the US, more than a dozen came from the UK, nothing came from the EU. So, and you made a notion earlier about like, oh, innovation-wise, what kind of innovation do we want? But then do you think that that kind of regulation would have an impact on EU, homegrown innovation, and how that would impact defense in general? Yeah. So, thank you.
So I thank you so much for the question. So one thing, there's very little influence on defense as such because military applications are outside of the scope of the EU's AI Act. For a simple reason that the EU doesn't have a competence over national security, it is the competence of individual member states. That is a huge omission, obviously, and something that the EU needs to think about now that it's also taking a hard look on whether the EU can remain so detached from having those greater geopolitical role and deeper defense integration, and whether there needs to be a shift towards greater national security competence at the EU level. So, but that in that sense, just to say that there's less of an impact on national security, but most of the military applications of AI come from a commercial sector. So today, so it's not that Pentagon is developing these AI technologies. They come from Silicon Valley, and then they are applied in the military context. So to the extent that you are restricting commercial development, it also has potentially a side effect then in the military side. One question I really appreciate when you mention innovation, and this takes us back to the Amtrak question and what the Europeans do well and what they don't do well. And one thing that the Europeans have not done well is that there are no big tech companies coming from Europe. So one question is this the innovation that should be invested in from Europe? But I want to answer another question. Is it because the Europeans' commitment to digital regulation that we don't see that much innovation in this space from Europe? And there my answer would be no. It's not because of the GDPR. It's not because of the commitment to antitrust. And at the same time, I would want to say that the reason why the US has been so successful in this domain, it's not because of the lax digital regulation. I think there's 4 things that explain much better the innovation gap between the US and the EU. So one is there's no digital single market in the European Union. It's very hard to scale your tech companies when you face 27 different, often languages, but also then different regulatory structures. So that's one. Second, there's no deep integrated capital markets union in Europe. It is much harder to fund your tech innovations, including your AI startups. The European firms do really well on the first few funding rounds, but as soon as they need more money, they need to turn to US venture capital or they are acquired by the leading US tech companies. Third, legal frameworks and attitudes towards risk-taking. The bankruptcy laws are punitive in Europe. You go bankrupt and you are done. There is no second chance for you. And that discourages the kind of disruptive innovations that is absolutely crucial for domains like AI. But also culturally, the Europeans are more risk averse. So I think there's more stigma around failure. Whereas in the US, that's kind of a rite of passage. You fail big time, then you go and raise more money and they give you more money because it seems to be you working on big things. And the fourth issue is, I think this is really important. It ties it really nicely to the question of China as well. The Americans have been much more successful in attracting the world's best talent to the US. And that is fueling the US innovations. If you look at just the number of over $1 billion startups that have an immigrant founder, it's over 50% in the US. And this is very true if you look at any statistics in AI. The US benefits from massive brain drain, including from China. But now you see to some extent that reversing. Some of those top Chinese scientists are going back to China or are remaining in China because the US is not welcoming them. And that can be self-defeating. We need to understand how much through our universities, the Georgetowns and Columbias and others, we are attracting immigrants who then often stay and benefit the labor market. And if we really want to tighten those immigration policies, we need to be careful what kind of implications that has for the innovative capabilities.
I think that's a really good point. Our politicians are intent on killing the golden goose. But it's a little late to start into this, but do you believe then that sort of the focus on AI regulations per se might be misguided isn't the right word, but not the right way to focus? That they should be looking at some of these other things that you've been talking about?
I think both. I really don't see these as alternatives. I think by if the Europeans now decided to let's just get rid of the AI Act, I can tell you those AI companies would not emanate from Europe 5 years from now, unless the Europeans also work on those other pillars of tech ecosystem that is so important for the European tech companies to thrive. So the only concern that I have about this focus on regulation, if that saps all the energy and the political attention, and then the Europeans refrain from building those other blocks at the same time. There's nothing, at the same time, the American competitiveness and innovation culture would not be destroyed if there was a federal privacy law or if there was regulation on AI. That would not dismantle this country's capital markets or would not prevent the immigrants from coming here or rewrite the bankruptcy laws. So I think you don't need to make this, I have this new article where I call it a false choice. I think you can have both. I think the AI Act is immensely important, and I hope the Europeans will enforce it well. But I also very much hope that the Europeans realized how imperative it is for them to work on those other pillars as well.
Maybe one more question. Yep, right there.
Well, thank you very much for the discussion. It was very interesting to hear from the China and the EU's perspective. And I personally think the work that you've been doing from the EU, is very important work for the humanity. And balancing the benefits and restraining some of the negative impact from the AI is very important. What we're witnessing right now in South Korea is increasing crimes with the deep fake crime. So last week there was a newspaper about how this guys from the top Korean university has actually used those deep fake tools to create the inappropriate videos using the face of their classmates. Yeah. And in the past it was more about the CEO of Samsung will come out in an advert. It's a fake one, but then using the deep fake to invest in this. But now it has the impact has actually is the individuals, the university students who are suffering from the advanced technology. What I see is that regulations, the definition of regulation may differ depending on what are the risks within the countries they define. For EU is different, for China is different. So even if we're talking about regulation, it could be completely different things with different purpose. But I think if one thing that we can all agree in this room across the world is the misusage of those technologies such as deepfake, and we don't want our brothers and sisters to be on those kind of videos. And I feel like this is one thing that the countries can really like work together, including China, try to work together to make sure there's some sort of guidelines for to minimize those impacts.
So that's an excellent question, and we know that's a huge issue. So maybe just to sum it up, or as a way to end it, do you think, is that the kind of thing that requires specific AI regulation, or that we need to, that there are other rules that we need to be enforcing a lot more rigorously than before?
Yeah, so there are still rules around, depending on the sort of specifics of the cases, can be about privacy or defamation or other rules like that work there, or disinformation. So it's not necessarily that you always need an AI-specific ones, but when those rules were not written with the sort of the skills of the AI systems in mind, they can often then fall short, or the remedies may not be appropriate given the extent of the harms, when we can have many more far-reaching harms at the era of AI. But I really want to just sort of recognize the importance of the spirit of your question and the invitation to consider that even if we highlight these differences between China and the US and the EU, South Korea, the rest of the world, I think there are still some challenges that are common to humanity, and where we would also need to make sure that we sit down, that the United States and China, and say that neither wants to have AI in the hands of the bad actors that can really sort of threaten the fundamental safety of individuals. That's not an ideological question. And I think we sometimes talk about whether we focus on risks or whether we focus on rights. And when we focus on rights, we're probably never going to come, at least in the near future, into an agreement on the use of facial recognition for mass surveillance. China and the US and the EU have differences there. But there are issues around safety where we could really think about the greater collaboration among various national AI safety institutes where we exchange information and make sure that we can collectively benefit from the advances in identifying those risks and making sure that AI is safe for all of us. All those questions are not ideological. The same thing also when it comes to arms control. Even at the height of the Cold War, there were arms control treaties between the Soviets and the US. And I really want there to be conversations between Chinese and the US of how we develop military AI, because that's also absolutely imperative for the global stability.
So I think that's a good place to leave it. So please join me in thanking our panelists. I thought that was really interesting.
Thank you all.
Thanks so much. Yeah, you're gonna. Okay.
Thank you very much for everybody in attendance, both in person and online. Was that not one of the most exciting discussions you've heard on AI and policy debate to date? That was just exceptional. I mean, that speaks to the high quality of speakers that are here, both in person and virtually, but also the high quality of moderation that occurred here on stage, but also the amazing questions that we got from the audience. And that speaks to the overall objective for the purpose of this AI in Action conference series that John Timmis and I founded roughly 2 years ago. The objective that we try and create here is to generate a platform where we can bring together industry experts, academics, and policymakers to discuss real things related to AI. Our objective is to become one of the world-leading locations where we do that discussion, and we're able to do so with both the speakers, the participants, the moderators, and everybody here in the audience. And it's also not possible without the immense support and help that we've gotten from our entire team, and that includes Andrea Moretti, Caroline Warren, and Caroline DeRover at the World Bank. We thank you very much for that, and also my partner, John Timmis. I also want to thank Sam Ransbottom. We would not have been able to do as much as we could have done today without your help, as well as you, Scott. So thank you very much for everyone today, and we look forward to seeing you at next year's event. Thank you.